एवरीवन, गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का इस सेशन। फिलहाल अगर देखोगे, मार्केट इज ऑलरेडी ओपन। क्रूड ऑयल फ्लैट ओपन हुआ है, वहीं पर है। कल तो काफ़ी अच्छा सेल ऑफ आ गया था मार्केट में, मॉर्निंग पे रेजिस्टेंस पे था, वहां से गिरा ऑलमोस्ट 150 पॉइंट के आसपास सेल ऑफ में ही था। नेचुरल गैस भी कल सेल ऑफ में ही गया था, नीचे एक बॉटम बनाने की कोशिश करी जरूर थी, सपोर्ट था। अगेन आज फिर से गैप डाउन हुआ है, तो ये तो कंटिन्यूअसली बेरिश ही बना हुआ है ऑलमोस्ट, जब से 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे रेजिस्टेंस हिट किया है इसने। लेट्स सी प्लान क्या कर सकते हैं। इंडियन मार्केट भी थोड़ा सा बेरिश ही है आज। निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी देखोगे गैप डाउन हुआ, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनाया है फ्यूचर ने, कंटिन्यू सेल ऑफ है अभी भी। निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी फ्यूचर भी हल्का सा गैप डाउन एंड कंटिन्यू सेल ऑफ चल रहा है अभी भी। क्वेश्चन होगा तो कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछना। फिलहाल 1:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग रहेगी आज, एंड देन इवनिंग पे 6:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग। 7 PM पे इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है बहुत सारे, वो रिलीज होंगे। देन 8 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपन एंड 8:15 पे अगेन देयर इज अ डेटा शेड्यूल फॉर टुडे एज वेल। तो इन डेटा में रहेगी, काफी इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा है, ध्यान रखना। लास्ट डे है आज आईसीआईसीआई प्रूडेंशियल जो आईपीओ है उसके ओपनिंग का, तो ध्यान रखना जो लोग अप्लाई कर रहे हैं। फिलहाल निफ्टी फ्यूचर कंटिन्यूअसली ऑन सेल ऑफ, कंटिन्यू सेल ऑफ में है अभी भी। देखो निफ्टी बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट लेवल पे है अगर ब्रेक डाउन हो गया, क्योंकि कल सपोर्ट पे ही था एग्जैक्टली exactly। है अगर नीचे 25,970 के नीचे, तो फिर ये अच्छा खासा ब्रेक डाउन पे चला जाएगा नेक्स्ट सपोर्ट एरिया तक। कल भी सपोर्ट एरिया पे था, बाइंग लेवल को एग्जैक्टली हिट करके आ गई थी। सक्सेसफुल ब्रेक डाउन। सपोर्ट ले तो रहा है निफ्टी। नीचे अगर आता है तो फिर नीचे वही रीटेस्ट जोन ही है, 2-3 बार वो भी टेस्ट हो गया है। वहाँ पर एक बहुत ही बड़ा हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे देखोगे हेड एंड शोल्डर पैटर्न क्रिएट होने वाला है निफ्टी फिफ्टी फ्यूचर में। ठीक है, अगर ये नीचे ब्रेक करने में सक्सेसफुल रहा 25,780 के नीचे अगर सस्टेन करता है 15 मिनट में, वेरी बिग ब्यूटीफुल हेड एंड शोल्डर पैटर्न विल फॉर्म आफ्टर दैट। पहले देखते हैं, अभी का लेवल अभी ब्रेक हुआ नहीं है, क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे जाएगा तो देखते हैं, या फिर होल्ड करता है इसी लेवल को। ऊपर कल एक रेजिस्टेंस एरिया था, परसों भी नहीं आया, कल भी हिट नहीं किया वहां पे 26,200 के आसपास। Government plans to limit insurance agent commissions by empowering IRDAI to control payments, bonuses, and salaries. आई थिंक नैस्डैक ने भी 24 आवर्स का ट्रेडिंग आवर्स के लिए रिक्वेस्ट डाली है। सी ये होता है नहीं होता है, अगर नैस्डैक के साथ ऐसा हुआ तो देयर इज अ हाई चांसेस इंडियन मार्केट भी जा सकता है उसी ओर। 23 आवर्स ट्रेडिंग आवर्स ड्यूरिंग वीक डेज, रिमेंबर। ऑलरेडी वैसे नैस्डैक है, उसमें आप ट्रेड कर सकते हो मंडे टू फ्राइडे 23 आवर्स। ठीक है, फ्यूचर में तो जब यूएस मार्केट ओपन होता है, फॉरेक्स में ऑलरेडी 23 आवर्स मंडे टू फ्राइडे ऊपर चलती है ट्रेडिंग। बट ये कह रहे हैं कि जैसे क्रिप्टो में ट्रेडिंग होती है सैटरडे और संडे को, वैसे इस हमें भी चाहिए नैस्डैक में।
In our new podcast, Everybody's Business, we talk about the business news that concerns everybody.
From Bloomberg Business Week, I'm Stacey Vanek Smith.
And I'm Max Chafkin.
Each week, we unpack what is happening on Main Street and Wall Street, all the streets. WrestleMania has taken over the U.S. economy.
Poetry that executives write on LinkedIn.
A little actual magic in our underrated story of the
single
week.
greatest marketing campaign the music business has ever seen.
I decided to ask people how they felt about the penny going away. Listen to Everybody's Business wherever you get your podcasts.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Doug Krisner. We begin in Australia and the latest on the mass shooting in Sydney that killed 15 people at a Hanukkah celebration. The gunmen behind the attack were motivated by Islamic State ideology. That's according to Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. Here's Mal Lanyon of the New South Wales Police.
There has been reports in the news about our two offenders travelling to the Philippines last month. I can confirm that they did travel to the Philippines. The reasons why they went to the Philippines and the purpose of that and where they went when they were there is under investigation at the moment. I also confirmed that the vehicle, which is registered to the younger male, contained IEDs, but I also confirmed that it contained 2 homemade ISIS flags.
Mal Lanyon there, he is the commissioner of the New South Wales Police Force. The U.S. military said it attacked 3 boats accused of smuggling drugs in the eastern Pacific Ocean. 8 people were killed. In a post on social media, the military said the strikes targeted designated terrorist organizations. President Trump has sued the BBC for $5 billion. The president is accusing the broadcaster of defamation after a misleading edit in a documentary film last year. That edit made it appear as though Trump encouraged the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol. Now, the BBC has already acknowledged the edited footage was wrong, and it's issued an apology. Ford Motor has announced a major overhaul of its electric vehicle strategy. The company will shift away from EVs and toward gas and hybrid vehicles. Now, this will result in charges totaling $19.5 billion, mostly in the fourth quarter. And as a part of the shift, Ford is planning to scrap its next-gen electric F-Series trucks. The electric F-150 Lightning pickup will be converted into an extended-range hybrid vehicle. Here is Ford CEO Jim Farley speaking to Bloomberg.
Was really the customer changing their decision. We saw hybrids really take off last couple of years, last month we had a 30% increase in our hybrid sales. We're now number 3 I think we're 80% hybrid market share in trucks. So we saw this happening. We also saw the more expensive EVs, really suffer in the market and the more affordable EVs to do better.
That is Ford CEO Jim Farley speaking earlier to Bloomberg. Shares in Ford up about 1% in late U.S. trading. We go next to the latest on war in Ukraine. Ukrainian and U.S. officials wrapped up a second day of talks in Berlin. U.S. negotiators offered more substantial security guarantees to Kyiv as part of President Trump's renewed push to end the war. Now, the Trump administration offered to provide Ukraine with Article 5-like security guarantees. That's a reference to NATO's Mutual Defense Clause. But the U.S. did not provide many more details. President Trump said the war is closer than ever to ending.
I had a long talk with President Zelensky. Also, I spoke with the heads of Germany, Italy, NATO, Finland, France, the United Kingdom, Poland, Norway, Denmark, and the Netherlands. We had very long and very good talks. And again, I think things are going along pretty well.
Even so, both the U.S. and Ukraine have different positions on territory. Now, Trump suggested Ukraine should give up land as part of the deal. Now, the latest on the killings of Hollywood director and actor Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle Singer Reiner. The couple's son, Nick Reiner, has been arrested. Los Angeles Police Department Chief Jim McDonald says the Robbery and Homicide Division is handling the investigation.
They worked throughout the night on this case and were able to take into custody Nick Reiner, a suspect in this case. He was subsequently booked for murder and is being held on $4 million bail.
That's Jim McDonald, chief of the LAPD. Now, tributes for Reiner and his wife have been pouring in. Former President Obama and writer Stephen King took to social media to mourn Reiner. President Trump commented as well. He said Reiner and his wife passed away due to Trump derangement syndrome. Now, several politicians criticized Trump's post. Kentucky Republican Thomas Massie called the comments inappropriate and disrespectful, and New York Representative Mike Lawler called the remarks wrong. A manhunt for the shooter who killed 2 students at Brown University has entered its 3rd day. Earlier, authorities released a person of interest after determining the evidence pointed in a different direction. And now law enforcement officials are pursuing a new lead based on photos and videos of an individual taken hours before the shooting. Here is Ted Dox, Boston's FBI special agent in charge.
The FBI is now offering a reward of $50,000 for information that can lead to the identification, the arrest, and the conviction of the individual responsible.
Ted Docks there, Boston's FBI special agent in charge. Now, Brown University has canceled remaining in-person exams for the fall semester, except for the medical school and the MBA program. Students are free to leave campus if they are able, with essential staff required to remain. And that is News When You Want It. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Doug Krisner, and this is Bloomberg.
I'm Matt Miller.
And I'm Hannah Elliott, inviting you to join us for the Bloomberg Hot Pursuit podcast.
Every week we bring you news and industry insight on everything cars.
And we do a whole lot more than just talk about cars, Matt. We actually get behind the wheel of basically every latest model, especially the luxury ones and the sports cars, direct from the showroom floor.
It really is remarkable how many cars we have access to. I feel a little bit guilty about it, but everything from $40,000 EVs to exotic $500,000 supercars.
We also speak with the insiders who shape the automotive industry, from the top CEOs and collectors to visionary designers and racing champions.
Search for Bloomberg Hot Pursuit on YouTube, Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Maybe you listen while you're on your weekend drive, maybe going to Cars and Coffee. Listen to us talk about what we are driving this week.
That's Bloomberg Hot Pursuit. I'm Matt Miller in New York.
And I'm Hannah Elliott in Los Angeles. Subscribe today wherever you get your podcasts.
One question.
Here's why there isn't more fear in the fear index.
One topic.
Here's why debt is now a driving political force.
One succinct explanation.
Here's why NATO needs better drone defenses.
You've got questions about the business stories that affect your world. Let Bloomberg give you the answers.
Here's why Europe is taking years to phase out Russian gas.
Join Stephen Carroll for
Bubbles made the hand motions yesterday over again. But yeah, I think consensus.
Trade maybe at better multiples, the business is here, and you're starting to see rates come down again, which helps a lot of those companies much more than it helps, I think, the big companies.
We're kind of walking a tightrope, though. I remember just a couple of months ago, people saying that if the AI trade doesn't work, it's going to bring down everything, because ultimately the entire market and economy has been propped up by AI hopes and dreams. Why has that changed in terms of a narrative so substantially?
Well, I think we're still seeing the investing going on in that part, so the spend is still there. So I think
this AI is for
after their murders.
I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was a deranged person as far as Trump is concerned. I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad for our country.
A growing number of Republican lawmakers now speaking out, calling the president's words inappropriate and disrespectful. We'll discuss ahead. Plus, an alleged New Year's Eve bomb plot thwarted. The actions today when federal agents arrested suspected members of a group accused of preparing explosive devices for coordinated attacks in Southern California. We'll give you the details coming up. Also tonight, just a few days after the president said he should be able to make recommendations on rate decisions by the Fed, one of his top picks to replace Jay Powell is saying otherwise. The differing views on Fed independence between the president and his own potential nominee up ahead. And breaking after the bell, Ford Motors announcing a major shakeup to its electric vehicle business. What CEO Jim Farley revealed to Bloomberg just moments ago about the automaker's future. We're tracking the stock's after-hours movement with Romaine Bostick and Power Moves. We'll have much more this hour. But we begin the countdown here in Washington with just 5 legislative days to go. This is it this week on Capitol Hill. And for the latest, we turn to Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson, who joins us live here in our Washington bureau. It's a bit confusing here, Wendy. The Obamacare subsidies that led to the government shutdown expire at the end of the month. We've seen a couple of bills get votes in the Senate and fail. We're still not completely clear on what votes will happen this week in the House. But either way, it looks like we're going over the cliff.
It absolutely looks like we're going over the cliff, or as you said earlier, looks like we went over the cliff. Because at this point, even if the House somehow miraculously comes up with a plan to extend these subsidies or fix Obamacare or install a new health care plan, there's no way this can get done before they go on their Christmas recess. And President Trump, would have to sign a bill, which he doesn't seem inclined to do. There is no bill to sign. And so, yes, by the time this gets done, or if it does get done, people's premiums will have already spiked. It's just not, they just chalked this one up and left, they're going to leave town without fixing it.
Well, Speaker Johnson said there would be a Republican plan. He put that forth late on Friday. It does not extend Obamacare subsidies. There is, however, a discharge petition, which a lot of Americans are growing used to hearing about. It's the one way to get something on the floor that would extend the subsidies. If moderates don't like the Republican plan, do they sign on to the discharge petition and force a vote?
They very well might. You have to remember, the midterms are right around the corner. Primaries are starting pretty soon after the holidays. And if Republicans have any hope of maintaining their majorities or, in fact, extending their majorities, which is what the president is hoping they will do, they're going to have to do something about health care. This hits the populist base that they have all pledged to represent. And it's, at the moment, there's no sign of any help coming.
Well, I want to ask you as well about what the president had to say and what he wrote about Rob Reiner. A lot of Americans woke up this morning, Wendy, having not heard about his death. And it was apparently this is a murder case that involves Reiner and his wife. Their son has been taken into custody. The president wrote on Truth Social earlier today, a very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away together with his wife. He goes on to say, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with the mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. This is remarkable for a president coming off a weekend that saw 2 mass shootings, one at Brown University, of course, the other in Australia on what was the first day of Hanukkah he doubled down on this when asked by reporters.
Yeah, this was stunning even to people who have become used to Trump's rather stunningly coarse discourse. As you know, I work on the weekends, and we watched Donald Trump at a reception have an opportunity to express sympathy for the shooting in Australia, as well as the one right here in the United States at Brown University. And he sort of whiffed on both, saying, well, we have a great relationship with Australia. This is too bad, saying nothing about the fact that it was an anti-Semitic terror attack. Then he said, something like, I'm sorry for the two who died at Brown University, but that was it. Then he sort of went on to entertain his guests. And then today, after the death of the celebrated director and his wife, apparently, well, at least the theory is, that their mentally ill son killed them, which is just a heartbreaking sort of thing. He put out that post. And the effect of this has been the latest in a series of bad moves that Trump has made that is pulling Republicans away from him. I mean, we had Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie, who you might expect both are retiring Republicans, and at this point, it might be expected that they can step out and say something critical of the president. They're not running for re-election. Sure. But then you had Jenna Ellis, who was one of Trump's lawyers in the election denying case of 2020, saying this was horrible. Other conservative commentators are pointing out that Trump almost got Jimmy Kimmel fired, and they all talked about how awful the political commentary was around Charlie Kirk's death and decried it. And here is the leader of their party taking down a guy just because he's a Democrat. It was stunning.
Well, Wendy, we thank you for helping us frame that. Wendy Benjaminson with us in Washington. Indeed, Marjorie Taylor Greene on X, a family tragedy, not about politics or political enemies. Mike Lawler, the Republican from New York, this statement is wrong. Jenna Ellis, who Wendy mentioned, a man and his wife were murdered last night. This is not an appropriate response. Tom Massie, of course, not an ally of the president, but a Republican from Kentucky. Regardless of how you felt about Rob Reiner, this is inappropriate and disrespectful discourse about a man who was just brutally murdered. Joining us now is Democratic Congressman Jake Auchincloss of Massachusetts, who we did not invite to only talk about this, but I need to get your take on this, Congressman, because a lot of members of Congress have raised their hands, and in many cases, Republicans, to check the president in what he said here. Does decorum no longer matter in the Oval Office?
Not to the president, no, but that's been clear for a decade now. This is the president's playbook. I mean, you know this. You've been covering him. To distract Americans from his corruption, his incompetence, he says and does outrageous, despicable things, and then there becomes this flurry of coverage about it, and it distracts from the core problem, which is he came into office saying he had a plan to keep Americans safe. He had a plan to lower prices, and he has totally failed on both. So expect that over the next 3 years, as he's increasingly divorced from reality and divorced from the mainstream American voter, that he's going to say and do ever more outrageous and despicable things. I'm not going to play this game where I, hyperventilate every time he does it, because we've been doing it for a decade, and it's not serving the American middle class well. They know who he is. They know how bad of a person he is. And it's up to Democrats to demonstrate a compelling alternative.
Yeah, well, we're going to get to policy in a moment, because I don't want anyone hyperventilating either, Congressman. I just wonder, what have you heard, if anything, from your Republican colleagues away from the cameras and the microphones? Do they share the disappointment of the Greens, Lawlers, and Massies?
For 5 years, I've been hearing private condemnations of the president from congressional Republicans. It's background noise to me now, because the only thing I care about is a public divorce from him. That's the only way to have integrity in this town, is to be able to say publicly what you kvetch about privately, and they won't do it.
I guess that says a lot about where we are in Washington.
For Republicans, for sure. Now, they know that RFK is a quack and a conspiracist. They know that Howard Lutnick is corrupt and pitching tether. They know that Donald Trump is increasingly locked inside of a cocoon of crony capitalism, but they're not saying anything because they're afraid of their primaries. Well, Democrats, we are going to win these midterms, and and we are going to demonstrate to the American public that we do have their best interests at heart. We are going to have an agenda to lower costs in housing and healthcare. We're going to have an agenda that is actually serious about American foreign policy, not parking aircraft carriers off the coast of Venezuela when nobody woke up asking for a land war in South America. We are going to take seriously public safety in our cities, not deploying ICE agents to pick up people in white vans. But it starts with us demonstrating a compelling alternative to this just incompetence and corruption that's awash in this town right now.
Well, I want to ask you about what is actually going to be taking place in the House of Representatives this week. There's going to be some votes specifically on health care, Congressman. We were just discussing this with Wendy. It's a little bit difficult to tell exactly what will be voted on, what will reach the floor, other than the Republican plan that Speaker Johnson put forth late Friday. There is a question as well about a Democratic plan by way of a discharge petition hitting the floor. Is that something that you see happening, or are we as good as over the cliff?
Well, let me start by saying that last week I introduced bipartisan drug pricing legislation that had as co-leads Rashida Tlaib, a member of the squad, and James Comer, one of the top Republicans seeking to impeach Joe Biden last term. So if I can get one of the most progressive and one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress on complicated drug pricing policy, then certainly we can tackle the Affordable Care Act, we can tackle health savings accounts, we can address the structural drivers of high prices in U.S. health care piece by piece. But it requires coalition building and it requires deep policy work, not performance. And what Speaker Johnson is doing this week is performance. He is offering this health care vote as a way to try to provide some top cover for his members, but none of these bills address the near-in threat to Americans, which is their Affordable Care Act premiums are about to spike.
Spoke earlier today with your colleague from Montana, Troy Downing, a Republican, who explained to us what I just referred to, Congressman. He says it's too late already, that the horse is out of the barn. Here's how he put it.
A lot of the rhetoric that we see on social media from headlines from people pushing back is we have to do something or premiums are going up. Premiums already went up. The open enrollment period is over. Yeah. I mean, that's already baked in. This whole argument about if we don't do something by the 31st, then suddenly premiums are going to go up. Well, I'm going to tell you, if the enhanced premium tax credits, if the Obamacare tax credits expire, rates have gone up. If they get extended, rates have gone up. It's the same thing no matter what.
That would suggest that this scenario is unfixable, Congressman. Do you disagree?
What a compelling Republican message on health care. Hey, you don't like high prices? Well, too bad. They're here to stay. No, that's totally unacceptable. One, you can extend the open enrollment period and apply the enhanced premium tax credits to a longer open enrollment period. But more fundamentally, American health premiums are going up 10 to 15% year over year. It is suffocating the middle class. And Congress cannot simply throw up our hands and say, well, we tried, but we didn't have any success. No, we needed to do serious reforms on the drug pricing supply chain. We needed to demand transparency and more competition in hospital pricing. We need to empower patients and primary care physicians rather than insurance companies. There's a whole host of reforms, all of which can be bipartisan if we roll up our sleeves and get there. And again, I've done it on pharmacy benefit manager reform, but it requires good faith negotiating partners, not simply this defeatism being broadcast from Montana.
So just to extend that a little bit then, obviously the Senate's leaving town this week, so even if something succeeds in the House, it would likely have to be addressed following the 5th of January, right, once everybody comes back from that break. Could legislation be written that retroactively covers people back to the end of this year and also extends the enrollment period, the point that you just made, giving people more opportunity to realize what their new rates would be under the legislation and stay on their health care plan? Is that something that would require some sort of Christmas miracle?
Well, I don't know what you mean by retroactively cover people, because, I mean, obviously insurance is a prospective good, but you can certainly extend the open enrollment period, and you can, I mean, we're Congress, like we write the laws. We can write laws around the Affordable Care Act that does anything that we want it to do, but the most important thing that we want it to do is to extend the premium tax credits to give the middle class breathing room for a year. It is not saying that we shouldn't do reforms to the ACA. It's not saying that we're not open to other concepts, whether it's health savings accounts or association health plans that Republicans have been put forward, but they have to be enveloped within a broader baseline of everybody needs access to health insurance in this country. Because when that catastrophic event happens, whether it's cancer, whether it's a child born with a rare condition, now it's too late to get that insurance. And so it's a key commitment from Democrats to Americans that everyone needs that coverage up front so that you have the financial security that everyone deserves.
Well, when we talk about going over the cliff, how worried are you about people dropping off the rolls altogether, Congressman, as opposed to simply accepting those higher premiums until something could be done?
It's already happening. And that does two things. One, it takes a pool of people, and now they don't have health insurance. And as I said, that exposes them to catastrophic medical events that leads to bankruptcy. And health events are the number one driver of of bankruptcy in this country. Number two, it weakens the Affordable Care Act exchanges because it can create a spiral whereby there's adverse selection on those exchanges, meaning that the population that remains is sicker and sicker and sicker, which means their premiums go up and up and up. And so what we really need is to spin that flywheel in the other direction, where we are getting more and more people onto the Affordable Care Act exchanges. And again, there are good bipartisan ideas for how to do this. The individual contribution health retirement health reimbursement arrangements, for example, ICRAs, are a reasonable approach for doing that. I am happy to work on that with Republicans, but their proposal can't simply be, hey, we're going to take away the ACA and then trust that everybody will have enough money to have a health savings account and go buy health care when they need it. No, that's not insurance. That's not protection for people in their worst moments.
Well, this is going to be an interesting week in your chamber. Democratic Congressman Jake Auchincloss of Massachusetts. Congressman, it's good to see you. Welcome back to Bloomberg. Now to the ongoing manhunt in Providence, Rhode Island, that we've barely had a chance to refer to after the Brown University attack that left 2 killed and 9 others injured over the weekend. The town's mayor giving this update overnight.
Shortly, we will be releasing the person of interest who had been detained earlier today, and the Attorney General can speak a little bit about the rationale for that, but we want to inform the community that that individual will shortly be released from Providence Police.
And there is another briefing that's, in fact, underway right now in the city of Providence as authorities update matters. Let's go to World Headquarters in New York for the latest now from Bloomberg's Miles Miller. He's our senior national security reporter who's been, unfortunately, very busy over the past couple of days here. Miles, it was a striking moment when we saw once again the FBI provide a name that had to be taken back as a person of interest. Even the President of the United States had said on social media that someone was in custody. He was quick to throw, it appears, Providence police or campus police under the bus. Did the FBI play any role in this?
Yeah, the FBI was very crucial in providing the bodies needed to get this done, to figure out who this suspect is. And we'll get to the president's remarks in just a moment. But of course, as you said, officials in Providence and law enforcement are addressing reporters as we speak. Their search for the suspect who killed those 2 students on Saturday continues. They've enhanced their police presence there at Brown because this person is not in custody. What they've done is release grainy surveillance video depicting the suspect clad in all black walking down the street near campus. Now, police haven't recovered the gun used in this incident, and so law enforcement believes that person is still armed and dangerous. That person of interest who they detained on Sunday, whose name was out there because of leaks, has been released and cleared in the investigation. And the FBI telling Bloomberg tonight there was never a suspect identified, only a person of interest, and that people were spreading a bad narrative there. And if you go back and read the director's tweet, everything he said was factual. Well, the president echoing that, pointing the finger at Brown University, saying that their failure to quickly identify a suspect, and saying that the Bureau came in after the fact and that the FBI will do a good job. We'll see what happens with that.
Another story today. Apparently, the FBI has been rather busy here, Miles, as the Attorney General says federal agents were able to stop a planned New Year's Eve bombing campaign in Southern California. What do we know about this?
Yeah, so this was 4 people who were involved in this incident, and what they were planning to do was set off improvised explosive devices at various places in Southern California. They were able to get onto this because there were sources who tipped them off to some of this investigation. And what did they find? They went up in a surveillance plane. And when they got in that plane, they saw them, as you see in that video, setting up these improvised explosive devices in the desert, trying to detonate them. These would have been remotely controlled improvised explosive devices set to go off at the strike of midnight on New Year's Eve. This was a group of folks who call themselves anti-government. They were pro-Palestinian activists. And what we know from the government is that this is exactly the type of extremism that the president says he wants to get rid of in this country. They have their day in court later today.
A lot to talk about with Miles this evening. Bloomberg's Miles Miller, thank you so much for the great reporting. Coming up, President Trump is weighing his choice to lead the Fed, and we'll break down the latest details on the search. Coming up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
There's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew. Thanks for joining us. Wall Street is gearing up for a flurry of key economic data that will help shape the Fed's 2026 outlook. With stocks wavering today, for details, we turn to Power Moves with Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick, who joins us live from World Headquarters in New York. This is going to be a doozy, Romaine.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the setup this week is similar to what we had at the start of last week, Joe, where stocks were basically in a holding pattern, and for that matter, bonds as well, awaiting the big Fed decision last Wednesday. This time, it's a Jobs Tuesday that they're keeping an eye on here. And I'm just going to quote the head of fixed income for DWS Americas. He said, quote, "The single most important data point for next year is tomorrow's employment figures that come out. Employment figures that will largely include full releases for the month of November, a partial collection of data for the month of October. But the idea here that this is really going to shape the idea of where the labor market stands for a Fed that has become much more laser focused on the health of that labor market in determining whether they should cut rate next. Of course, the backdrop of all this are a lot of members on this committee right now who kind of feel that the Fed has actually been behind the curve. Stephen Myron, just a little bit earlier today, was an event in New York, Joe, and he talked about this idea that in his view, the inflation picture, that's benign. He thinks there's way too much focus on it, saying that he thinks that we'll see a more normalization of inflation when it comes to the rent side of the equation, as well as more of a normalization when it comes to the services side of the equation. The market's not quite buying that just yet, Joe. That's why you're not seeing a whole lot of activity in the pricing today, but that could change in a big way at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow when we start to get those data, when we start to get those numbers released.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot to talk about by this time tomorrow. Romaine Bostick, thank you so much. This conversation around the Fed comes as the president continues to mull over his choice as to who should be the next Fed chair. The Kevins, he said, Warsh or Hassett. With us now with more details on the search, Bloomberg's Christopher Condon. I guess more than a search, they're done with interviews at this point, right? What should the market be noticing about these two gentlemen that's different, if not just Hassett's closeness to the president?
Well, yeah, we can start with Hassett. A longtime Trump loyalist and expected to push a very dovish agenda. He's been with the president for quite a long time. He was CEA chair in the first administration, stuck with him in the intervening years. And he really hasn't, I don't recall him putting forth a major policy proposition that is out of line with the president's wishes. And so that causes some hesitancy in financial markets, for sure, where they want to see, if not hawkishness, at least a vigilance as regards inflation. Kevin Hassett is a curious second possible choice. He has always been hawkish. When he was a Fed governor, appointed by George W. Bush, he was always for higher interest rates than many of his colleagues, much more vigilant.
He's been talking a little bit differently these days.
Very different. He's made a curious switch now. But of course, the president has said he's not going to pick somebody who doesn't want to cut interest rates.
Christopher Condon knows this better than anyone else. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
There's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
This AI Expo is a great venue for you to meet important partners.
Macau is located in a hub of technology, so it's the perfect bridge for the Asia continent.
Macau can gather lots of talented people from in the Great Bay Area.
Macau is investing in tech companies.
And the regulation is very open. I'm very optimistic about the future of Macau in pushing forward of AI.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew. U.S. and Ukrainian negotiators emerging upbeat from peace talks in Berlin tackled some of the most difficult issues on ending Russia's war against Ukraine. The U.S. delegation describing the talks as positive said that consensus had been reached on an estimated 90% of outstanding issues. That, of course, leaves the hard stuff. President Trump commenting on the progress of the peace talks earlier today.
I think we're closer now, and they will tell you that they're closer now. We had numerous conversations with President Putin of Russia, and I think we're closer now than we have been ever.
Joining us now with her insights, Evelyn Farkas, Executive Director of the McCain Institute, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia and Ukraine in the Obama administration. It's great to see you, Evelyn. Pretty remarkable to see President Zelensky agree to another concession, in this case backing off his demand that Ukraine join NATO at some point in the years ahead. But we are still talking about security guarantees that could give Ukraine something to count on when it comes to protection by the U.S. and our European allies. Are we closer to a peace deal here or not?
I mean, Joe, it does feel like we're closer because we see the Ukrainians making, as you pointed out, increasing number of concessions. And, you know, taking the NATO membership off the table is a huge security guarantee option that they now no longer have, which is why, of course, they're looking for an Article 5 type guarantee from the United States, a bilateral guarantee, since they can't get the multilateral one. But I'm afraid we don't know what the Russian side is saying or planning. And there I'm a little more skeptical. Even if they agree to continue the talks or to a ceasefire, the Russians seem adamant at keeping or actually getting control of territory that they don't even have troops on. They're still talking their maximalist goals, Joe.
Has Russia made a single concession in these talks since they have begun?
No, not a single one. And, you know, I'm reading some of the reporting, and it sounds like there may be additional concessions that are being discussed, like sharing, you know, Russia and Ukraine sharing control over the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. I mean, these are huge things that Ukraine is discussing and potentially forfeiting. And they were, let's not forget, they were the victims here. Russia engaged in an aggressive human rights bashing, you know, war of rape and torture and kidnapping of children and bombing of civilian, you know, infrastructure and buildings and people, which is still ongoing. And they're getting rewarded, it looks like, Joe. So, you know, I'm a little bit nervous here, although I am glad that these talks seem very serious.
Well, that is true. And I guess I wonder where you think Zelensky's own psyche is at this point. He's speaking more like he wants a deal. He's also looking at a peace plan that many thought would be a non-starter for him when it comes to giving up territory, for instance. When you take NATO off the table here, when you consider his offer of holding presidential elections, he's moving himself here, isn't he? How badly does Zelensky want to have a deal?
Well, Joe, we know that Zelensky wants this war to end incredibly badly. Probably he wants to see his family. Probably he wants to get a good night's sleep. I'm sure that, you know, he wants the killing to end. He wants this war to end. He didn't even, you know, he didn't plan for this war. He was actually sworn in as a president in 2019 that would fight corruption and bring the war to an end. And all the Russians did was escalate and make the war even more brutal and painful for civilians mostly. So, you know, he definitely wants the war to end. And this is a test. He's testing, frankly, the United States. He's testing our president. You know, can you make a fair peace for me or not? If it's not a fair peace, then that tells you that it's not going to be likely a lasting peace, because Russia needs to be prevented through security guarantees and, you know, from holding on to any of Ukraine, holding control of Ukraine's sovereignty. The other part of it, Joe, is that if Russia is rewarded and there's no price to be paid for these human rights violations, it will only embolden other countries to use the same brutal means that Russia has used. And that, of course, puts all of us in danger.
I want to ask you about this concept of replacing a NATO membership with a sort of equivalent Article 5 agreement with the U.S. or with other allies, presumably as part of a security guarantee. I talked to Heather Conley about this, a non-resident senior fellow at the American Enterprise, on the early edition of Balance of Power. Here's what she had to say.
The U.S. would have to have those security guarantees. There's some rumors coming out of Berlin that the administration would submit these security guarantees for Senate ratification, almost like a treaty, like we would do to amend the NATO treaty. That would be important. But yes, Europe has to be part of this as well. And the Ukrainians have negotiated bilateral security guarantees with those countries. But the question, Joe, is when they're tested, will we apply military power against Russian forces? Again, when they violate this peace deal.
Is this a viable offer for Ukraine, Evelyn?
So I agree with what Heather is saying there. The reality is President Trump is probably the only, you know, president in recent history who can get a treaty through the U.S. Congress, this particular Senate, which, you know, it requires 2/3 ratification. And if it's done as a treaty, then it is binding on the United States to defend Ukraine. Unlike the Budapest Memorandum, which was a political document, it wasn't binding. And so when the Russians invaded in 2014, we just provided assistance from the sidelines. This agreement would mean we'd have to fight Russia. The problem with it is that I'm not sure whether this executive branch would take action. And Congress alone cannot force the government to, you know, make good by its word, make good by the treaty. So I'm a little bit concerned also because President Trump apparently said this is a limited time offer, as if it's like a consumer good or something. If we're really serious about peace in Ukraine, it should not be a limited time offer. And, you know, we should be willing to stick by it. It's a very serious offer.
Well, with all of that said, you know, one thing that's not been reported on very much, Evelyn, in the NDAA that is making its way through Congress right now. It passed the House. It's going to the Senate this week. This is the must pass, as it's referred to, National Defense Authorization. It has $400 million for support for Ukraine. This is something that actually surprised me, and it's interesting that we're not hearing any Republican members of the House talk about it who are concerned about continuing this investment in what they see as another forever war, in this case with Russia. Do you know what that money would go to, if this is intelligence sharing, other logistics, or actual military hardware?
I confess I haven't looked at the National Defense Authorization Act, although I was a staffer for almost a decade on that committee. So I should have looked at it. I will tell you, though, that it is significant for political reasons, as you said. It demonstrates bipartisan support for Ukraine. That has not changed. Yes, there may be one or two, you know, senators and one or two House members, a small faction of House members, who are opposed to providing assistance directly to Ukraine. But this is significant. And since it's the Armed Services Committee, I imagine it's to buy weapons for Ukraine through the Europeans. So this is significant because, again, this time we would, sorry, not through the Europeans, we would be paying for it. So that is significant.
It's good to have you back, Evelyn, as always. Executive Director of the McCain Institute, we thank you for being with us. Evelyn Farkas on Bloomberg TV and radio. We'll continue our conversation with the big stories gripping Washington here when our political panel convenes up ahead. First, some of the stories that we are watching in today's Power Brief. First, leadership at consulting giant McKinsey discussing cutting about 10% of jobs internally across non-client-facing departments, which could amount to thousands of layoffs the next 2 years. Exclusive reporting by Bloomberg detailing how the firm's revenue growth has effectively flatlined in the past 5 years, leading to a reset after rapid hiring over the prior decade. This comes after the company's push to eliminate about 1,400 jobs in 2023 under the internal codename Project Magnolia. McKinsey does still plan to hire more consultants as cuts are made to support functions, according to people familiar with the matter. Ford Motor Company says it'll take $19.5 billion in charges tied to a sweeping overhaul of its electric vehicle business after struggling for years to make it profitable. The majority of the charges will come in the fourth quarter, Ford said Monday in a statement. As part of the strategic shift, the automaker is canceling a planned electric F-Series truck, shifting production toward gas and hybrid vehicles, and repurposing an EV battery plant. Ford CEO Jim Farley telling our own Romaine Bostick in a Bloomberg interview, quote, "It didn't make sense to keep plowing billions into products that we knew would not make money. We had to make this choice," unquote. Speaking as well today with Bloomberg's Matt Miller. And far-right candidate Jose Antonio Cast won the Chilean presidency in a landslide victory last evening, sweeping all 16 regions of Chile and driving the country to its most dramatic shift to the right in decades. Cast will take office March 11th and is vowing to crack down on immigration, crime, taxes, and government spending, saying in his acceptance speech, Chile will again be free of crime, free of anguish, free of fear. Coming up, a live report from Australia following this weekend's deadly terror attack that left 16 people dead after gunmen opened fire on a Hanukkah celebration at the iconic Bondi Beach. That update next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
There's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
What we saw yesterday was an act of pure evil, an act of anti-Semitism, an act of terrorism on our shores in an iconic Australian location, Bondi Beach, that is associated with joy, associated with families gathering, associated with celebrations. And it is forever tarnished by what has occurred last evening.
It's Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew. That was Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese condemning the deadly Bondi Beach Hanukkah terror attack over the weekend that left at least 15 people and the gunman dead. The attack marks Australia's worst terror attack, and Albanese described the incident, as you just heard, as an act of evil, anti-Semitism. Joining us now with the latest developments here from the ground in Sydney itself is Bloomberg's Paul Allen. Paul, what are the next stages of this investigation?
Well, the investigation's still ongoing, and we are getting details. The latest details are the police are now investigating a trip to the Philippines that were made by this father and son duo. You mentioned the father, Sajid Akram, shot dead by police. The other gunman was his son, 24-year-old Nazim Akram. He's in critical condition in hospital, but is expected to survive to face charges. But police now probing this trip that the pair took to the Philippines last year. And the Philippines, the southern area of which is known to be the home of Islamic State in East Asia, that group very active there. And an Islamic State flag was also found in the car that the pair took to the scene. Now at the scene, meanwhile, mourners continue to gather. There is a large and growing floral tribute there as well. It's a very, very busy area down there, particularly at this time of year. We're coming into summer in Australia, of course, but there is an eerie and mournful silence at Bondi Beach at the moment. People are gathering, but nobody is talking. They're just there to lay flowers and pay their respects. But eventually this sense of shock is giving way, well, we're seeing it already, giving way to questions of how this could happen.
Yeah. Paul, Albanese was quick to suggest a review of gun laws in Australia. What will be the government or legislative answer to this?
Yeah, there's a popular misconception, particularly in the US, that it's illegal to own a gun in Australia. That's not correct. You can legally own a gun in Australia. And Sajid Akram, the deceased gunman, legally owned 6 guns. He was a member of a gun club. He held a license, so he was following all the rules. Police have recovered all 6 weapons. So in terms of tightening the laws, Anthony Albanese says perhaps there should be a limit on the number of firearms any individual should own, and perhaps also a review of an individual's gun license every few years, because people's circumstances change. And in respect of that, his son, 24-year-old Nazim Akram, was investigated by ASIO, the spy agency, back in 2019 for alleged links to Islamic State. And that investigation was precipitated by 2 of his associates being jailed for links also. So you'd like to think that had police known that and had stricter gun laws been in place, perhaps Sajid Akram would not have had access to those weapons. But the idea of tightening gun laws, very widely supported. State and federal leaders are ready to act on that very, very quickly.
Really interesting. Paul, thank you. Bloomberg's Paul Allen reporting live from Sydney. Joining us now with their reaction to all the events of the weekend into this day, this evening's political panel, Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital, and Democratic analyst Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, Democracy Visiting Fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. It's great to see you both, and I'd love to just go to the 3,000-foot level with the two of you, if I could here, because a lot of Americans woke up this morning having been involved in their lives or taking care of holiday stuff over the weekend, woke up to a lot of these headlines, or certainly read more deeply into them. And we add, of course, the manhunt in Providence, Rhode Island, the shooting that we saw at Brown University, 2 dead. And then, of course, the murder of Rob Reiner and his wife. Rick Davis, this is a time where the American electorate can feel great exhaustion going through a series of shocking stories like these, and maybe they hit home for some folks, and it usually calls on a leader to try to deliver some words, to try to direct people through this time. It's the first day of Hanukkah, my God. And the President of the United States decided to double down on his derision of the Reiner family. If not the President, who?
Yeah, the level of tone deafness from President Trump's comments related to the Reiner murders kind of betrays where the country is. I mean, we just went through a very tumultuous year, fighting in Ukraine, fighting in Israel, anti-Semitism at home, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Those were all things that could bring a country together, right? Overcoming adversity is a unique and I think really powerful characteristic of the American people. And but we don't have a president that sort of, I think, embraces that. It was very loud, his sorrow over the assassination of Charlie Kirk and the demand that everybody respect that. But that's got to go for everybody. And if it does, then it's a powerful tool that the president uses it as bully pulpit to bring the country together. But today we didn't see that.
Yeah. I don't know what the fallout is here, politically speaking, Jeannie, but emotionally speaking, a lot of people are not only exhausted, but they feel insecure when you go through a number of events like this in a short period of time. You add the layer of the holidays. What was the president thinking when he posted that?
Yeah, I mean, it is utterly disgraceful. And you juxtapose the president's statement after the horrific murders of Rob Reiner and his wife at the hands of their son, who apparently has some issues with mental health and addiction. And you juxtapose that with what Rob Reiner himself said on Piers Morgan right after the horrific assassination of Charlie Kirk, in which Rob Reiner showed Donald Trump and everybody else how you respond to the horrific assassination and killing of somebody you may happen to disagree with politically. He did it in a dignified manner, and that is completely missing from the president. That's not a surprise anymore to us. What is a surprise to a certain extent for me is that very few Republicans have come out and really spoken out against what the president said. We've had the usual suspects, Tom Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, but most Republican leaders have been silent. And that is what is so frustrating, as have other people in the White House. And so here we sit with a president who would say something that disgraceful about somebody who has been assassinated, killed, murdered by his own child and his wife.
He said it was reportedly due, the murder, this was this morning, by the way, before the Reiner's son was taken into custody, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome. He was asked about that post in the Oval Office when reporters joined him a short time ago. Let's listen.
I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was a deranged person as far as Trump is concerned. He said he knew it was false. In fact, it's the exact opposite, that I was a friend of Russia, controlled by Russia. You know, it was the Russia hoax. He was one of the people behind it. I think he hurt himself in career-wise. He became like a deranged person, Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad for our country.
Doubling down in the Oval Office. Rick, to Jeannie's point, we heard from Marjorie Taylor Greene, called the murders a family tragedy, not about politics or political enemies. Mike Lawler, Republican from New York, the statement is wrong. Even former Trump lawyer Jenna Ellis raising some eyebrows. A man and his wife were murdered last night. This is not the appropriate response. I'm not sure there are any others to follow here. Do you expect, as Jeannie said, that Republican leadership weighs in, or do they know how short Americans' collective memory is, and tomorrow the news cycle will bring us to something else?
I don't think it's so much about the short memory of the American electorate. I think it has a lot to do with trying to find a way through this administration without yourself getting into the barrel. You know, they used to have a saying in politics that, you know, it's your time in the barrel.
Yeah.
And I know that there are a lot of members of Congress who spend a decent amount of time figuring out how to avoid the barrel as it relates to President Trump. And this is a good example that it really is about Donald Trump to Donald Trump. And when you start talking about yourself in the third person, that's never a good thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an unfortunate thing. It's not what I think we expect out of our leadership. And yet I do think voters remember that. And there's a reason why in the first 10, 11 months of this administration, Donald Trump's approval ratings have substantially decreased, because it's the cumulative effect of days like today. And I think that I was talking to a well-known Republican consultant today about this, and he said that at this rate, Donald Trump's approval rating will be in the teens by the time his administration's over. I mean, like, that is what happens to you if you are using opportunities like this to divide instead of unify.
Is that how you see it, Jeannie? Because a lot of folks think Donald Trump can say anything he wants and get reelected, but of course he's not going to be on the ballot in the midterms.
He's not. And even over the weekend, he said his party could lose the House in the midterms. I do think he may continue to go down, and likely will. And the problem for the president is he has never been particularly popular from a personal perspective. He's, you know, maintained about his 30, 32%, 33%. The problem for him is that he is now losing support when it comes to two things that he was actually people were following him on, which was the economy and immigration. And that for him is a real problem. And I think that's also got people on edge as he continues to drop support on the economy and immigration. What is he going to do next to try to revive his presidency less than a year in? We've got Friday the Epstein files coming out. We've got people who are saying, are we looking at a wag the dog scenario with this president? It is very, very concerning for people, as you called it, Joe, at an uncertain time in the country, what the president is going to do next, as he knows firsthand, looking at the polls, he is losing support amongst his own base on issues that they care about.
You talk about being on the barrel, Rick. At what point, when you look at the calendar between now and next November, do Republican members, specifically in the House, start putting their own fortunes ahead of their relationship with Donald Trump?
Well, I think you see that now.
Yeah,
I think there's a real trend going. The numbers in the last few elections, especially in the first Tuesday in November, have been very stark to Republicans who are up for re-election this cycle, both governors, senators, and congressmen, that they cannot rely upon the voters who came out for Donald Trump to come out for them. And so that fear is, I think, starting to seep its way into their campaigns, where they're starting to find a set of issues. And that is one of the reasons why they're very concerned about this health care debate, because right now that is one of the issues that are facing them right away.
With 5 legislative days to go, more like 4 at this point, we'll be in touch with our great panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, as we head for the deadline on Obamacare subsidies expiring. Read more about that in the Washington Edition newsletter, on the terminal and online. And we'll meet you back here tomorrow on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
these gun laws?
Good morning to you, Francine. So Prime Minister Anthony Albanese held an emergency meeting with the state and national leaders, and they have agreed to strengthen gun laws in the country. And remember, Australian gun laws are already really strong, and it's really difficult to acquire firearms in this country, but they are going a step ahead. And the cabinet has tasked police ministers and attorney general to explore options, including caps on the number of firearms that people can hold, limits on open-ended licenses as well, because one of the shooters has had licenses for almost a decade. And Albanese pointed out during one of the press conferences earlier in the day that circumstances could change, people could get radicalized over a period of time or have any other issues which could prompt them to become violent. And so there should be a limit on open-ended licenses. And then there are also stricter rules on the types of guns and modifications, as well as a requirement that license holders should be Australian citizens. So these are being considered at the moment, and it looks like it will have the support of all parties necessary to get through as well.
Swati, a bystander is also being hailed a hero after tackling one of the gunmen. What more do we know?
Yes, that is being celebrated across the country, and the gunman is being seen as the bystander has been seen as a hero. He is identified as this 43-year-old man who owns a tobacco shop named Ahmad Al-Ahmad. And it was really heroic. And the Premier of New South Wales State, home of Sydney, he said without this man, there would have been more lives lost. Unfortunately, he took 2 gun wounds as well, and he's in the hospital at the moment. Earlier, Donald Trump, US President, he mentioned this man as well and hailed his heroism. Billionaire Bill Ackman mentioned how there should be rewards given to community heroes like this, and he in fact donated $99,000 to a GoFundMe page for crowdfunding, and the money would go to Ahmad. And last when I checked, that FundMe page had more than $775,000 that was raised. So yes, it is seen as one bright spot in this really dark moment. And it's really unfortunate that something like this has happened at this time of the year when people are thinking about holidaying, spending time with their family. And so it was really courageous that this man came before the police arrived and prevented some of the damage at least.
Swati, thank you. Swati Pandey there. And as Swati was reporting, there were 2 gunmen involved in the attack, a father and a son. Now, in the U.S., police have released a person of interest after a shooting at Brown University in which 2 people were killed and 9 were wounded. All students have been sent home and final exams have been called off. The shooting took place in a classroom in the engineering building at the Providence, Rhode Island campus on Saturday. Now to other matters, and of course we continue looking at the markets, where this week we'll see a flurry of U.S. data, including CPI, non-farm payrolls, and retail sales numbers. Those come along with decisions from the Bank of England, the ECB, and the Bank of Japan. With us now, Laura Cooper, global investment strategist and head of macro credit at Nuveen, and David Powell of Bloomberg Economics. It's the last stretch of course, 2025, the only full week, but there's absolutely 100% a lot going on. Thank you both for joining us. Laura, what are you looking out for this week? I mean, we have a number of central banks, but it's also really trying to guess what happens in 2026 with the Fed.
And I think really the central banks will likely take the attention this week. I mean, my focus is on the Bank of Japan in particular. Mm-hmm. We have seen the significant rates repricing across G10. Japan has really been a key kind of driver of that. And even though we're seeing that rate hike already priced in, I think guidance will be crucial. Are they going to assess that they don't no longer need to take that gradual stance? And what does that mean? Is that a quarterly pace of hikes from here? I think that's probably going to draw the most attention relative to the BOE BOE and the ECB. And I think the Fed, the data is a bit more of that backwards-looking gauge at this stage.
Yeah, and David, when you look at the Bank of Japan, I mean, there was just a lot there in the last couple of weeks, right? A little bit of anxiousness as there were leaks that then had to be, I guess, confirmed by the Bank of Japan.
Yeah, there's lots been going on, but as we've just heard, they in all likelihood will hike this week, given the strength of inflation there, and also the ease and uncertainty related to trade, the trade stance with the United States at the moment, and they're really kind of bucking the trend globally. There's very few other central banks are hiking right now. Most of them will be easing in 2026, but there's a different story in Japan.
Yeah, I mean, this is a concern, right? That actually it's really difficult going against the grain.
Well, I think the really interesting dynamic we've seen in markets is just the extent we've seen from easing expectations for 2026 now towards tightening expectations. If we look at kind of Australia, Canada, if we look at the ECB, markets are starting to position not just for the end of those easing cycles, but the resumption of those hiking cycles. Now, some of that is warranted based on fundamentals. I would argue Australia, certainly, and even the ECB, we've been a bit of an outlier in expecting a rate hike in the latter part of next year. But again, I think there's just so much uncertainty. Some of that is year-end liquidity issues. I think that's going to drive some more volatility.
Okay, more volatility to come. What can we expect from the BOE? I know they hate talking about the terminal rate, David.
Well, what we can expect is a rate cut. That's our call this week, and then we can expect probably one more next year, which would basically bring the terminal rate to 3.5. Which is kind of broadly seen as a neutral rate for the BOE. So we've got a bit more easing there, unlike the ECB, where they're probably close to the end already, or if not at the end, actually. And markets, as we just heard, are toying with the idea of hikes, particularly after some very hawkish words from the executive board member, Isabel Schnabel, last week, which encouraged a lot of dialogue and market pricing in that direction.
Laura, when you look at the Bank of England, I mean, again, it does seem to be, I guess, a more complex situation because some of the domestic pressures, but also there's just a sticky inflation, and the votes are so close that you kind of wonder what 2026 brings.
Yeah, and I mean, our view is that we expect they're going to have to take a more aggressive easing stance, and that's largely predicated on, yes, services inflation still remains sticky, but it is coming down. We're seeing some signs of labor market deterioration. Just looking at that vacancy to unemployment rate is deteriorating. That suggests we're going to see some softness in wages that can spill into services. And I think overall, yes, the budget was kind of this risk-clearing event, but we still have a fiscal drag of about 1.5 percentage points over the next 2 years. So all of that together suggests, we could have about 3 Bank of England rate cuts until the end of the cycle. And we do expect Governor Bailey will be firmly in that rate cutting camp, shifting towards maybe a 5-4 vote this time. So still quite divisive. But I think overall we're leaning towards that. And I think that does open attractive opportunities in gilts as well.
I was going to ask you about gilts. So first of all, you see the terminal rate at 3.25.
Yes.
I mean, we've tried to ask any really Bank of England MPC member where they see it going. Why 3.25, and what does it mean for gilts?
Well, I think, ultimately, at this stage, we have seen gilts caught up in the global rate sell-off. So it's been a very difficult trade to extend duration in the UK. But I think the fundamentals still justify a lower 10-year yield. But we're positioning now more in towards the belly of the curve. I think the risk-reward profile is better in terms of, scope for more easing to be priced in, but as well not getting caught up in some of that global rates repricing, particularly looking at boons and treasuries, which we think will be much more volatile and stickier at higher yield levels next year.
And then the ECB, I mean, Isabel Schnabel kind of, gave Bloomberg an interview saying there's 3 words. And the market is kind of like, no way, we don't know when a hike will happen. What do you see it happening, David? Is it kind of steady as she goes until the last quarter of next year for the European Central Bank? We don't think the ECB will be hiking at all next year. I think they'll remain on hold for the foreseeable future. In fact, we actually see downside risks for more easing next year. That's not our core scenario, but we think that's how the risks are skewed, because the full impact of the rise in U.S. tariffs will only be felt with time in the euro area, and the ECB will probably struggle to meet its inflation target. We'll be getting updated forecasts from the ECB staff economists this week, and we already know from September that those
projection showed inflation below the 2% target for the next couple of years, and we'll probably see that again. And the rise in U.S. tariffs, the lower demand for European exports will only make that problem worse. So we're firmly in the camp of no hikes for the ECB in next year, despite Isabel Schnapp's warnings. And by the way, she didn't give a time. She didn't say she looks for it next year.
Or the next move is a hike, which could be long into the future.
Yeah, if you look at what's being priced in the market, there's a little bit, a few basis points priced in for next year, but not even a full 25 basis points. So the market's not really expecting that. What she was referring to in that interview that she gave to Bloomberg and Market Expectations, if you look further out on the curve, there are hikes being priced in kind of over a 2-3 year horizon.
Laura, what does it mean for where you want to be invested in Europe? Bonds, I guess, look less attractive than other European bonds.
I think that we're seeing a structural shift in terms of European assets because of the fiscal stimulus dynamics that is underpinning our constructive view for Europe next year. So we think that German 10-year should be trading above 3%. I mean, we are seeing more of that seasonal factors driving the underperformance this quarter. I mean, 8 out of the past 10 Decembers, we've seen bonds underperform. And then we also have that very strong January technical headwind around supply. So we struggle to see opportunities in extending duration, certainly in German bonds. I think the periphery is much more attractive from a carry perspective. And then looking at European investment grade credit, I think, is really where you're seeing better risk return rather than taking that government debt exposure.
Laura, how much of 2026 will just be focused on AI valuations and whether they're too lofty?
I think it's going to continue to be that key question. Are we seeing the makings of that AI bubble persist? I think at this juncture, we're still leaning into U.S. large cap stocks. The earnings are quite robust. U.S. equity performance is all about U.S. earnings. We look at expectations for earnings about 10 to 12%. That's not necessarily a significantly high bar, I think, to surpass. So still remain constructive. And if we think about the U.S., we're going to have ample fiscal stimulus come through. We're going to have that AI tech investment. AI investment has already added 1/5 to the U.S. economy this year. And then if we think about the resiliency of consumption, we have tax rebates coming through. We have likely tariff clarity that's going to boost real wages. This is really a dynamic next year where I struggle to be kind of bearish on the U.S. equity market, even though there are certainly pockets of risk.
So interesting. Thank you both for joining us. David Powell, Senior Euro Area Economist at Bloomberg Economics, and Laura Cooper, Global Investment Strategist at Nuveen. He's been very generous with her time, actually, so we hope we see even more of you in 2026. Coming up, Ukraine and the U.S. are holding a second day of talks in Berlin on a plan to end the war with Russia. More on that story next with Amundi Investment Institute's Anna Rosenberg. This is Bloomberg. Are holding talks and
there's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
Berlin on a peace plan to end Russia's invasion. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has signaled Kyiv could accept security guarantees from the U.S. and Europe in place of its long-term goal of joining NATO. Well, with us now is Oliver Crook, Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent. Ollie, so walk us through the latest comments by Zelensky that seem like a big deal, which come ahead of more talks today.
That's right. And they come around the talks that happened yesterday in Berlin, which were attended by Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and Volodymyr Zelensky, speaking in Berlin yesterday for 5 hours. We should say that it was a significant and I think meaningful fact that there was a U.S. delegation actually attending those meetings yesterday and today. You'll remember going into the weekend, President Trump suggested that really he would only send a U.S. delegation if he thought that any forward progress could be made concretely. Those talks yesterday lasted about 5 hours, and the U.S. said that they were very pleased with it. They said that a lot of progress had been made. The comments that we're focusing on today are the ones of Volodymyr Zelensky, suggesting that basically they could very openly basically withdraw their ambition in some way, scale it back, of joining NATO, which of course for the Ukrainian perspective is seen as one of the only ways to secure no further invasion or future invasion by the Russians at Article 5, with an Article 5-like guarantee from the United States and the Europeans. That being said, anything that approaches Article 5 is going to be a problem from the Russian perspective, and we've not yet heard their perspective on some of the latest proposals that we've been hearing from this 20-point plan as it evolves. We should say that now the conversation will evolve today in Berlin, where you have 10 European leaders. You'll have Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO. You'll have Ursula von der Leyen there as well today to have those discussions. But really, Francine, I think the most significant thing out of Europe this week is that EU leaders meeting that begins on Thursday. And I have to say, as of Monday, as of today, looking 3 or 4 days ahead of this meeting, I still find it very difficult to see whether or not the European leaders will move on those Russian assets, which is absolutely key in terms of funding the war in Ukraine for the next couple of years. That is, I think, still an open question, something that Kaja Kallas, the High Representative, going into a meeting today said it's getting more difficult to see if there is actually consensus there.
Ollie, thanks so much. Oliver Crook there, Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent now. Let's also bring Anna Rosenberg, head of geopolitics at the Amundi Investment Institute. Anna, thank you for joining us. And of course, Russia is not present at the Berlin talks, and Vladimir Putin seems also to be showing no signs of pulling back from his maximalist demands in Ukraine, including on territory. So what are the chances of these negotiations actually, leading to something meaningful?
So I think what we're seeing right now is Europe trying to reinsert themselves into this equation more strongly, to the degree that they are trying to put the European position, Ukrainian position on paper much more strongly than what we saw in the original plan. That's what we're seeing. The other thing that we're seeing is Ukraine being very open to try and achieve a ceasefire, to keep the U.S. happy. So that's what's going on right now. I don't think we're really talking about the end of the war yet. We're seeing a realignment of positions and Ukraine trying not to lose the U.S. And this is what's going to dominate the week. I think it's early to say that this is going to lead to a breakthrough. The ultimate sticking points are the same. The security guarantees are critical for Ukraine, are a problem for Russia. Russia wants to see the capitulation of Ukraine as a sovereign state. And I think it's quite unlikely that they will agree to anything that prevents that from happening in the future. So,
and do you think that can there be elections in Ukraine? Like proper elections?
There could be elections once they agree on it, but you need preparation time. It's going to take a couple of months. You need security, and that is an opportunity to gain time for Zelensky as well, and to get security guarantees through the back door, and to actually achieve a ceasefire through the back door too. So we have seen Zelensky giving a lot. Giving up on NATO membership, which was never realistic in the first place. Now floating a referendum or elections to try and buy time, really, and to show that the US, we're serious about this. Stay on our side.
What do you think the U.S. will be happy with at the moment? I mean, this feels like actually placating the U.S. president so that he continues giving his support to Ukraine.
I think the U.S. wants to see territorial concessions. They want to see movement on the Ukrainian side. They want to see that things are progressing into the direction of the ceasefire. The issue is not the US, it's not the Europeans, it's not Ukraine. The issue remains Russia. They are holding the card. So I think what's happening at the moment is that we're seeing unity around a US, Ukrainian, European position emerging. And that in essence brings us closer, because then there is a common ground for talks that the West, if you will, represent. The question is, what does Russia do next? And for Russia, this is going very well, because what Russia wants to see is a divided West. Russia wants to see Ukraine giving up already on its key demands without doing very much, without compromising. So we are likely going to get to a point where Russia says, okay, this is good, but it's not good enough. I need to see more. And then we could see another pivot where the US says, okay, Russia, we've given you what you wanted. You are not doing this. I'm afraid we have to ratchet up sanctions again. So this is still early, and as of now, I think a ceasefire is not the base case.
Despite what happens in Ukraine in the shorter term, how do you think this war will have changed Europe?
Well, it's changed Europe quite a lot. For one, it's become clear that Europe doesn't really have a lot of geopolitical power in this world, because in this kind of multipolar world, what counts is that you have military might, ideally in the form of nuclear weapons, that you have natural resources that someone else depends on, food, energy, rare earths, for example, and that you have a lot of partnerships. That's something that Europeans have. We have seen Germany, ironically, once again being the country that is creating a massive military muscle. You know, history is ironic sometimes, where the rest of the European countries don't have the finances to spend on defense. This is going to change Europe quite significantly, where Germany is once again becoming a more important player. There's a realization that they need to emancipate themselves from the US military umbrella as well. This is going to take time, but it's likely going to accelerate from here. So Europe has to move from an economic union towards a more geopolitical union. Yeah. I think that despite the divisions, we have seen a lot of coherence, very little divisions actually, in managing Trump. So far, the European nation states have realized that they need each other in this geopolitical divided world.
And is there actually recognition when European leaders listen to the White House say that it's, you know, a decaying continent with decaying leaders, that they need to step up?
I think there is a recognition. It's not news, right? We have seen the Draghi report, etc., about the challenges that Europe faces. The problem is that leaders are facing a lot of political constraints, and they're not moving fast enough, and they're not being bold enough and creative enough. And oftentimes you see that the political debate is dominated by very local issues, and that there is not a lot of honesty with the public, and that is overall holding the continent back in being bolder and more innovative. They get that, but as usual with the European Union, it takes time to get there. And the political constraint is an issue. Yeah.
Do you worry about these political constraints into 2026?
Yes, I worry about it. I think that there's a lot to worry about, but overall we shouldn't underestimate what has already happened. And what has already happened is that the EU has stayed remarkably consistent and united. They've managed to manage Trump. We're talking a lot about the US national security strategy, but actually the important sentence in that strategy has been that Europe remains a very important strategic ally for the US. They can't afford to drop Europe. So they've moved last week on freezing the assets for good. Mm-hmm. That is a big issue. And there has been quite a lot of consistency. So I think that overall there has been positive progress too. We are now talking more seriously about the capital markets union again in Germany. Yeah. Again, difficult. We all know that. But I think we shouldn't underestimate the kind of progress that has been made.
We also saw in the last couple of weeks, which I thought was very striking, actually, Vladimir Putin being embraced by certain leaders across the world. Was that unexpected?
Not really. I mean, now we are in a multipolar world where everyone is trying to get the most out of it for themselves. And many countries realize that the more relationships they have with more powerful countries, that the stronger their own position is. And that is, in essence, the effect of multipolarity. So I'm not surprised by this. And if there is a ceasefire, Russia will likely be reintegrated into the global economy to a certain degree. And that is realpolitik.
Anna, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. Anna Rosenberg with some really smart thoughts on the future of Europe and, of course, what's going on between Ukraine and Russia. She is head of geopolitics at the Amundi Investment Institute. Coming up, private credit and potential bankruptcies. We discuss the outlook for financial distress and restructuring with David Morris from FTI Consulting. This is Bloomberg.
There's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francie Lacqua here in London, and these are your top stories. Australia's Prime Minister says the country will seek to strengthen gun laws after 16 people were killed in a terror attack targeting members of the Jewish community on Bondi Beach. Ukraine and the U.S. are due to hold a second day of talks in Berlin on a plan aimed at ending Russia's war This as President Zelensky is set to meet European leaders today for a major summit. And a big week for investors in the last full trading week of the year, with key central bank decisions and inflation and jobs data from the U.S. Now, we've spoken a lot recently about potential cracks in the private credit markets as debt-laden companies such as First Brands and Tricolor have declared bankruptcy. But what happens after a company declares bankruptcy as investors scramble to salvage what's left? Well, with us now is David Morris. He's head of UK restructuring at FTI Consulting. David, thank you so much for being with us. We're seeing a lot of distress in highly cyclical industries. Chemical companies in Europe seem to be particularly vulnerable to U.S. tariffs. What are you worried about?
Yeah, well, look, we've certainly seen a pickup in restructuring activity and financial underperformance during 2025, particularly in the second half. So I am concerned that we're going to see a continuation of that trend as we go into 26. And look, you've touched on a couple of sectors there. We're seeing it across a broad range of sectors. So industrials, particularly chemicals, Western Europe, with the demand and the global supply dynamics, business services as people look to cut costs, and also consumer businesses as real disposable income has been really hit over the last few years.
But what is the concern? Is it U.S. tariffs? Is it also China cheap imports? And again, how are companies just reacting to some of these issues?
Well, look, I think the concern is, really a softness of demand whilst costs are increasing from inflation pressures. And that softness of demand, yes, there is something about supply and demand turmoil due to tariffs, but there's also geopolitical instability. The market's been volatile. In the UK more recently, people have been worried about the budget. So there's a whole combination of compounding factors. Now, what are companies doing about it? Well, look, there's been a practice of maybe trying to prolong the restructuring activity and trying to buy time. So we've seen a lot of businesses embark on liability management exercises, LMEs. We've seen people seek amendments in their debt documents, raising sort of emergency turnaround capital, and managing their businesses for cash. And they have all been designed to move the event to a better future. And that better future hasn't necessarily come. Demand is still soft, interest rates are still high.
David, when you look at UK retail, hospitality and catering, it's just been a really tough business.
Yes.
Leon recently went bust despite it being full, as far as I can tell, all the time around here. Are things going to get worse before they get better?
Look, I mean, we're in the golden quarter right now for many of those businesses in terms of consumer-facing businesses, retail, hospitality. But what is certain is the consumer is really stretched at the moment in the UK. Cost of living is expensive. People are spending less. They're being more discretionary where they make that spend. So unfortunately, I do think as we come out of the seasonal period, we will see some more stress and some more failures or financial restructurings in that space.
In that space and others, or are there specific, if not company, like really specific sectors or bits of businesses that you worry about?
Well, I think any big-ticket discretionary items is obviously more vulnerable. Hospitality, non-essential spend is really where we're going to see the pain. And look, as in terms of our business, people talk about the K-shaped economy. If you apply that concept to the markets, we're dealing with the businesses at the intersection of the legs on the K and the downward leg. So we're looking at the bottom half, the lower quartile of businesses. So there will be winners, but those more challenging businesses are facing a lot of headwinds at the moment.
Any other sectors that we should worry about?
Look, I mentioned business services. So one of the things we're seeing at the moment, as businesses realise that there's probably not going to be near-term growth, they're starting to take action. They're starting to take cost out. A lot of those costs within a corporate B2B environment are business services. So we're starting to see business services, post flat or even lower revenue as demand comes off.
If you look at private credit, it's facing its first, big down cycle.
Yeah.
Again, what happens there? Because it's inevitable that things are going to go into distress or that there's going to be a restructuring situation. But how's the industry preparing for it?
Yeah, well, look, I think it's interesting. You're already seeing private credit having to get involved in restructuring activity. Now, the advantage, if you like, of private credit is a very flexible source of lending, so they can amend their banking documentation, they can capitalise their interest, they can even step in and provide new money and take over control of companies and step into the shoes of the sponsors. And we've certainly seen that happening. And we're also seeing some of the bigger credit funds either build or augment Pacific in-house restructuring capability, and that's either because of the volume of restructuring they're dealing with or the anticipated volume. It's not a sector of the market which is going to be immune to these economic headwinds. And arguably, you could say that their borrowers are slightly more challenged because they tend to be in the high yield, higher leverage space.
And so how are private credit funds dealing with the fact that, for example, private equity holding periods are now longer?
Yeah. So look, when you look at, if you like, the private equity deals of 2018 to 2021, if you like, those stuck deals where it's more difficult for private equity to exit. Look, private credit are being supportive where they can if the credit metrics still stand up, but they're going to expect those private equity funds to continue to support their investments and provide follow-on capital. And if they're not going to provide follow-on capital, then the credit funds need to decide whether or not they step in or whether there's a valuation event.
And are they doing a good job of that, of trying to preempt and decide ahead of an event happening?
Yeah, look, I mean, they are being paid to take risk and to manage that risk. From what I see, they manage it at the origination stage. They obviously manage it through the portfolio life. As I've talked about, they're building up their capabilities. They're pretty flexible. They can be quite patient. I think what we have seen in the last few years is one or two private credit funds step into situations probably hoping that the market would have been more buoyant and actually it would have been a shorter hold period. But now they've stepped in, they're probably looking at hold periods of 4 to 5 years. So it's not easy.
But it's not easy, but it's okay. I mean, this is like, what's the level of anxiousness out there? I guess is how I would, what I would ask you.
Well, look, it's if you look at, I would say if when I talk to my private credit fund clients, they seem pretty confident that they're managing that risk. And if you look at the larger, more established funds, they're obviously got a massive advantage because of their diversification through scale. However, they're not going to be completely immune. And I should expect that they're looking at their current portfolio. They're looking at what 2026 may bring. I suspect they're not anticipating too much growth. And so they probably are expecting that they're going to have to roll up their sleeves and really invest some time managing through that portfolio.
Do you think 2026 will be harder than 2025 overall, or will it be much of the same?
Look, personally, I think it's going to get harder. So in our business, where we advise companies in financial distress, we're already seeing an uptick in momentum towards activity, and we're seeing companies preparing to go to market, go to their creditors and look to raise capital and restructure in Q1, Q2 next year. And there's a lot of businesses we've been looking at now for a number of years, thinking how are they surviving with this huge level of indebtedness, this huge level of leverage? Why have they not restructured their balance sheets already? And that's starting to the tipping point, I think, is here. So, look, I don't want to be doom and gloom, but I do think we're going to see more restructuring activity in 26 than we have in 25.
David, thank you so much for joining us. David Morris, there, head of UK restructuring at FTI Consulting. Now, China's investment slumped further and retail sales expanded at their weakest pace outside the pandemic in November. It's another month of lopsided growth that's inflaming trade tensions with the rest of the world. Well, we're now joined by Balazs Pens, our senior desk editor in Hong Kong. Balazs, thank you for joining us. So in terms of the data, what do these numbers actually tell us about the Chinese economy?
Well, they don't paint a very positive picture of the economy. As we heard, investments shrank, housing prices fell further. Even industrial output, which has been bolstered by China's very strong export performance, hasn't done as well as expected. But the big one, the main number that everybody is focusing on right now is the very, very disappointment retail sales growth, which was the weakest outside of the pandemic ever on record. And that really is what the whole Chinese economic picture boils down to. Is there a way to get the Chinese consumers to spend? This is something that we've been talking about, seems like for half a decade now. Are there any set of measures that can pierce this reluctance by the Chinese consumers to spend? And the answer for now seems like there isn't, and that is a really worrying, a very concerning sign for the economy going forward. This year, we already know growth is going to be around 5%, but there are real concerns about what this might look like next year when the domestic side, the domestic leg of the Chinese economy might be missing.
Quite strong comments, Balazs, also from President Xi about cracking down on what he calls reckless projects in the future.
Yeah, that's right. And it's important to kind of look at the context in which he said this. He was talking about this issue during the Central Economic Work Conference, which is a major gathering of economic policy planning. And his message to these kind of overlords of the Chinese economy is stop what you've been doing until now, because until now, some of these people have been rewarded by sort of manufacturing growth numbers that Beijing was looking for through some of these conspicuous spending projects, these big exhibition halls and other infrastructure projects. And what she is telling them now, stop doing that. Don't do that anymore. Focus on the long term. Focus on structural, more sustainable growth. Focus on projects that will benefit the Chinese people in the longer term. So it does suggest that there is a recognition that a pivot is necessary, and they need to focus on things that improves people's lives more than kind of contribute to very impressive headline growth numbers. So it does look like a change in philosophy for China there.
Balazs, thank you so much. Balazs Pens there in Hong Kong with the very latest on China. Now, the company that revolutionized robot vacuum cleaners in the early 2000s is its Roomba model has filed for bankruptcy. According to a press release, iRobot will be taken over by its main Chinese supplier. Now, the Massachusetts-based company enjoyed initial success with the Roomba when it debuted in 2002, but earnings at the firm, which has sold more than 40 million home robots, began to decline in the post-COVID era. Now, the former Hong Kong media mogul Jimmy Lai has been found guilty of endangering national security in a landmark trial. It's a verdict that could fuel tensions between China and the U.S. Bloomberg's Min Min Lo was sent this report from outside the court.
A marathon trial lasting 156 days has concluded, and the former media mogul Jimmy Lai has been convicted guilty of all charges, including 1 count of publishing seditious materials and 2 counts of colluding to conspire with foreign forces. The total verdict is over 850 pages long. The judges read a small portion of it, pointing to WhatsApp messages as evidence of his intent to collude with foreign forces to call for sanctions to be imposed on Hong Kong and China. They also found him guilty of using the now defunct newspaper Apple Daily as a platform to embark on this campaign to undermine the legitimacy or authority of Hong Kong and Beijing. Now, this is a closely watched trial. Scores of supporters queuing up overnight to enter the courthouse this morning. President Trump saying he raised the issue of Jimmy Lai's release with President Xi when the two men met at the sidelines of the APEC summit in South Korea in October, and White's group calling for his release on medical grounds as well. Jimmy Lai is 78 years old as he awaits his fate. The sentencing will be handed down on a later date, and he could face up to life in prison. Min Min Lo, Bloomberg News, Hong Kong.
Now to some other stories making news, and new data shows wage growth for the lowest paid workers in the UK is starting to slow. This comes as worsening jobs market undercuts the bargaining power of a section of the workforce that has proved resistant to the Bank of England's inflation-fighting efforts. Now, according to figures from job search site Indeed, advertised salaries for low-wage roles rose by 5.9% in the year to October, down from a 7-month high of 6.6% in the previous month. Now, staying with the UK, and according to Bloomberg analysis of official earnings and property data, average London apartment prices are now below 9 times annual earnings. That's the most affordable they've been in 12 years. A series of factors, from Brexit to tax hikes, have reined in a market once seen as overvalued, with flats in the capital now 22% cheaper in real terms than a decade ago. And France is seeking to delay this week's EU vote on a free trade agreement with South America. The proposed accord with Mercosur has been 25 years in the making, but the French Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu says measures to protect EU farmers and consumers are insufficient. Sources say the deal could collapse if it is not signed by the end of the year. Coming up, new studies suggest the latest AI models are getting even better at persuading people at the expense of the truth. We discuss that next with Parmi Olsen from Bloomberg Opinion. This is Bloomberg.
There's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
The conversations that matter, the insights you need. This is The Pulse, and I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, tech valuations and bubble fears continue to dominate Wall Street. But what about AI and its impact on democracy? You know, that small thing. Supporters say artificial intelligence could help to address conspiracy theories, but there could also be a dangerous flip side. The latest AI models are getting even better at persuading people at the expense of the truth. That's the view of Parmi Olsen, tech columnist from Bloomberg Opinion and author of Supremacy, AI, ChatGPT, and the Race That Will Change the World. Parmi joins me now. So, Parmi, thank you for joining us. What are these AI models doing exactly?
Right. So there were two studies that just came out recently, and both basically showed that chatbots are incredibly persuasive. Yeah. And it's not just AI that generates a 200-word blurb about a certain political candidate. It's when people get into a conversation with an AI system that their views can actually be quite susceptible to being changed on all number of sort of policy issues. And so that was the first finding, that these things are much more persuasive than traditional TV ads or political campaign ads. And secondly, when they use the most persuasive tactics, which we can talk about what those tactics are, they're more likely to actually hallucinate and give incorrect information, mistruths.
So what are those tactics?
Well, the tactic is basically to bombard a person with as much information as possible. So in a 10-minute conversation with a person, if a chatbot gets in 25 different facts, that person is much more likely to sort of start to sway their view than if it's 10 different points that they're making in the conversation. And actually, this kind of, it might not be surprising to people, because a very popular debating tactic now, particularly on YouTube, is this rapid fire, just kind of flooding the zone with all sorts of facts, and making it quite difficult for your opponent, if you're in a debating situation, to kind of unpick and analyze what you're saying. So this is this actually has a term, gish galloping, comes from the creationist Dwayne Gish, but it essentially means just bombarding a debate with lots of facts, and that actually really works when it's AI doing it.
So in this age of social media and these rapid fire kind of debates, will AI, automatically make things worse?
It could. We don't know yet. The good news is that this is something that was shown in a study where people were paid to participate. But actually getting someone to talk to you could call it a propaganda bot, is quite difficult. Yes, many people are using ChatGPT, about 900 million a week. But it's not ChatGPT that is doing this. It would be, let's say, a campaign group. They buy access to the model, then they fine-tune it, and then they put it on a website. And somehow you have to attract people to come and talk to it, like a customer service bot. So the good news is it's actually might be quite difficult to get people to talk to these AIs. But another tactic might be to just DM them on WhatsApp or on Facebook Messenger as a bot. And then, if you're a campaign group or whatever, an activist group, that might be one way to use that persuasive tactic.
Are bad actors already using this technique?
I don't know. I haven't seen any evidence that they are. But, there's a lot of open source AI models out there, which make it, relatively cheap for anyone to do this. And this is why the scientists at Oxford University and the London School of Economics and Science and Nature journals published this report, just to kind of show how easy and cheap it is. We're talking, a few tens of thousands of dollars to actually set up an operation like this, particularly with open source models like Llama or Quen from Alibaba, which are very easy to kind of make bespoke and build this kind of ultra persuasive tool. It's out there, it's available.
But so at the moment there's no regulation, right? So you're kind of relying on the common sense of people to understand who they're interacting with.
Yes, but you can arm people with more common sense by sort of telling them these bots are out there and just to beware of them.
Yeah, for like a specific reason.
Perhaps,
I guess, right?
Yes, perhaps.
Parmi, thank you so much as always. Parmi Olsen there from Bloomberg Opinion, our go-to person for anything ethics and democracy and AI. Now, it's a big week of risk events for investors, central bank decisions due from the Bank of England, European Central Bank and Bank of Japan. We also got a lot of U.S. data, October's partial CPI report and November's full one, 2 non-farm payroll releases and November's unemployment rate. Now, for more, let's bring in Ven Ram, cross-asset strategist for Bloomberg MLive. Ven, so good to speak to you. So which of the central banks do you think will be most interesting this week?
Morning, Francine. A pleasure to be talking to you. I think that, at least 4 central banks in Europe meeting, and not to mention the Bank of Japan in Asia. But I think the one that's going to be the most interesting is going to be the Bank of England, because the markets are pricing in at least 25 basis points of rate cuts from the Bank of England, even though this is a no press conference meeting. So I think that, how reactive is the Bank of England going to be to the budget is the key question here. And are they going to pivot dovish? 1 month ago, the markets were not even pricing in a rate cut in December. Now they've brought forward the rate cut to December. So that shows how the market views the BOE's reaction function is going to be. And I think if the Bank of England shows that it is capable of going much further, I think that the pound will sell off, and I think that the BOE's reaction function is going to be in focus. As far as the ECB is concerned, it'll be the updated macroeconomic forecast that will be in focus, even though nobody expects them to cut rates anytime soon.
On the Bank of England, how are you thinking about the pound, Ven?
I think the pound has bounced off, has made a tentative rebound in the aftermath of the budget, because the risk premium that had been embedded into markets, UK assets, has unwound partially. But those gains are at stake if the Bank of England is going to say, look what, the markets are pricing in a terminal rate of 3.5%, which the Bank of England governor Andrew Bailey has alluded to as being the right ballpark. But if he suggests that the Bank of England is willing to go further than that, then I think that the markets and the pound will sell off, because that's far more dovish than the markets have priced in.
How's the Treasury market likely to react to the jobs data and CPI reports, Ven?
Well, I think that, the markets are very interestingly set up ahead of the November non-farm payrolls. I think, if we get an expansion, the question will be, when is the next rate cut from the Fed due? And if you look at the 2-year yield, it's done a very interesting plot on the charts. It's refused to go down below 350 meaningfully for any period of time, even though we are almost flush with the Fed funds rate at the current level. So the markets are kind of, turning somewhat skeptical at all these Fed rate cuts, saying, your core PCEs are hovering around 3%. The economy is doing well. In fact, we just heard from the Fed that they expect the economy to grow 2.3% next year, which was a huge revision upward. So I think that the markets are beginning to question that, look, do you need further rate cuts from here? And that's the reaction that I'll be looking out for from the front end.
Ven, overall, what do you think will be the main driver for 2026? I know there's going to be a lot of concerns about valuation, NAI, Fed. It feels like it's going to be the similar themes, unless there's something else we should watch out for.
Well, I think AI, the bubble in the making, is a big deal to watch out for. Fiscal expansion in Germany and Europe is a big theme as well. And I think that, increasingly the markets are going to be looking at the credit metrics as well, which is little watched. And I think one more area where I would be looking at with great interest is what the SNB does with its policy rate. I know last week that they said that they're not inclined to take rates below 0. But I think that, but they also lowered the inflation forecast. But if they continue to see inflation going down to deflationary territory, I think that, they will pull the string on the one more rate cut. And even though they're reluctant to do it, that's a tail risk that the markets are not thinking about just yet.
Ven, thank you so much. Ven Ram there from Bloomberg MLive. Now, this is a picture across the board for markets. Again, as Ven was saying, it's just a big week, the last full week of 5 trading days before the end of the year, and U.S. futures pointing to a slightly higher start. You can see S&P futures gaining 0.4%. Up next, it's Bloomberg Brief, and this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Daybreak is your best way to get informed first thing in the morning, right in your podcast feed. Hi, I'm Karen Moscow.
And I'm Nathan Hager. Each morning, we're up early putting together the latest episode of Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. It's your daily 15-minute podcast on the latest in global news, politics, and international relations.
Listen to the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast each morning for the stories that matter with the context you need.
Find us on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with the latest on efforts to end the war in Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he has an agreement with the U.S. to make security guarantees legally binding through a vote in Congress as part of a deal to end the war. Zelensky expects the U.S. to consult next with Russia, while Ukrainian negotiators may return to America for weekend talks. President Trump says the conflict is nearing resolution.
I think we're closer now, and they will tell you that they're closer now. We had numerous conversations with President Putin of Russia, and I think we're closer now than we have been ever.
President Trump made those remarks after he spoke yesterday to a gathering of European leaders hosted by German Chancellor Friedrich Merz.
Nathan, let's get the latest now on the death of actor-director Rob Reiner. The Hollywood icon's son is being held this morning in the stabbing deaths of his father and mother, Michelle Singer Reiner, in their Brentwood home. Here's Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonnell.
Nick Reiner, a suspect in this case, he was subsequently booked for murder and is being held.
And L.A. Police Chief Jim McDonnell says prosecutors will decide charges for Nick Reiner later today. He's being held without bail. Rob Reiner's death has led to an outpouring of tributes in the entertainment and political worlds. Reiner was a longtime donor to Democratic and liberal causes. President Trump is reacting to Reiner's death with scorn.
I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was a deranged person as far as Trump is concerned.
President Trump spoke after he claimed on social media that Reiner died of, quote, Trump derangement syndrome. That sparked backlash from some of the president's fellow Republicans. Conservative commentator Eric Erickson drew parallels with Republican calls for civility after the death of Charlie Kirk.
Karen, the manhunt continues this morning for the gunman in the mass shooting at Brown University. Shock over the rampage that killed 2 students and wounded 9 others is giving way to frustration over the investigation. A person of interest who was detained over the weekend has been released. Police in Providence, Rhode Island have yet to name any new suspects since. Talia Levine is a student at Brown.
Overall, the sentiment among students has just been deep-rooted distress and fear that this could happen in a place that we consider so safe in our home.
Brown student Talia Levine spoke as police released 3 more videos and 2 photos of a suspect wearing dark clothing, a cap, and a face mask. Here's Rhode Island Governor Daniel McKee.
We want to make sure that all Rhode Islanders know that everything is physically possible is being done, and partnering in with our federal, the FBI, our state law enforcement, and also the local law enforcement to bring an individual and identify and bring that person to justice.
Governor Daniel McKee and other officials have said there is no clear security footage from inside the building where the shooting took place. He says that has hampered the search. The FBI is offering $50,000 for information that leads to an arrest and conviction.
Nathan, let's get the latest on the terror attack in Australia. Authorities say early indications point the attack, which killed at least 15 people at a Bondi Beach Hanukkah celebration, was inspired by the Islamic State. We get more on the information on the father and son attackers from Bloomberg's Angus Wheatley in Sydney.
They did travel to the Philippines last month, though it's not clear what they did there or where specifically they went. But they have found 2 homemade ISIS flags in a car they suspect belong to the 2 gunmen. And that's pretty much all they're willing to say. But in the update, in the press conference this afternoon, they were really bombarded and swamped with questions because there's so many unanswered questions about the response to anti-Semitism, about the police presence there. Was it heavy enough? Was security heavy enough?
And Bloomberg's Angus Whitley says Labour Prime Minister Anthony Albanese rejected criticism of his handling of escalating attacks, while urging Australians to rally around the Jewish community.
Well, Karen, the U.S. military has attacked 3 more alleged drug boats, killing a total of 8 people. U.S. Southern Command says the strikes were carried out in the Eastern Pacific at the direction of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. These latest strikes come as the Trump administration faces mounting scrutiny over its pressure campaign on Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and unilateral strikes on boats off the shores of South America.
Nathan, President Trump is suing the BBC for at least $10 billion over what he claims is a misleading edit in their documentary last year. The edit gave the impression the president made a direct call for violence in a speech ahead of the attack on the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. And Bloomberg's Yuan Potts reports from London.
Donald Trump's defamation lawsuit against the BBC was filed yesterday in federal court in Miami. The US president says he's suing the broadcaster for, quote, putting words in my mouth. The Panorama documentary made it appear that Trump told his supporters they should walk down to the Capitol and fight like hell. In fact, he said they should cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. The fight like hell remark was from a much later part of the speech. Trump's lawyer claims the incident is part of the BBC's long-standing pattern of manipulating President Trump's speeches. The BBC has previously apologised to the president but rejected his demands for compensation, saying there is no basis for a defamation claim. In London, I'm Yuan Potts, Bloomberg Radio.
Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. Pittsburgh Steelers were down 3-0, then scored 28 straight points, and the Steelers beat the Dolphins in Monday Night Football 28-15. Aaron Rodgers, a couple of touchdown passes. Pittsburgh scored 3 TDs in a 13-minute span of the second half. At 8-6, they lead the Ravens by 1 game. NBA in Utah, the Jazz beat the Mavs in overtime, but the Dallas rookie Cooper Flagg scored 42 points. He's 18 years old. He's the youngest in NBA history to score 40. The Knicks play the Spurs tonight in Las Vegas for the NBA Cup. That's your Bloomberg Sports Update.
Thanks, John. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow.
I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
कहीं सीलन की बूंदें आपके घर में भी संगीत बनके ना गूंजे, इसीलिए घर बनाएं एसीसी गोल्ड वाटर शील्ड सीमेंट के साथ।
This is Caroline Hyde.
And I'm Ed Ludlow, inviting you to join us for Bloomberg Tech, a daily podcast focusing exclusively on technology, innovation, and the future of business.
Every weekday, we bring you the top headlines from the world's biggest tech companies.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment, and from startups to the Magnificent Seven.
We highlight the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers and the politics that shape global tech markets.
We do this all every weekday, then bring you the most important conversations and analysis in our podcast.
Search for Bloomberg Tech on YouTube, Apple, Spotify, or anywhere else you listen.
Join us every afternoon on your commute home and stay ahead of the tech news cycle.
That's the Bloomberg Tech Podcast. I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco. Subscribe today, wherever you get your podcasts.
ओके गाइस, एक नेचुरल गैस में हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करना. बुक द हाफ प्रॉफिट एंड ट्रेल इन नेचुरल गैस. सिक्स 30 होने वाला है. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज गोइंग टू ओपन 7 PM पे. डेटा भी है. नीड टू सी क्या इम्पैक्ट डालता है डेटा का. क्रूड ऑयल को भी देखोगे तो कंटिन्यूसली फॉल ही कर रहा है. मेजर रीजन फॉर क्रूड ऑयल सेल ऑफ रशिया यूक्रेन के बीच में आप कह सकते हो सीज फायर का शायद रीजन है. हो सकता है सीज फायर बिकॉज यूक्रेन ने कहा है कि यूएस ने प्लेज किया है कि वो नेटो 5 का जो आर्टिकल 5 है वैसी सिक्योरिटी यूक्रेन को देगा अगर यूक्रेन सीज फायर करने के लिए रेडी हो जाता है. नीड टू सी और कितना क्रूड ऑयल यहाँ से इस वजह से जाता है. बट याद रखना साथ साथ क्रूड ऑयल में यूएस मिलिट्री अगर इंगेज करती है विथ वेनेजुएला, अगर वहाँ कहीं स्ट्राइक वगैरह अगर होती है सो देयर इज अ हाई चांसेस क्रूड ऑयल फिर से सडनली अपसाइड जा सकता है. स्लोली स्टडी गिर रहा है. रीजन वही है यूक्रेन रशिया कॉन्फ्लिक्ट का. देखना पड़ेगा. कल से कंटिन्यूसली गिर ही रहा है प्राइस. ठीक है, नीचे कोई सपोर्ट भी नहीं है जहाँ पर मार्केट कुछ बड़ा पुल बैक दे, इसलिए मैं बाइंग का ट्रेड भी लगा रहा हूँ. सेलिंग में रेजिस्टेंस तक जा ही नहीं रहा है. कंटिन्यूसली गिरे जा रहा है तो वो भी नहीं कर सकते. ठीक है, अभी भी है बेरी सी नीचे. कहीं पर कोई सपोर्ट भी क्रिएट नहीं हो रहा है. दैट इज द मेन थिंग. या तो फिर कोई सपोर्ट क्रिएट हो जाता है. यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का अगर पॉसिबिलिटी रहेगी बाइंग की तो एक बाइंग का प्लान करेंगे. बाकी नेचुरल गैस में बाइंग ही है. ये नीचे 4 टाइम फ्रेम का रेस सपोर्ट जोन है. ये कोई स्मॉल टाइम फ्रेम का नहीं है. ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस देखोगे तो इंट्राडे में 367 ये ब्लू कलर की जो लाइन ड्रॉ करी है और उसके बाद ये दोनों ही रेजिस्टेंस है 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे. नीचे सपोर्ट 4 टाइम फ्रेम का है, ध्यान रखना कि ये एक है शायद सपोर्ट. बाकी सेबी की ओर से जो प्रपोजल दिया गया देखना पड़ेगा, उस पर अभी तक कुछ अपडेट नहीं आया, अभी तो फिलहाल उन्होंने कंसल्टेशन में ही डाला हुआ है फॉर स्ट्रिक्ट रूल ऑन डेरिवेटिव ट्रेडिंग। इंट्राडे इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है जो लोग इंडियन मार्केट ट्रेड करते हैं स्पेशली। एंड अभी उन्होंने कुछ रिस्ट्रिक्शन कम करे हैं, बैन हटा दिया है एग्रीकल्चरल जो कमोडिटीज हैं उनके ऑप्शन मतलब उनके डेरिवेटिव्स में जो लोग ट्रेड करते थे। दैट इज़ अ गुड न्यूज़। से ये क्रूड ऑयल ना नीचे सपोर्ट है, एक बाय दो सपोर्ट है। कंफर्मेशन के लिए थोड़ा सा नीचे आ जाए तो इसमें भी एक बाइंग का प्लान करते हैं, थोड़ा ध्यान रखना, बट न्यूज़ बेस में मोमेंटम में सेल ऑफ में ही है ओवरऑल तो। सपोर्ट है दोनों के दोनों मेंशन कर देते हैं, थोड़ा बड़ा बनेगा बट या दिस इज अ सपोर्ट एरिया राइट नाउ। ठीक है, थोड़ा बड़ा लग रहा होगा आपको सपोर्ट। रीज़न वही है कि वो दो सपोर्ट एक साथ बने हुए हैं, एक इमीडिएटली यहीं पर है 5068 के अराउंड, बाकी दूसरा नीचे 5043। यहाँ से क्रूड ऑयल में एक्सपेक्ट रहेगी वापस से इंट्राडे। देखिए बाकी रेजिस्टेंस की बात करें क्रूड ऑयल में, एज सच नो मेजर रेजिस्टेंस एज वेल। ऊपर एक सपोर्ट था उसका ब्रेकडाउन हुआ है, मुझे लग रहा है वही रिटेस्ट की तरह एज अ रेजिस्टेंस काम कर सकता है अभी के लिए। बाकी नेचुरल गैस वापस आता है, वापस ले सकते हैं बाइंग में, स्टिल सपोर्ट। यही रेजिस्टेंस दिख रहा है फिलहाल 5190 5200 के अराउंड इन 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। बाकी बीच में कोई रिटेस्ट भी नज़र नहीं आ रहा है इसमें, तो मिस ना हो जाए कोई रिटेस्ट। बीच में लेवल है ना एरिया ऑफ इंटरेस्ट नेचुरल गैस का, यहाँ पर कल एक बार ऑलरेडी टेस्ट हो गया है, सॉरी ऊपर वाला जो लेवल है 375 वाला, तो मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली इस लेवल के आसपास से एक रिजेक्शन जरूर मिलेगा। बाकी 630 होने वाला है, थोड़ा सा अपनी क्वांटिटी का ध्यान रखना, ट्रेड का ध्यान रखना, कोई रनिंग ट्रेड है अगर अभी, बिकॉज थोड़ा सा मार्केट वॉलेटाइल हो सकता है। 630 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग टाइम पर। Visa offers stable coin settlement for US banks using Circle's USDC. Wow. Ukraine says US pledged Congress to back security guarantee. Brent oil extends slide below $60 as supply surplus signs grow.
I was born in South Korea. I read a lot, and I was always drawing or painting. I really wasn't much of an outdoor kid. I'm not the girl who's ever dreamed of being part of an international spy ring or whatever it is.
49-year-old Christina Chapman helped the North Korean government avoid sanctions,
conspiring in a scheme to defraud the U.S.
running what they called a laptop farm.
Christina Chapman's laptop farm alone generated $17 million.
Computers started showing up at my house. I had no clue.
Christina Chapman was conspiring with North Koreans to infiltrate U.S. companies.
Did you know that you were working with North Koreans?
I thought I had a job that was legitimate, unusual but legitimate.
With the goal of creating revenue to send to North Korea for their munitions development.
There was something in particular about her that sort of struck me as there's a deeper story here.
I don't know what to do. I'm really scared.
She had a hard life. She didn't quite understand what she was getting into.
Look, Christina Chapman is lying.
She was hosting a very large amount of laptops. We know what we're dealing with here.
I don't think there's any question. Chapman was a major facilitator.
It's very upsetting. They're not in handcuffs. She is.
We know what you're doing. Sooner or later, we're going to catch you.
Being born in South Korea is a huge part of my identity. Ever since I was a kid, I would put on my mom's hanbok and dance around the house. And I've never lost the love for South Korea or the fascination with it. There are times that I know that I was happy as a child, but there are a lot of times when I know I felt out of sync with the rest of my family. When my mom was first diagnosed with cancer, I didn't have a lot of people around me. It was me and my dogs. I wanted to get some sort of degree that would allow me to make enough money to support her. While I was scrolling through Facebook one day, I saw something about software engineering and this particular boot camp. The goal was to find a job as soon as possible, preferably a remote job, because 2020 was one of the first marked decline in my mom's health, and I wanted to be there for her. Towards the end of the course, I had gotten several different job offers, and then we went into COVID. I shower at Planet Fitness. Yeah, because we don't have running water at home. Most of the job offers went away with the exception of one. The job offer came to me through LinkedIn and basically said that they wanted me to be the face for their company. I would be the person in between them and the clients. It was about building websites, maybe doing database work. And I need people that are better at coding than I am because I am crap. We did one job that way. And then at the end of 2020, I started getting computers in the mail. In the beginning, there were only 3 or 4 laptops that arrived at my house. Towards the end, I think I had around 40 active laptops. There were some computers that once I set them up, I never touched them again. Other computers, I would have to connect them every morning, basically plug them in, open them up, turn them on. The laptops I sent to different places were all at the request of the guys that I was working with. A couple of computers went to the UAE, maybe 1 or 2 to Pakistan, Eastern Europe, possibly Nigeria, Egypt. I can't remember all the places, but the majority of them went to China. I know that software engineering is an international job, so it never felt suspicious to me. And I guess I was so desperate for a job at that point that I didn't really ask too many questions. I was born in South Korea. I read a lot, and I was always drawing or painting. I really wasn't much of an outdoor kid. Being born in South Korea is a huge part of my identity. Ever since I was a kid, I would put on my mom's hanbok and dance around the house. And I've never lost the love for South Korea or the fascination with it. There are times that I know that I was happy as a child, but there are a lot of times when I know I felt out of sync with the rest of my family. When my mom was first diagnosed with cancer, I didn't have a lot of people around me. It was me and my dogs. I wanted to get some sort of degree that would allow me to make enough money to support her. While I was scrolling through Facebook one day, I saw something about software engineering and this particular boot camp. The goal was to find a job as soon as possible, preferably a remote job, because 2020 was one of the first marked decline in my mom's health, and I wanted to be there for her. Towards the end of the course, I had gotten several different job offers, and then we went into COVID. I shower at Planet Fitness. Yeah, because we don't have running water at home. Most of the job offers went away with the exception of one. The job offer came to me through LinkedIn and basically said that they wanted me to be the face for their company. I would be the person in between them and the clients. It was about building websites, maybe doing database work. And I need people that are better at coding than I am because I am crap. We did one job that way. And then at the end of 2020, I started getting computers in the mail. In the beginning, there were only 3 or 4 laptops that arrived at my house. Towards the end, I think I had around 40 active laptops. There were some computers that once I set them up, I never touched them again. Other computers, I would have to connect them every morning, basically plug them in, open them up, turn them on. The laptops I sent to different places were all at the request of the guys that I was working with. A couple of computers went to the UAE, maybe 1 or 2 to Pakistan, Eastern Europe, possibly Nigeria, Egypt. I can't remember all the places, but the majority of them went to China. I know that
building it. They're learning and they're getting better.
North Korea has been under very heavy sanctions for a couple of decades, and they've come up with a variety of ways to evade those sanctions. They've basically adopted the stance of international organized crime. This started with things like making methamphetamine in factories in North Korea. Then they shifted to large-scale digital bank heists. Then the latest evolution is really this IT worker scheme. Thousands of North Korean students are sort of pulled into this program where you get trained in IT work, and then they have applied for and they've gotten a job at an American company by pretending to be American. Now, then they have the problem of they have to appear as if they're actually American. They used stolen or fake American identities. They'd have AI-built resumes, and they'd use those to get remote jobs.
It's staggering to see just some of these IDs and some of these resumes that you can off the bat realize that they're fraudulent. Just simple Photoshop and different types of AI generation, whether it be from the resume building to the actual interview, is working.
These companies thought they were hiring Americans for these jobs. Names like NBC Universal, Mass Mutual Insurance Company, Nike, Boeing, Palo Alto Networks, which is a giant public cybersecurity company. All of these companies have, at some point, had a North Korean working for them.
Think of your third-party contractors. Think of your own remote workforce at anyone's organization. They're looking to land those type of jobs to continue to get that slow, steady drip of money coming back into the regime to fund the regime. Weapons, domestic efforts, however they want to use it.
That's the scheme, is they collect salaries, and it's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, a year. Christina's sort of function in the network was as what's called a laptop farmer. Companies shipped work laptops to what they thought were remote U.S. employees, but the computers are actually going to American facilitators. They went to Christina's house. She set up each computer, install remote access software like AnyDesk, and then let the North Koreans log in from overseas, making it look like they were working from inside the U.S. They basically can't pull off this scheme without these American facilitators.
I did have what I would consider like an office relationship with a lot of them. Sometimes we would talk about holidays. I knew which ones had girlfriends. They would call me, "You're like our sister, you're our friend, you're part of our family."
I'm gonna start taking care of my clients. Computer business.
I finally found the job that is perfect for me, that will work with my schedule and allow me to be home with my mom when she needs me.
My first purchase. First. There will be more.
Initially, it was probably $900 a month that I was making. And then all of a sudden, I got like 10 or 11 computers all within a couple weeks' time. So that went up to around $4,000.
Today is going to be a bit of an out and about day because I have a lot of errands to run for clients.
The most lucrative month was around $12,000, but it was kind of average between like $6,000 and $7,000.
I spent a lot of money, way more money than I should have, because I wanted to...
Things were going pretty well for her. She was making money from the North Koreans. She had a more stable living environment.
I think it looks kind of good on me. What do you guys think? Let me know.
And then her mother was given less than a year to live and wanted to move to Arizona. That's when things really started to kind of come apart.
It's been another busy morning for me. And I start at 5:30 in the morning. And it's now almost noon. And I'm just now getting to eat.
My name is Dawson Anglin. I'm a forensic accountant with the FBI. There was some reporting from companies that had hired individuals that traced back to Christina Chapman, and they had alerted the FBI. We started looking as to how we could approach the case. Her address ended up being tied to jobs being held in other people's names. And so we issued some subpoenas. We started looking at shipping records. Some of the shipping records was showing that she was shipping some of the laptops into China quite a bit. There's a small city in China called Dandong. It's right across from North Korea, used as North Korea's access point. We had the shipping records to know there's definitely quite a bit coming in, but it was more than we anticipated. We also started looking into her financial statements. We started noticing that checks were being deposited into her account that were not in her name. And so we were curious, what did she know and who are these individuals?
The first time I felt like something wasn't quite right, I had gone online and can U.S. companies employ foreign workers in foreign countries? And Google was like, yeah, that's fine. I contacted a lawyer and I asked some basic questions. I was basically told by this lawyer that it's a gray area. It's not legal. It's not illegal. At that point, I still didn't know if what I was doing was okay or wasn't okay. I didn't really start questioning it until a couple of conversations that I had with a couple of the guys where one of them said that he had no idea who the guy was, whose name he had been using. And I'm just like, what do you mean you don't know? And then another guy said I didn't have to worry about him because his identity was completely made up. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? At that point, I don't know how many checks I had processed for them, but I stopped. I would yell at them, don't have me doing things that you guys know is illegal. A lot of times I felt almost like I was a slave to them. They didn't care if I needed to eat. They didn't care if I needed to sleep. When my mom first went into the hospital, I had told all the guys that my mom was in her last couple days and I wanted to stay with her. And one of the guys was like, you need to get home and do this thing for me. On the day she actually passed, which was April 20th, at 2:22 or 2:21 in the morning, I had a group chat with the guys so I could message them all at once. And I told them that she passed away and I would probably be late. A lot of them didn't bother to check the group chat. They didn't care what I had to say. And so even before I left the hospital, I was already getting messages yelling at me that they were going to be late for their job. And some of them made me apologize for being late. Howdy people. So today I think is day 7 and I did not make my own breakfast this morning. My clients are going crazy, so I just got a smoothie bowl It's an acai smoothie bowl. And
We were aware of the social media, and we did see some videos that were of concern. As you can see, she kind of flashed over at the laptops real quick. You can see him in the background throughout the shot. She's in her working office, and she's looking around. She has a phone, and all of a sudden you see kind of flash over the screen shelves of laptops. I think we counted at least 10 or 12 laptops in that one shot where she just happened to turn, and we said, okay, we know what we're dealing with here. When we got to the house, the agents go in with weapons drawn. We found that she had left in the middle of the night. We were still trying to conduct our investigation. We didn't feel like we had enough. So we walked through the rooms. There was one room that was just shelving and laptops. There's like 30 or so laptops that are open and seemingly actively operating. But then you start looking around in the room and there's just stacks. So there'd be a stack of like 5 or 10 laptops that are closed and just sitting in the corner of a room. And then you go over here and there's a package that hasn't quite been opened all the way yet. And you look and there's another laptop, and they were everywhere. You could see the Post-it notes on the computers. So it would have the U.S. stolen identity victim's name on there, and then it would have the company name. Sometimes she'd even put a password. And so it was kind of the very vital information that you would need. It was helpful to the investigation as we went forward.
I was in California. I was there following the J-pop group that I like when I got a message saying that the FBI was at my house. I was just like, why is the FBI at my house? I didn't really understand it. I had contacted my boss. I'm like, okay, the FBI is at my house. What is going on? And one of his first reactions was, delete everything on your phone. I was floored and I felt sick to my stomach. The other guys that I had worked with started blaming me, telling me that you knew this was coming. And like, what are you talking about? And then they told me to stop using Skype and to download Telegram. I still didn't completely understand everything that was going on.
After we executed the search warrant on Christina Chapman's residence, we looked into the evidence and we decided we need to bring in the IRS Criminal Investigation Unit.
IRS Criminal Investigation's role in national security threats. We're part of the Counterintelligence Task Force, and we're really good at following the money. The FBI had already conducted search warrants at Ms. Chapman's residence. They'd already obtained troves of laptops, and what they wanted to do is quantify a loss. And quickly, I got to work. In this case, Chapman and her group were using actual U.S. citizens' tax identifying information, social security numbers, dates of birth, names. We had roughly 70 victims that we identified and reached out to. Several of them, their identity would be used dozens of times. They're getting these statements that they now owe $500,000 in tax. And a few of them were shocked. They didn't know, oh my gosh, my identity was stolen and somebody out there is trying to be me. It's a long process with helping try to clear your name. Shortly after the indictment, we start preparing for an arrest. Most IRS criminal investigations we're involved in can go years. This one was pretty quick. A couple weeks later, we actually did the arrest.
Christina Marie Chapman was recently arrested in Litchfield Park and indicted in a series of complex identity theft cases that have been generating money for the North Korean government.
According to the federal indictment, Christina Chapman was working out of her house in Litchfield Park. Someone approached her on LinkedIn, asking her to be the U.S. face of their company. What that meant was getting paid to run what the FBI...
I was in the house. I heard my name being called. And I walked out front, and there were FBI cars everywhere. They said that I was being arrested. They took me into CCA in Florence, Arizona, and processed me. And then I was in a holding cell, very cold holding cell, until I I guess it's called an arraignment in front of the judge. He's the first person who actually mentioned North Korea and the possibility of North Korean spies. And I started bawling. I was born in South Korea. South Korea is important to me. North Korea is not. I'm not the girl who's ever dreamed of being part of an international spy ring or whatever it is. They're looking at the maximum. I've already had lots of people send me DMs on TikTok that have been following the case, calling me a traitor and saying that I would be better off dead and lots of other things. I'm also going into this at age 50. So, having never been in trouble in any significant way in the past, that scares me. But I know that somebody has to pay for it.
Arizona resident Christina Chapman takes what may be one of the longest walks of her life. She's going to court for sentencing after pleading guilty to criminal charges including wire fraud and identity theft.
Do you have any message for North Korea? What are you expecting today?
All right, let's go in here.
So today, a Christina Chapman of Arizona was sentenced to 102 months of imprisonment for conspiring with North Koreans to infiltrate U.S. companies, including Fortune 500 companies, with the goal of creating revenue to send to North Korea for their munitions development.
I think that the offense by Christina Chapman was so intentional and it was so egregious that there was no room for mercy in a case like this. We're talking not just about a fraud. We're talking about national security. We're talking about North Korea that is an enemy of the United States, that is seeking to build its munitions and deployment so that they can then use that against the United States. This is a very serious case, and it's not just someone who just kind of crossed a line. She crossed a major line, and we believe that the sentence in this case was appropriate given the egregiousness of the crime.
Well, it could have went worse. We agreed to a range of 94 to 111 months, and the judge gave her 102 months. The way they characterize things is disheartening because they know that she's a poor woman with mental health struggles and that she's never had anything and that she's also not some criminal mastermind who's, involved in this sophisticated scheme. Like I said in my sentencing remarks, she's a pawn. She's insignificant and she's easily replaceable. And obviously she's going to have to deal with this for the rest of her life. I don't think justice was done today, but I often walk away from this building feeling that way.
Now, wait a minute. Now, I understand that she is saying she didn't know anything about it.
She's claiming that she knew they were overseas workers but didn't know they were North Korean.
Full of and I want to say something. Her own messages make it clear that she knew she was working for enemies of the United States. Example, I just found out from a lawyer July 1, I can get in some serious legal trouble for doing this. 620, I can go to federal prison for falsifying federal documents. I don't buy this innocence. It's her own words that deep six her.
कहीं सीलन की बूंदे आपके घर में भी संगीत बनके ना गूंजे, इसीलिए घर बनाएं एसीसी गोल्ड वाटर शील्ड सीमेंट के साथ।
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is saying he has an agreement with the U.S. to make security guarantees legally binding through a vote in Congress as part of a deal to end the war. Begin more with Bloomberg Chief Europe Correspondent Oliver Crook.
We have been hearing from the President of the United States really for the first time in the last couple of weeks talking explicitly about U.S.-backed security guarantees for Ukraine, which is, of course, fundamental as far as the Ukrainians are concerned, because what is a peace agreement worth if you're going to get reinvaded in 2 or 3 years? We're starting to get a little bit more detail on that. We keep hearing this term. They're going to be Article 5-like guarantees. We have not yet defined at any point what an Article 5-like guarantee is, other than its sort of initial premise, which is an invasion on one would be, in some degree, an invasion on all from the NATO sort of architecture.
And that's Bloomberg's Oliver Crook, who says Ukrainian President Zelensky expects the U.S. to consult next with Russia, while Ukrainian negotiators may return to the U.S. for weekend talks. In Los Angeles, the son of Hollywood legend Rob Reiner is in custody after the actor-director and his wife were found dead in their Brentwood home. L.A. Police Chief Jim McDonnell says Nick Reiner is being held without bail, and prosecutors will decide on charges later today. The Reiner's deaths have sparked an outpouring of tributes from the entertainment and political worlds, but not from President Trump.
I think he hurt himself in career-wise. He became like a deranged person, Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad for our country.
And the president is doubling down on a social media post where he claimed Rob Reiner died of Trump derangement syndrome. Reiner was a longtime donor to Democratic causes. Some of President Trump's fellow Republicans are saying his comments on Reiner's death go too far. The search continues this morning for the gunman who killed 2 students and wounded 9 others in the mass shooting at Brown University. Police in Providence, Rhode Island, have not named any new suspects since they released a person of interest over the weekend. Providence Police Chief Oscar Perez says misinformation led them to that initial suspect.
I have no control over what's being released or circulated in the media, speculations that occur. What we can control is what we give you here, and as I was speaking earlier, that's why it's important for you to get the information from us.
Providence Police Chief Oscar Perez released 3 more videos and 2 photos of a suspect wearing dark clothing, a cap, and a face mask. He says there's no clear surveillance video inside the building where the shooting took place, and that's hampered the search. In Australia, authorities say early indications point the attack, which killed at least 15 people at a Bondi Beach Hanukkah celebration, was inspired by the Islamic State. Homemade Islamic State flags are found in a vehicle registered to one of the gunmen. Authorities also say the 2 attackers had traveled to an area of the Philippines where Islamic State-aligned groups have operated. Bloomberg's Angus Whitley has more on the mood in Sydney.
There was great anger, that warnings to the government about what might happen if anti-Semitism wasn't acted on. And the people I spoke to said, we could see this attack coming. We haven't been listened to in the last 2 years, and we saw a record number of anti-Semitic incidents in 2024, more than 1,000, and that was up 26% on last year. So pressure, I think, now is on the government to show that it's taken it seriously and to prove and to take more action. And I think the government has found itself on the back foot on that front.
And Bloomberg's Angus Whitley says Labour Prime Minister Anthony Albanese rejected criticism of his handling of escalating attacks while urging Australians to rally around the Jewish community. The U.S. military has attacked 3 more alleged drug boats, killing a total of 8 people. The U.S. Southern Command says the strikes were carried out in the Eastern Pacific at the direction of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. These latest strikes come as the Trump administration faces mounting scrutiny over its pressure campaign on Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and unilateral strikes on boats off the shores of South America. President Trump has sued the BBC for at least $10 billion over a misleading edit in a documentary last year that gave the impression he'd made a direct call for violence in a speech leading up to the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol by his supporters. This morning, the BBC responded saying, quote, "We will be defending this case." Ford Motor will take a $19.5 billion charge tied to a sweeping overhaul of its electric vehicle business after struggling for years to make it profitable. Pfizer forecast a little growth in sales for next year as the drug maker looks to refresh its pipeline of hit drugs with a series of pricey acquisitions. Its stock was lower in early trading, but has since turned higher, up 0.6%. Kraft Heinz replacing its chief executive. Former Kellanova CEO Steve Cahillane is set to take over from Carlos Abrams Rivera on January 1st. The move follows a difficult period for the food company, which said in September that it would split into two separate entities. And turning to the markets, futures are now little changed ahead of some key economic data, the long-awaited jobs data that was not released on time because of the government shutdown. Finally coming out this morning, S&P futures are now little changed, so are Dow futures. NASDAQ futures down 0.1%, and the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.17%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
Hello and welcome. This is the Michelle Hussein Show. I'm Michelle Hussein. I speak with people like Elon Musk.
I think I've done enough.
And Shonda Rhimes.
Oh, that's so cute.
This will be a place where every weekend you can count on one essential conversation to help make sense of the world. So please join me, listen and subscribe to the Michelle Hussein Show from Bloomberg Weekend, wherever you get your podcasts.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
I'm Carol Masser.
And I'm Tim Stenevec, inviting you to join us for the Bloomberg Business Week Daily Podcast.
Now, every day we are bringing you reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
We've got insight on the people, the companies, and trends that are shaping today's complex economy.
That's right, Tim. We're all over global business, finance, tech news, all as it is happening in real time. And we've got complete coverage of the U.S. market close. Gotta say, basically, if it impacts financial markets, if it impacts companies, if it's impacting trends and narratives that are out there, we are on it.
We also have a lot of fun doing it. Bloomberg Business Week also brings you the analysis behind the headlines through conversations with our expert guests.
And we are doing this all live each weekday. And then we bring you the best analysis in our daily podcast.
Search for Bloomberg Business Week on YouTube, Apple, Spotify, or anywhere else you listen.
Check it out on your way home from work to catch up on the conversations that you missed during the business day.
And on the weekend, check it out for a complete wrap-up of your business week.
That's the Bloomberg Business Week Daily Podcast. I'm Carol Masser.
And I'm Tim Stenevec. Subscribe today wherever you get your podcasts.
October, they're looking at a lot of federal jobs that went away. Maybe that's the 162,000. Let me just run through a couple other things here, and then I'll check all of these numbers. Change in private payrolls November, 69,000 positive. Manufacturing payrolls down by 5,000. Average hourly earnings less than anticipated, up just 0.1% in November, 3.5% for year over year, and 34.3% for average weekly hours. I'm going to do a dumpster dive in a dumpster that's on fire, and I'll find out more for you and be back in just a second.
Please do that, Mike. So we'll hold tight on that. If you want to take a look at the response in markets, it is absolutely a green flag to a Fed rate cut in the near term. You do see across the board yields lower, particularly on the front end. What that means for stocks is higher. Right now, take a look at that bid into the 2-year yield, down almost 5 basis points after being slightly higher ahead of this release. You are seeing a little bit of pushback. Damian, you've taken a second to look through these numbers. The unemployment rate rising to 4.6% really got my attention, but a host of things that could lead to a more dovish response from the Federal Reserve.
I think that's what the markets are focused on, that unemployment rate. You know, that tick up is bad news for the economy, is good news for the market. But, I mean, look at private payrolls. I mean, you know, that was a number that a lot of people wanted to focus on, given, you know, the noise surrounding, you know, the headline figure with government, you know, government employees coming off the grid. I mean, that was really, really strong, too. So, you know, there's some good and bad. It just, again, to Francis's point, it depends on how you want to read the tea leaves here.
Well, Francis is still with us. So Francis Donald of RBC, how are you reading the tea leaves?
Slowly, because there's a lot of tea leaves here. But a couple of things that jump out to me right away is the 3-month moving average now for non-farm payrolls is about 22,000. So if your break-even rate is maybe 30 to 40,000, then that means you're not creating enough jobs.
Oh yeah, इस US job data release हो गया है. सारे के सारे जो डेटा थे 7 PM पे all are released. Average hourly earning का डेटा देखोगे एवरेज आर्ली अर्निंग का डेटा नेगेटिव है डॉलर के लिए, पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। को रिटेल सेल्स का डेटा भी पॉजिटिव है डॉलर के लिए, नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। नॉन फार्म एम्प्लॉयमेंट चेंज डेटा पॉजिटिव फॉर डॉलर, नेगेटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। एंड रिटेल सेल्स का डेटा भी नेगेटिव है डॉलर, पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा भी नेगेटिव है डॉलर के लिए, पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। तो मिक्स डेटा आप कह सकते हो, सारे के सारे अलाइंड होके तो नहीं आए हैं ओवरऑल, बट देखोगे मेजरली जो डेटा रिलीज हुए हैं 2000 नेगेटिव, 5 में से 3 डेटा नेगेटिव हैं डॉलर के लिए, 2 पॉजिटिव हैं डॉलर के लिए। तो 3 में से 2 डेटा आप कह सकते हो नेगेटिव आए हैं डॉलर, यूएस डॉलर के लिए, पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर। सीधा 8 बजे यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा, फिर 8:15 पे एक सर्विस पीएमआई का डेटा है, उसको देखते हैं।
environment, and we have like a 50% base case probability on this muddle through, which is, growth slow but okay, inflation a little sticky but not going up anymore, maybe even coming down a little bit, the Fed cutting rates a couple more times, rates staying in a nice range here, and corporate earnings have been really the star here. Corporations, the private sector has been the star, right? And they continue to figure out how to keep their margins up, which has really been surprisingly impressive to me.
Hold on one second, Michael and Francis, we'll get back to you one second. Michael McKee has some more information after diving into the dumpster fire. Mike, what do you see?
Well, it looks like October was a really terrible month. 105,000 jobs total lost, and that 162,000 I mentioned was the total loss of government jobs in the month of October. We also lost jobs in construction, about 1,000, and in manufacturing, 9,000 in the month of October. Just about everybody lost jobs somewhere during the month. Leisure and hospitality is a bit of a surprise, because we lost about 9,000 jobs there in November, and that was lost 12,000 rather, and that was expected to be a sign of strength. Retail hiring, as Francis had pointed out, it's up. It's not extremely strong, but of course you've got seasonals working into this situation as well. But you got a 12,000 roughly gain there, 6,000 gain for the retail trade during the month of November. Speaking of retail, did not mention these numbers earlier. Retail sales for the month of October come in flat. The 0.2 gain in the month of September revised down to 0.1, and the retail sales control group, much better than anticipated, comes in up 0.8 after a negative 0.1 in September. So in October, people were still spending, got a rebound there, even though we lost a lot of jobs in the month of October, and it looks like there's a bit of a rebound in November. Not huge, but we are seeing a little more strength than we had.
Michael McKee, thank you so much. Damien, we do see the move in the markets kind of temper itself as people look at the details. Look at the fact that the response rate wasn't great, and look at the fact that there's a lot of strength despite some of the weakness that we see in the unemployment rate.
And in August and September, we saw revised down by another 33,000 as well. I mean, I'm just looking at the unemployment rate ticking up to 4.6%. The labor force participation rate also ticked up, so that could be fueling a little bit of that as well, which is, means it's not as bad as you would have otherwise thought. But yeah, I mean, you had some backward revisions, 33,000 jobs lost in August and September. That's just, feeding the bullish bond trade here.
Mike, how much do you look at this data, given the fact that we have gotten response rates come down significantly? How much do you look at this data as truly better quality than some of the other data points that we've been getting, versus just as noisy, just as easy to discount?
Well, there's a lot more of it, right? We have months worth of data now trickling out, and I don't know if the quality of any of it is that great, Lisa, right? So I think you have to take all of it with a grain of salt, which probably explains the market reaction. You always see a big knee-jerk move when the numbers first come out, and then they kind of settle in and many times actually reverse, right? So, the Fed doesn't meet for almost 6 weeks, so they have a lot more data to come, and presumably the data they get over the next 6 weeks will be higher quality and, again, continue to paint a bigger picture of the direction of the labor market, direction of consumption, direction of inflation. So there's a lot more to come before the Fed meets. And, right now, as you know, the markets are pricing in basically the next cut, not really until June, and a second one by December. So really 2 next year, but really slowly throughout the year. And that makes sense to us, unless you get a big change in the direction of this data.
Michael, we mentioned this prior to the release. Manufacturing payrolls, they're now at their lowest level since March of 2022. Certainly not what the Trump administration would like to see. Talk to us a little bit about, your read from there.
Yeah, I mean, this whole manufacturing, renaissance that the administration is trying to engineer is pushing on a string to some extent, right? There's been lots of evidence and research done on the amount of manufacturing jobs and the desire for Americans to work in those manufacturing jobs, and the availability and education and skill level for Americans to work in those manufacturing jobs, right, does not bode well for this big jump in manufacturing employment. We are a service economy, we're a technology economy, we're a financial services economy. That's where, the jobs are. Those are the sectors that are doing the best, not surprisingly. So, yeah, I think you really have to, push back on that, the idea that we're going to have this giant manufacturing, labor market renaissance in this country.
So, Francis, equities are higher on this news, yields are down. What do you think the market's focused on right here?
Well, I'm focused on the fact that you called it. The big jump in the unemployment rate is coming from re-entrance into the labor market. And this is the big thing. We all want this number to give us a signal, up or down, but it's really the composition that matters. So what we do is we think about who is losing their job and who is actually being hired. And if people are falling into unemployment because they've started to look for a job and they haven't quite found one, they don't represent a permanent loss of income. They're actually starting the process again. So this is kind of bullish in the sense that it's enough for the Fed if they want to keep cutting. This is a green light for them, but it isn't enough to signal that there's a hockey-shaped weakness in the labor market. It is enough to signal that growth is going to materially slow down, or there's any sort of nefarious economic activity under the surface. And what have we learned from the Fed? They have a range of opinions. If they want to cut, this is the data that allows them to do that. If you want to maintain a hawkish bias, there's enough under here to tell you, hey, the economy's fine, retail sales are up, the control group did really, really well, and there's still a lot of uncertainty around how much we should read into these numbers.
Right now, the market is just pricing in a slightly higher chance of a January Fed rate cut. Michael McKee has a final thought. Mike, what do you see?
Well, a couple of notes from the BLS. They're saying they cannot quantify the impact of the government shutdown in October and November in the data. They do have a household response rate, which is the unemployment rate survey for November, that's lower than usual, just 64%. They had a tough time getting a hold of people, and it took them an extra couple of days to do that data, and they still didn't get enough. But the payroll survey collection rate was higher than usual, so the numbers may be a little bit more trustworthy. We can note, in terms of the unemployment rate, it's an unrounded 4.564%. September was 4.444, so it was more than a percentage point increase in not a percentage point, but a 100 basis point move higher. Excuse me. A lot going on here. And then the other thing I would point out is that we don't have any data from the household survey in terms of hiring and firing, but we can do the math. And from September to November, we added 323,000 people to the labor force. We don't know what happened to the labor force in October, but over the 2-month period, we've increased the labor force. So as Francis was talking about, if people are coming into the labor force, that may have had an impact on the unemployment rate. So where we are right now is waiting probably for the December numbers in January to get a really good sense of how the economy is performing. But job side of the mandate, not so great. Retail sales looks like it's okay.
Michael McKee, thank you so much for this morning. Mike Collins of PGIM Fixed Income, just quickly here, how much do you think this really does greenlight the potential for a rate cut, given the fact that the unemployment rate might give the ammunition that this Federal Reserve is looking for?
Yeah, I really think the Fed should pause here, take a breather, get another handful of months of data before they move again. Like I said, they've moved almost 200 basis points already. As Powell says, they're kind of getting toward the neutral or in the neutral range right now. The lack of consistency and consensus among the FOMC members is really remarkable. How you have a bunch of people who actually think they should hike rates from here, a bunch think they should keep rates the same, and a few think they should cut once, twice. I mean, it is a real scatter plot of views among the committee. So it feels like the general tendency is to just pause and wait. Like I said, the markets aren't pricing in a full cut until June, and that seems like the right path for the Fed at this point, unless things change dramatically between now and then.
Michael Collins of PGIM Fixed Income, thank you so much. It seems like markets have retraced a lot of where they were from before this release. Do you agree with that, Francis, that even though there's a lot of division, it seems like this is a Fed that may cut but probably shouldn't?
Well, it's jobs day, so it's the doves day. They get to focus on their side of the mandate. But in 2 days, 48 hours, you're going to be doing inflation day. And if consensus is right and CPI jumps to 3.1%, well, that'll be 56 months that inflation is above the 2% target, going in the wrong direction, and everybody and their mother knows that there's goods inflation still coming in the system. So on Thursday, it's going to be really easy for the hawks to argue their side of the mandate. And this is the problem when you have a dual mandate. You're in a stagflationary light type of environment. You have a Fed that is revealing its bias towards the employment side, but it will be easy to make the case that inflation is still problematic at the end of this week. So balancing those two will be important. Fed speak will be important going forward, but I'll continue to emphasize the details matter. 4.6% that is driven by new entrants, that has a lot of healthcare jobs, sticky healthcare jobs in it. That's a better type of weaker job number. Inflation that is broad-based or has services component inflation in it on Thursday will work on the other side. So let the doves have their day, but Thursdays, I think, will belong to the hawks.
And you can feel that tension in the yield curve, the 230s gap getting to the highest level going back to 2021. Right now, let's get you an update on stories elsewhere. Here is your Bloomberg Brief with Yahira Anand. Yahira.
Hi, Lisa. Recapping the payrolls data we just got, the economy adding 64,000 jobs in November and the unemployment rate rising to the highest since 2021. October jobs data also coming out showing a decline of 105,000 jobs, the largest drop since the end of 2020. Meanwhile, Rob Reiner's son has been arrested for allegedly killing his parents in their Los Angeles home. 32-year-old Nick Reiner is being held without bail. The case will be presented to the Los Angeles County District Attorney for filing consideration today. Celebrities and politicians took to social media to mourn the star who directed classics, including The Princess Bride and This Is Spinal Tap. And OpenAI's deal to license characters from Disney for its Sora video app is entirely in stock warrants rather than a cash licensing fee. That's according to people familiar. Last week, Disney announced it would let OpenAI pull from its library of more than 200 characters while agreeing to take a $1 billion stake in the company. That's your Bloomberg Brief, Lisa.
Thank you so much, Yahira. And Yahira will be back with us in just a moment for your movers. Up next, Jeff Rosenberg of BlackRock breaking down the latest data. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Have you ever thought about, or would you make a movie for a streaming service? Would you make a Netflix movie?
Man, that's a great question.
I mean, I'm waiting for one where I ask and you go, that was a shitty question.
Yeah. I mean, you good at your job, bro. Like, this is actually the first time anybody's ever asked me that. I'm not here to say what I would and wouldn't do in the future. But the theatrical experience is one that means a great deal to me. It means a great deal to us. Mm-hmm. I feel a certain responsibility. Like if Fruitville had happened a calendar year later, it probably would have come out on streaming. I've been fortunate enough that everything that I've written and directed has been a theatrical release. So I feel a duty to try to protect that. But that's where I'm at today.
In case you missed it, on The Pulse.
Distinguish between companies that are here because they're running international operations, the companies that are indigenous and working with the citizens of the UK, and make sure you get the regulation strategies right. With the rule of law and the great city that London and the great country that UK is, there's plenty of upside.
What do you tell the Prime Minister?
I tell them to make sure the regulation's fair, be the best place for a non-UK based company to operate, and you'll get companies coming here.
Don't miss The Pulse, live every weekday.
Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
An argument for cutting the funds rate, particularly given the Fed's own macroeconomic forecast that would have real GDP growth now higher next year, not lower. There are reasonable minds on both sides who are debating the employment trade-off and the inflation trade-off. More interestingly, going forward, what could the Fed do? I don't see rate cuts. If you look at the Fed funds rate now, it's roughly in the range of where it should be, given views about what the real federal funds rate is and the inflation forecast the Fed itself has put out. So I don't see much more room to cut.
If you believe the Fed's projections, next year in 2026, they took up the GDP growth by 0.5%.
That's big.
When do you cut rates into a growing economy?
Well, I think they would have to argue that it's about employment, not just output. But that seems very tortured as an argument. They still have time to react to labor pressures should they worsen. Remember, the Fed also lowered the unemployment rate for next year as well. That doesn't look like an economy heading toward recession. Now, I'm not saying that will come to pass, but that is the Fed's view.
Artificial intelligence is all the talk of the town, including with Chair Powell in his decision this week. How can the Fed understand AI well enough to know what that will do to, for example, productivity, which the chair talked about?
Well, I don't think any of us, if we're honest, know. When I talk to business people in California, they're extremely optimistic. Every CEO is optimistic. Some others are more dour among economists. Honestly, I think there's every reason to believe generative AI could be a big productivity boom. But therein lies the rub for the Fed. If you think AI is the future of productivity, that's a story for higher, not lower, interest rates. The real interest rate will go up. and inflation is still stuck at a higher level. If we're wrong about AI, then we've got many things to worry about because we have a lot of CapEx going into AI data centers and things like that. But I don't think the AI productivity story gets the Fed to low rates. This is not a replay of Greenspan in the 1990s.
What sorts of pressures could AI, in success with increased productivity, increased investment, as you say, put on the dual mandate? Because you could have, on the one hand, said growth, economic growth, increased productivity dramatically, with lower employment. So you could be on both sides of that mandate.
You well could. At the moment, I'm not so sure. So we have seen, obviously, a weakening labor market, but I'm not sure AI is associated with it. When you look at all of the sectors that are weakening, to me, it looks more like an unwind of excess hiring during COVID. So we don't yet know. And we don't know going forward, is AI going to be more of a complement to you, me, and everybody else in terms of the skills we have, or a substitute? But if it were the case that AI displaced a lot of jobs, to me, that's less of a Federal Reserve challenge and more of a government challenge, that the government needs to do something, have a policy to prepare people better than we did in previous waves of technological change.
One of the things that Chair Powell addressed was tariffs. When he was asked about the elevated, well above the 2% number in inflation, he said, well, that's really a tariff thing and we think that will dissipate. Is he right about that?
In principle, yes. A tariff is, if you had a once and for all tariff, that should raise prices, not inflation. It only raises inflation for a period of time. The problem is we've seen tariffs come, tariffs go, rates go up, rates go down, so it becomes a little harder. My worry about the tariffs is less about inflation, somewhat for the reasons Chair Powell has suggested, but more for their long-run corrosive effect on the economy in productivity, in supply chains. You know, again, America's imports are more than half of them are intermediate goods. We're shooting ourselves in the foot whenever we do large across-the-board tariffs.
What do you make of the fact we're now up to 3 dissents? 2 going one way, 1 going the other way. We went for a long time, actually, with essentially no dissents in the Fed. Is this a good thing, a bad thing, or something in between?
I think it could be any of the above. So it's a good thing in the sense that in a healthy organization, if you and I don't have the same view, we should speak it if we're not going to be reconciled. That said, you've got to ultimately govern the Fed. We're about to have a new Fed chair. The president will tell us who it is sometime in the near future. And that gentleman or lady is going to have to bring together a group of people with disparate opinions. That's where the challenge seems to hold. Chair Powell has done a very good job, I think, in managing through a situation where people could reasonably hold different views about the economy and obvious political cross-currents. He's been able to get through that. The new Fed chair, whoever it is, will face that challenge.
It's one thing to have disagreements over policy, over theory, even over what the data are telling you. It's another thing to have political disagreements. We tend to think that the Fed should stay away from political disagreements and disagree over the merits, as it were.
Well, that's absolutely right. You can make a case right now in the economy for different points of view about the path of interest rates. The fact that I have one point of view does not mean, for example, that Governor Waller's wrong, because he has a different point of view. He has a different way of looking at the world. I respect that. If your argument is based on politics, then that's not a technocratic argument for the Fed. Political arguments are fine when you're talking about fiscal policy or things that the Congress does, but the Fed was set up to provide independent judgment about monetary policy, and that's what it should do.
To provide independent judgments and to be perceived as providing independent judgments.
It's critical, David, because if people don't believe that you're independent, even if you yourself think you are, that doesn't work. And you have to ask yourself, why does it not work? The bond market and capital markets depend on the perception that the Fed is an independent agency.
One of the things that came up more than once in the news conference, although Chair Powell really refused to address it, is the question in Governor Cook's case, pending before the Supreme Court. If you had to choose, which is more important, who the Fed chair is or how the Supreme Court rules?
Well, I'm going to give you a non-lawyer's answer because I don't know. But to me, the Cook case is very important, and not just because it's about Governor Cook per se, just call it about X, whoever X is. If the president can fire a member of the Federal Reserve Board for what doesn't appear to be cause, at least as an outsider, then that speaks volumes about the Fed's independence. So I think that case is one to watch. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what the outcome will be, but I wish the Supreme Court well in deciding it.
Looking forward into 2026, which is very, very difficult, obviously, do you think there's more risks to the upside or the downside in the economy?
I see risks in both directions. The AI boom that we spoke about is clearly an upside risk. To me, the resilience of the economy is also an upside risk. If we were having this conversation a year ago, and you had told me about Liberation Day, I alone got to know that, I would have then thought the macroeconomy would do worse than it did. I would have predicted market effects, which did happen, but not the macroeconomic effects. And I think part of that is the overwhelming resilience of the American economy combined with the productivity boom. I think those are real upsides. The downsides I would worry about is that the labor market could weaken gradually then suddenly. And we already have a credit cycle that looks relatively mature to me. And so I would start to worry about credit accidents, which could affect the bond market. So that would worry me as a downside. And then, of course, there are always geopolitical risks that I'm certainly not an expert in and are hard to predict. So I think there are risks on both sides. It's going to be a very interesting year for the Fed, for fiscal policy, and obviously because it's an election year, a highly charged year.
Coming up, getting to an AI future. It's not just a matter of how much money is spent, it's also what the basic structure of the system looks like. AMD's Lisa Su on the critical bets being made on open source versus proprietary code. This is a story about frenemies.
There's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
Beat your competition and when to share with those competitors to build a bigger overall business and compete in other ways. The competition to develop AI models could not be more fierce, with big tech companies investing record amounts of money on chips and data centers.
These companies investing trillions of dollars in CapEx.
Trillions of dollars in the race to build artificial intelligence support systems.
Trillions of dollars of our tech companies investing in building data centers in America.
How far AI will take us and how fast may depend in part on a basic choice about the overall approach to sharing or withholding information, a choice often mentioned in passing, but one that investors may not have identified as key.
I want to see AI everywhere. We were so early in the real usage of the technology.
Lisa Su is chair and CEO of AMD, the chip maker with hundreds of billions of dollars at stake in the development of AI. When it comes to the software that runs on their products, she and her company have made their choice in favor of open source technology, sharing where they can.
The difference with the open source or open standards is the idea that you set out a set of standards that people can follow, and then different companies can choose to implement in a different way. And the whole idea is to provide platforms that the entire ecosystem, lots and lots of developers can develop, and that you can be able to interchange sort of the best of breed from different sources.
Why is there so much passion around open? I mean, is it a matter of business or is it a matter of philosophy?
The philosophy is, do you believe that there's any one company, any one group that will have all of the best ideas in the world? Or do you believe that if you have an open ecosystem where different researchers and different groups can contribute, that you will end up with a better product overall? And philosophically,
This is Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston, bringing you stories of capitalism. The race to an AI future takes us through the obscure land of open source code. And one of those leading the charge, Lisa Su of AMD, explains what is at stake. Plus, however we get there, that AI future will require a whole lot more electricity, which will have to include a whole lot more nuclear power than we have ever seen before. And as the holiday season approaches, we take you on a trip down memory lane to the department stores of yesterday and the efforts of one of the remaining icons, Macy's, to transform itself for the future. But we start with the Fed decision this week and what we learned about where the Fed is going, if it knows, with Glenn Hubbard of the Columbia Business School, who headed the Council of Economic Advisors under President George W. Bush.
Well, the decision itself isn't a surprise, David. The why, though, is a good question. I don't see really an argument for cutting the funds rate, particularly given the Fed's own macroeconomic forecast that would have real GDP growth now higher next year, not lower. There are reasonable minds on both sides who are debating the employment trade-off and the inflation trade-off. More interestingly, going forward, what could the Fed do? I don't see rate cuts. If you look at the Fed funds rate now, it's roughly in the range of where it should be, given views about what the real federal funds rate is and the inflation forecast the Fed itself has put out. So I don't see much more room to cut.
If you believe the Fed's projections, next year in 2026, they took up the GDP growth by 0.5%.
That's big.
When do you cut rates into a growing economy?
Well, I think they would have to argue that it's about employment, not just output. But that seems very tortured as an argument. They still have time to react to labor pressures should they worsen. Remember, the Fed also lowered the unemployment rate for next year as well. That doesn't look like an economy heading toward recession. Now, I'm not saying that will come to pass, but that is the Fed's view.
Artificial intelligence is all the talk of the town, including with Chair Powell in his decision this week. How can the Fed understand AI well enough to know what that will do to, for example, productivity, which the chair talked about?
Well, I don't think any of us, if we're honest, know. When I talk to business people in California, they're extremely optimistic. Every CEO is optimistic. Some others are more dour among economists. Honestly, I think there's every reason to believe generative AI could be a big productivity boom. But therein lies the rub for the Fed. If you think AI is the future of productivity, that's a story for higher, not lower, interest rates. The real interest rate will go up, and inflation is still stuck at a higher level. If we're wrong about AI, then we've got many things to worry about because we have a lot of CapEx going into AI data centers and things like that. But I don't think the AI productivity story gets the Fed to low rates. This is not a replay of Greenspan in the 1990s.
What sorts of pressures could AI, in success with increased productivity, increased investment, as you say, put on the dual mandate? Because you could have, on the one hand, said growth, economic growth, increased productivity dramatically, with lower employment. So you could be on both sides of that mandate.
You well could. At the moment, I'm not so sure. So we have seen, obviously, a weakening labor market, but I'm not sure AI is associated with it. When you look at all of the sectors that are weakening, to me, it looks more like an unwind of excess hiring during COVID. So we don't yet know. And we don't know going forward, is AI going to be more of a complement to you, me, and everybody else in terms of the skills we have, or a substitute? But if it were the case that AI displaced a lot of jobs, to me, that's less of a Federal Reserve challenge and more of a government challenge, that the government needs to do something, have a policy to prepare people better than we did in previous waves of technological change.
One of the things that Chair Powell addressed was tariffs. When he was asked about the elevated, well above the 2% number in inflation, he said, well, that's really a tariff thing and we think that will dissipate. Is he right about that?
In principle, yes. A tariff is, if you had a once and for all tariff, that should raise prices, not inflation. It only raises inflation for a period of time. The problem is we've seen tariffs come, tariffs go, rates go up, rates go down, so it becomes a little harder. My worry about the tariffs is less about inflation, somewhat for the reasons Chair Powell has suggested, but more for their long-run corrosive effect on the economy in productivity, in supply chains. Again, America's imports are more than half of them are intermediate goods. We're shooting ourselves in the foot whenever we do large across-the-board tariffs.
What do you make of the fact we're now up to 3 dissents, 2 going one way, 1 going the other way? We went for a long time, actually, with essentially no dissents in the Fed. Is this a good thing, a bad thing, or something in between?
I think it could be any of the above. So it's a good thing in the sense that in a healthy organization, if you and I don't have the same view, we should speak it if we're not going to be reconciled. That said, you've got to ultimately govern the Fed. We're about to have a new Fed chair. The president will tell us who it is sometime in the near future. And that gentleman or lady is going to have to bring together a group of people with disparate opinions. That's where the challenge seems to hold. Chair Powell has done a very good job, I think, in managing through a situation where people could reasonably hold different views about the economy and obvious political cross-currents. He's been able to get through that. The new Fed chair, whoever it is, will face that challenge.
It's one thing to have disagreements over policy, over theory, even over what the data are telling you. It's another thing to have political disagreements. We tend to think that the Fed should stay away from political disagreements and disagree over the merits, as it were.
Well, that's absolutely right. You can make a case right now in the economy for different points of view about the path of interest rates. The fact that I have one point of view does not mean, for example, that Governor Waller's wrong, because he has a different point of view. He has a different way of looking at the world. I respect that. If your argument is based on politics, then that's not a technocratic argument for the Fed. Political arguments are fine when you're talking about fiscal policy or things that the Congress does, but the Fed was set up to provide independent judgment about monetary policy, and that's what it should do.
To provide independent judgments and to be perceived as providing independent judgments.
It's critical, David, because if people don't believe that you're independent, even if you yourself think you are, that doesn't work. And you have to ask yourself, why does it not work? The bond market and capital markets depend on the perception that the Fed is an independent agency.
One of the things that came up more than once in the news conference, although Chair Powell really refused to address it, is the question in Governor Cook's case, pending before the Supreme Court. If you had to choose, which is more important, who the Fed chair is or how the Supreme Court rules?
Well, I'm going to give you a non-lawyer's answer because I don't know. But to me, the Cook case is very important, and not just because it's about Governor Cook per se, just call it about X, whoever X is. If the president can fire a member of the Federal Reserve Board for what doesn't appear to be cause, at least as an outsider, then that speaks volumes about the Fed's independence. So I think that case is one to watch. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what the outcome will be, but I wish the Supreme Court well in deciding it.
Looking forward into 2026, which is very, very difficult, obviously, do you think there's more risks to the upside or the downside in the economy?
I see risks in both directions. The AI boom that we spoke about is clearly an upside risk. To me, the resilience of the economy is also an upside risk. If we were having this conversation a year ago and you had told me about Liberation Day, I alone got to know that, I would have then thought the macroeconomy would do worse than it did. I would have predicted market effects, which did happen, but not the macroeconomic effects. And I think part of that is the overwhelming resilience of the American economy combined with the productivity boom. I think those are real upsides. The downsides I would worry about is that the labor market could weaken gradually then suddenly. And we already have a credit cycle that looks relatively mature to me. And so I would start to worry about credit accidents, which could affect the bond market. So that would worry me as a downside. And then, of course, there are always geopolitical risks that I'm certainly not an expert in and are hard to predict. So I think there are risks on both sides. It's going to be a very interesting year for the Fed, for fiscal policy, and obviously because it's an election year, a highly charged year.
Coming up, getting to an AI future. It's not just a matter of how much money is spent, it's also what the basic structure of the system looks like. AMD's Lisa Su on the critical bets being made on open source versus proprietary code. This is a story about frenemies.
There's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
and beat your competition, and when to share with those competitors to build a bigger overall business and compete in other ways. The competition to develop AI models could not be more fierce, with big tech companies investing record amounts of money on chips and data centers.
These companies investing trillions of dollars in CapEx.
Trillions of dollars in the race to build artificial intelligence support systems.
Trillions of dollars of our tech companies investing in building data centers in America.
How far AI will take us and how fast may depend in part on a basic choice about the overall approach to sharing or withholding information, a choice often mentioned in passing, but one that investors may not have identified as key.
I want to see AI everywhere. You know, we were so early in the real usage of the technology.
Lisa Su is chair and CEO of AMD, the chip maker with hundreds of billions of dollars at stake in the development of AI. When it comes to the software that runs on their products, she and her company have made their choice in favor of open source technology, sharing where they can.
The difference with the open source or open standards is the idea that you set out a set of standards that people can follow, and then different companies can choose to implement in a different way. And the whole idea is to provide platforms that the entire ecosystem, lots and lots of developers can develop, and that you can be able to interchange sort of the best of breed from different sources.
Why is there so much passion around open? I mean, is it a matter of business or is it a matter of philosophy?
The philosophy is, do you believe that there's any one company or any one group that will have all of the best ideas in the world? Or do you believe that if you have an open ecosystem where different researchers and different groups can contribute, that you will end up with a better product overall? And philosophically, I think, from an AMD standpoint, actually, if I think about, throughout my career, I look at, sort of the different inflection points on technology. Things often start, new ideas often start in a closed environment. But when you actually think about when they get big and when, a lot of people adopt, you like to be in an open environment. And, that's philosophically. Now let's talk about the business aspects of it. The business aspects of it are, we all have to make choices of where we invest. And do you want to trust, all of your crown jewels and all of your data in a closed ecosystem that, may or may not be the most competitive at any given time, or, may have, a flaw or any of those things. Whereas, in an open ecosystem, you have choices. You can decide who is the best at any given time. You can decide, if I have my data in a cloud environment, I can easily move it to another environment. If I have my applications that are built on one chip, if there's a better chip, a few years later, you can move, quickly. That's kind of the idea of both.
What, broadly speaking, are the advantages of open? And let me throw one out. For example, in a new technology, is it more likely, all other things being equal, that the technology will develop more quickly if it's open?
I would say that the main advantage of an open ecosystem is that you can get many, many more developers on that ecosystem, and they will contribute, sort of in their, special way. So, an example I can give you is, when we think about supercomputing, like the largest supercomputers in the world, we usually like to develop them on open software stacks so that researchers from all different labs can actually contribute to those applications and those learnings. We see that a lot in open ecosystems, which is the notion that we want more developers. Like Linux is a great example, right? Linux is one of the examples where with a open operating system, you can see that it's now really become, the standard for a lot of computing going forward.
For all the advantages of the open source approach to AI, many of the most important players, including most recently Meta, with a new model expected to debut next year, have gone the other way, keeping much of their generative AI tech proprietary. And there are some advantages to that approach, including preventing bad actors from having access to source code that they can manipulate. That's something Sue believes can be remedied by community policing.
I think there is a definite view that there's a place for open and then there's a place for proprietary. And when I say that, I mean, look, there are amazing groups of researchers that are working on the largest foundational models. When you think about what's happening at OpenAI and what's happening at Google and what's happening at Anthropic, what's happening at Meta, these are phenomenal labs that are doing a tremendous research in AI. There are also a number of open models. OpenAI has an open model. Meta, their Llama series have had open models. And what you find when those models are open is there are more researchers that are able to build on top of that. And I think there's significant advantages there. So, our thought process in how this evolves over time is you're going to have both in the ecosystem. And just like my very early example of sort of the Apple iOS ecosystem and the Google Android ecosystem, it's not like you're going to have all of one take over, all of the other take over. But what you do see is there's value and richness in having, let's call it, a little bit of competition between the ecosystems. And most importantly, what we want is what's best for the consumer is to get the best overall product experience and the best overall capabilities. And you do that when you allow a playing field that allows good competition across the board.
The debate between open source and proprietary is not a new one.
This IBM 705.
The computer industry had to confront a similar choice long before the current rush to artificial intelligence models. Sam Palmisano was the CEO of IBM from 2003 through 2011.
How this whole thing began was basically in the late 90s. And there were two different models. There were proprietary models that existed, IBM in the mainframe, Microsoft client server, et cetera. They were all proprietary. And we believed at IBM that a better model was one that would drive more innovation, more growth, if it was open source so everybody could participate. So that led to this Linux initiative, which was the open source institute that was created by the industry, which we were part of. And obviously what happened over time, now we put a lot behind it. We made $1 billion bet that Linux would become commercial and that in the future, Linux and Apache would be kind of the operating environment of the internet. Well, it worked out, but it could have been a mistake, but it worked out. So that gave it a lot of momentum. But the whole point was open innovation is going to win over single company proprietary approaches because they have a limited amount of resource and a limited market. Even if they have a large share position, it's still a smaller market than the entire industry.
When you made the decision to go open source with Linux, was there controversy about it? I mean, what were the pluses and the minuses of that decision?
Huge internal debate. Think of all the stuff IBM invented over the history of the industry. It was all proprietary, whether that was not just in mainframe or storage and database, and all those things were all invented by IBM. So there's the camp that said, hey, you guys, this is crazy. We have this proprietary model. It's very profitable. Slower growth, but it's very profitable. And it's, from a business perspective, the alternative was that, no, if we can open up the opportunity and then participate in a bigger opportunity than the one we're participating in, IBM will be better off long term. And that was the decision.
The IBM move to open source for operating systems 25 years ago helped spur what became a software revolution as firms adopted the system and built their own proprietary applications on top of it. Looking back on it now, it's hard not to conclude that it was good for the business overall and, ultimately, good for companies like IBM. But is history likely to repeat itself this time as the world experiments with various generative AI approaches?
The chip is actually quite small. We want to present a framework where we're going to get the best ideas coming out of this. And from an AMD standpoint, we'd love you to run on our chips, but more importantly, we want you to run on an open ecosystem so you can decide, 2 years from now or 4 years from now, if you made a choice of AMD, that doesn't mean you're locked into our chips for the next 5 years. It means that you have an open ecosystem where you can benefit from all of the competitive capabilities that come on board over the next 5 to 10 years.
Which sounds like it should be good for the business long term, overall the business. Is it also good for AMD in the sense that in that world where you can switch and you don't have to be committed, you'll sell more chips over the long term?
I believe we will because we are giving people the opportunity to choose. And look, we always have to be best in class, right? There's no question that there's so many innovations to come on board. But the idea that if you develop on AMD, you have choice and you also have the ability to work closely with us in terms of how we develop this ecosystem together, that this is a case where 1 + 1 is going to be greater than 3 because we're getting the smartest people from all of the ecosystem versus just we're going to figure out everything on our own.
And it's not just the big U.S. tech companies making their bets on open versus proprietary. China is casting its vote as well, and perhaps ironically, siding with the open approach.
Where we started, it was mostly proprietary, and the winners at that point in time were Meta, Google, OpenAI, Microsoft, et cetera. They were the winners, and we're growing like crazy with these large language models. Then all of a sudden, this thing happens in China. And there's two things that happen in China that are open sourced, and they're based on this view that innovation will scale faster if we have an open source approach. DeepSeek, which got a lot of press, a lot of coverage. The other one's called Hugging Face, which you hardly hear about. But if you look at the numbers compared to the growth before 2024, it was heavily dominated by the three companies, the hyperscalers I talked about. And then since then, it's been these other companies and the China approach. So since 2024, China actually is outgrowing the proprietary models, but it's the open source innovation, and they've gone from nothing to millions of people now using these capabilities.
To your point, Sam, there's this chart that we were provided actually by your folks out at Stanford, which actually illustrates the competitive nature of the large language models in China versus the United States over time.
Correct. You look at it, the point I was making, up until 2024, it was clearly a blue curve led by the United States, the companies, but led by the United States. It flipped in 2024, and China went vertical, and it's almost caught up to the United States now. This thing is rocketing.
As happens so often, it ultimately comes down to business, albeit business with profound ramifications well beyond the specific companies involved. AMD's Sue has little doubt that what works best for AI development overall will also be the best way forward for her company.
The ability to collaborate actually helps us go faster because you only have to differentiate on the things that are, let's call it, the most secret sauce. And if we can come up with standards so that we're not doing the same work multiple times at different companies, that's actually a good thing.
And the secret sauce for you is in the chip?
Yes. The secret sauce is in the chip. It's in how we marry the chip to what will eventually be the application. And in our world, David, what I find the most interesting is the idea that every application that we see going forward, every device that you see is going to have AI as part of its essential element. And we want to be as much as we can the provider of that essential AI capability from the hardware side. We've seen, sort of the advent of ChatGPT now turn into, is there a AI bubble? And I say that we're just starting to see the real utility of AI. Yes, the investments are high, but why are we all so confident that there's a payoff at the end? The way AI has been improving over the last, let's call it couple of years, has been faster than any other technology that I've seen. The adoption rates have been faster than any other technology. The potential is faster than any other technology. But what I'm here to tell you is that it's nowhere near its peak capability.
Up next, going nuclear. However we build the AI systems, can we run them without nuclear power? More nuclear power than we have ever seen before. This is a story about...
There's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
Indonesia holds 40% of the world's geothermal potential. It's essential as Indonesia strives to realize its net zero ambitions. Barito Renewables is unlocking this resource with continued investment.
Global electricity demand is set to surge 75% by 2050. Infrastructure alone won't keep up. To power the future, we must change how energy is used, not just how it's generated. The missing link? Demand-side solutions that unlock efficiency, productivity, and resilience. The Bloomberg New Economy Energy Technology Coalition is uniting industry, innovators, and investors to scale these technologies for a future-ready energy system. Learn more at bloombergneweconomy.com/ntech.
Betting on the come when we have a lot on the line and really need it to work. But the outcome is far from certain. The United States and the world are facing an impending power shortage.
What we know now is that the nation, the country, is short of electrons, and we need to build more generation.
We do have an incredible demand, increasing demand for energy.
We are seeing fundamental growth in the demand for electricity.
Why do we suddenly need so much more electricity? Well, we've all heard about AI data centers hungry for energy that would satisfy medium-sized cities, but it turns out that's only part of the story.
AI data centers appear to be the sort of fastest coming and largest new source, but over the long term, reshoring of manufacturing will be incredibly important as well.
Joseph Mikett is director of the Energy Security and Climate Change Program at CSIS and author of a paper on energy strategy for the Aspen Economic Strategy Group.
When we look at the onshoring of manufacturing, there's a couple different sources of new demand that are going to really come to bear in the next few years. One is semiconductor manufacturing. As the US has tried to secure that supply chain, the government is making investments in public-private partnerships in building leading fabrication facilities here in the US. The US, for the previous decades, had had very little growth in its use of electricity. We now foresee growth between 20 and 100% over the next 15 years.
So where are all these electrons going to come from? If we're going to double our energy supply, or even just lift it by 20% over the next 15 years, one of the sources will have to be nuclear.
Nuclear is going to be a contributing factor for sure. I think we need to continually apply the right technologies where the right resources exist.
Scott Strazik is president and CEO of GE Vernova, whose business includes power solutions from nuclear, natural gas, and wind.
In the U.S., as an example, we do have very inexpensive gas. Because of that, we do want to leverage that resource. At the same time, we have a lot of good land that has good fuel in the form of wind and solar. Where those resources exist, we should use them. Where nuclear plays a really important role is where those natural resources aren't readily available, and it's especially important in places where we need what we call power-dense solutions. And what I mean by that is places that need electrons that don't have a lot of space, because we can build nuclear in a fairly small amount of space, yet it creates a lot of electrons.
If nuclear is going to be an important part of meeting our energy demands, it has a long way to go. The U.S. has had commercial nuclear power plants since the late 1950s, but only 2 have come online in the last 30 years. Today, only about 20% of electricity comes from nuclear generation, a number that hasn't increased for decades.
Historically, when we've been building nuclear plants, because they require a lot of infrastructure, they require a lot of security apparatus, we would build one plant that would be directionally a gigawatt in size, and that's a lot. That's 1 million homes that it's powering directionally. Today, what we're working on is a small modular reactor, which is a 300 megawatt application.
Historically, the U.S. has built very large light water nuclear reactors, and while that supply chain has atrophied, we have partners who can supply that technology. It is licensed and ready to be built when it can achieve financing. And those are large grid-scale reactors. Reactors of another size, of other designs, still have to make it through the regulatory process, but they hold great promise, both as grid-serving entities, maybe running smaller microgrids, working for industrial facilities. I don't think the right question is to say which of these is going to win, but rather how do we build an ecosystem that can support both, because both will provide solid services to U.S. consumers as well as export opportunities for the United States.
One of the challenges in the nuclear industry is when we were building them at a gigawatt size, each one was a little different. And with each one being a little bit bespoke and unique, the cost was always higher than desirable. By scaling to a smaller product that we can fit into many more applications, we have a much higher degree of confidence that we can come down the cost curve, because ultimately affordability matters. And Nuclear is very attractive because it's a zero carbon electron, but early it's going to be more expensive. And we need to give the industry and our end customers confidence that we can come down the cost curve as we gain more volume, which I'm highly confident we can do.
What about the fuel source? Is the fuel the same for the big gigawatt as it is for the 300 megawatt?
It is, and we'll create the fuel in the same location in Wilmington, North Carolina for our small modular reactors that continues to feed the 60 gigawatts of existing install base we have in the country.
Is fuel supply a potential limiting factor as we build out nuclear?
As nuclear grows, for sure, we're going to need more uranium supply. I think this is an area for growth in the U.S. We certainly are dependent on other countries today for more of our uranium than we are, as an example, with things like gas, where we can extract all of it out of the ground ourselves here. So that is going to be priority, and I think that's something that you're seeing a lot of companies lean into today.
As promising as small modular reactors may be, the need for energy won't wait. Peak U.S. power demand is expected to outstrip peak supply by 2028. And the fact remains that, as of today, there are no small modular reactors actually up and working in the United States, or anywhere outside of China and Russia, though GE Vernova hopes to change that by 2030. Nicole Holmes is the company's chief commercial officer and a nuclear engineer.
This is very important. If you don't remember anything else, it's that this is real and it's happening right now. A lot of people ask me, when will nuclear happen? When will there be new nuclear? And the answer is going on today in the Ontario province in Canada. We are building the BWRX 300, and with our partner OPG, the small modular reactor will be online by the end of this decade. So if you start today, in the U.S., for example, we have a construction permit application with our partner, the Tennessee Valley Authority, the utility that would own and operate that reactor, in front of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission with the timeline to get that construction permit at the end of 2026 and potentially begin construction as early as 2027. In this kind of time frame, we could have small modular reactors operating in the early 2030s in the United States.
The time is now. The reality is, after Fukushima, in most of the Western world, there has not been new build. Now, we also were living during a period of time in which electric demand growth was reasonably flat. We're past that. We're at an inflection point where we need a lot more incremental electrons for national security, for economic growth, to frankly keep the lights on, as many parts of many industries are electrifying. So when you don't have ultimate demand, it's hard to innovate. We're now into a phase where we have a substantial amount of growth. So it's the right time for nuclear to reemerge. It's also a time where it can play an incrementally important role in the decarbonization of the existing system. In the U.S., a lot of the decarbonization that has happened in the U.S. to date was really coal to gas switching, because gas is 2/3 less carbon intense than coal, but there's still a carbon element. The beauty of nuclear is it's zero carbon, and as customers want to lower the carbon intensity of their total solutions, think hyperscalers as an example, they'll pay to add nuclear into their power generation mix to meet their sustainability commitments.
The increased demand for electricity is one reason the move to nuclear may accelerate. Another is government support.
The U.S. government plays an incredibly important role. It starts with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission approving our ability to start construction on projects. We do expect that by the summer of '26. Beyond that, funding certainly is a relevant dynamic. We have a project with TVA, Tennessee Valley Authority, that just received $400 million of funding support from the Department of Energy. We also signed a $100 billion MOU with the U.S. government earlier this quarter in October to industrialize small modular reactors in the U.S. when President Trump and a number of business leaders were in Japan earlier in the year. That could materially move the nuclear industry sooner if we gain access to a lot of that funding. Right now it's a MOU. We're working really hard right now on site selection, on terms and conditions, to translate that MOU into a definitive agreement. And if we can get something done with the U.S. government in that regard at scale, that could be a real catalyst. So Secretary Wright, Secretary Lutnick are both playing very visionary leadership roles, as I see it, to try to move this nuclear industry, and we're working with them every day and every week to make that a reality.
business has all sorts of uncertainties. International relations go to a degree beyond that.
Yes.
How confident are you in that money from Japan specifically that was talked about in the commitment for investment in the United States for nuclear and for Vernova specifically?
Well, in our case, one of the benefits we have is we do have a Japanese partner in our nuclear business. So it's GE Vernova, Hitachi together. I mean, Hitachi is a minority partner, but a very important partner for us. So if the Japanese government is going to fund projects in the U.S. associated with that trade deal, it certainly makes sense for it to be in arrangements where there's Japanese companies also involved, and that's one of the benefits we have. Ultimately, opining on whether the transaction happens or not with the Japanese government is probably beyond my pay grade. I'll tell you, though, that when I was in Japan with the U.S. government and many of my business peers, I found the interactions highly motivating.
Nuclear energy has had a long and not always smooth path in the United States. But the coming together of much higher demand for electricity, not least because of AI data centers, with bipartisan support in Washington may mean that this time truly is different. That nuclear power will provide the card that completes that inside straight we need to pay off for us all.
You know, on the topic of nuclear, I think the good news right now is that's generally a topic that's agreed to on both sides of the aisle. So there's some consensus there, maybe more so than some other power generation sources. So I'm not concerned about future administrations per se when it comes to nuclear. So we needed a kickstart, and with President Trump's vision, the country has it right now on nuclear. So we do, inside the company every day, talk to ourselves about meeting this moment in serving that vision. 2026 is an incredibly important year for nuclear in the U.S., but I think we're going to get a lot done.
Coming up, shopping for the holidays. We look at the future of department stores and what they need to figure out to have a future. This is
There's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
At Virginia Housing, our mission is to help Virginians attain quality, affordable housing. We're one of the top housing finance agencies across the United States. Having a partner like Wells Fargo that is consistent, that we can rely upon, is so important, and it enables us to try and test things that some organizations frankly can't do. Together, we're serving the community. We're serving businesses when they want to come to the Commonwealth. We're serving the future of Virginia.
Is a story about holding on to the past. There was a day when department stores were at the very center of the American middle-class experience. From the elaborate display windows to the main floor cosmetics counters, all the way up the escalators through floor after floor of everything you needed for your wardrobe and for your home. Our colleague Romaine Bostick reports on one iconic retailer with ambitious plans to make its department stores fit the new age of the American shopper.
The holiday season, that time of year when the city that never sleeps takes a moment to reflect. Lights twinkle up and down the avenues of New York City, from the posh storefronts down in Soho to the ornate window displays up along Fifth Avenue to the epicenter in between, the miracle and magic of Macy's on 34th Street.
Christmas isn't just a day, it's a frame of mind.
American retailers seize on the season, hoping to capitalize on that frame of mind, creating something that lasts beyond just the holidays. A reflection of that effort can be found about an hour's drive away from Manhattan in the Long Island suburb of Garden City, New York, where Macy's is spearheading a broader corporate transformation.
We're looking to be that neighborhood store, the place that you think of that is really convenient, but also has special things that you can buy for the people you love.
Tony Spring took over as CEO of Macy's Inc. in 2024 after more than 9 years of helping to refresh the company's luxury retail arm, Bloomingdale's. Now, the focus is on the Macy's brand itself, a middle-market department store that has been plagued by slowing sales and waning cultural relevancy. In his first month on the job, Spring announced plans to close a third of U.S. Macy's locations, a move that would free up $750 million of assets, money to be reinvested in the best-performing stores, including here at the Roosevelt Field Mall. When it opened in the 1950s, the I.M. Pei-designed Roosevelt Field Mall was the largest in North America and today is situated in a county whose median income is significantly higher than the U.S. average.
This is a storied retailer with incredible rich history that we're very proud of, but we never want our rich history to get in the way of our brighter future. The optionality that the customer has, that they may want to shop on their phone, they want to shop in their car, they may want to shop in the store, and we have to be able to adjust the way we work to be able to provide that convenience for the customer.
But that link between department stores and the customers they target, it's largely broken down. Department stores account for less than 1% of total U.S. retail sales, down from about 16% in the early 1990s. Retail historian Michael Lisicki suggests the decline stems from losing sight of the core consumer.
These stores really excelled when they were able to directly serve their immediate communities. They weren't just commercial destinations, they were social destinations, and that was so important in their general success.
Department stores have long been a mirror of the American consumer, but their roots, they go back centuries. To the Tokyo fabric shops of the 1600s, to the more modern template established in the 1850s, when a French husband and wife duo transformed a small Parisian novelty shop into Le Bon Marché, offering at the time the widest variety of goods under one roof.
They started out very modest, usually as dry goods stores, and then slowly graduated and became bigger.
It really was the focal center of so many communities. What happened?
America raced to the suburbs, and new families were not necessarily drawn to department stores. They wanted price, they wanted convenience, they wanted late hours, and though the department stores tried to chase their traditional shopper to the suburbs, the customer had changed. Who is the customer today? I think that's a question that these remaining department stores need to ask themselves.
The middle is exactly where Macy's still sees promise.
Let's think of the middle as the center of it all, which the center gives you the opportunity to serve up and to serve down. And I think from backstage to luxury, we have the opportunity across this retail portfolio to satisfy what customers are looking for.
Today, the customer has choices. They're not handcuffed to any mall or any downtown. They can shop literally anywhere, and they love the freedom that they've been given.
Mark Cohen is a retail veteran who worked as an executive for some of the most iconic and now defunct department stores of the golden era: Bradley's, Lord & Taylor, and Sears.
A store has to be neat, clean, and friendly. That's sort of step one. That's old style store management, and it got lost at Macy's 25, 30 years ago.
It seems like it would be a lot easier to do that if you were a single brand store or a more curated, smaller footprint.
It's easy if you're Apple and you only have a handful of products to sell, and your devotion is to those products, and your store presentation is deliberately, completely simple and straightforward. It's all about the merchandise.
To make matters more complicated, the divide between the haves and have-nots is widening. Economic uncertainty forcing middle-income households to pull back.
When you look at where we are in 2025, heading into 2026, is there a middle market retail business model?
There's a market. It's not the market that there once was. Mm-hmm. It's a market that's under tremendous pressure and challenge, but it's viable if it represents things customers really want to buy, and it treats customers well enough for customers to remain loyal.
One of the ways Macy's attempted to capture the shrinking middle was through deep discounts. Tony Spring is changing that precedent.
I think closing a sale with value is compelling. People do it in many walks of life, whether it's the hotel I stay at or the restaurant that I visit, and we're in many different loyalty programs. But we shouldn't start with the value. The value should be what helps close the sale, not what helps open the sale. Let's talk about leather. Let's talk about cashmere. Let's talk about lab-grown diamonds. Let's talk about fragrance. Let's talk about the things that people actually are attracted to. And then if value is a way to close the sale, so be it.
It's a testament to a power shift from the old days where department stores and their fashion buyers were the tastemakers to today where the customer is firmly in charge. So how does a department store meet shoppers on their terms?
I mean, in America, it's not like we really need to purchase apparel or accessories. This is something you do if you have a kid and they outgrow it. But today's customer wants to be excited about buying something. And I think that's what's missing.
Sean Grain Carter is a branding expert and associate professor at the Fashion Institute of Technology and was once the e-commerce director for Macy's, helping launch its online strategy in the late 1990s.
It's the magic of wanting to shop, not having it as drudgery. It's something you have to do because of the holidays coming up, and therefore you have to give a gift. It's the excitement of finding something new, finding something that you think is sexy or interesting or just plain, what you want.
These days, that excitement comes just as easily through a few clicks as e-commerce offers customers an online version of the everything store that department stores once were.
You could go to Macy's, you could go to Marshall Field's, Garfinkel's, Wanamaker's, iMagnet, and feel that what you bought was special because these stores made you feel special and that experience made you feel special. Today, it's almost as if there's no excitement in shopping. And that's the magic that's missing. I mean, we know Macy's for their Thanksgiving Day parade, and that's great. But customers don't want to feel that you don't want them.
People love to be taken care of. And I think with our environment, to have a beauty advisor tell you that foundation doesn't really work on your skin, to be able to mix different brands in beauty to create what is your makeup regimen, that only happens when you're working with people who will tell you the truth. That looks good on you, that doesn't look good on you. And I think we learned a long time ago in kind of retail sales 101, to tell somebody looks good in something just to make a sale only means you lose a customer for life. So you're better to give them the honest opinion and find something that works for them. I kind of come back to multi-brand, multi-category, multi-price. It is really an effective advantage in this environment where people really aren't sure what brand is right for them.
Online shopping in the U.S. topped $1.3 trillion last year, but in-store shopping is still the preferred method for most Americans, with almost $6 trillion in sales, according to a report from Capital One. Bloomingdale's CEO Olivier Braun interprets these trends as complementary.
Of course, digital will keep growing. It's a fast-growing channel for us, and it's been the case for many years. I think we are seeing more and more transactions happening online. But for me, the best way to actually invest online is keep investing in the stores. The best branding investment we can make as a department store is investing in the store.
Bloomingdale seems to have cracked the code. Under the Macy's Inc. umbrella, the department store has leaned into its high-income consumer base.
Bloomingdale's emerged from the murk of a middle ground, non-differentiated store on 3rd Avenue in the shadow of the 3rd Avenue L. I'm showing you my age, and became a real destination by virtue of the assortments that it presented, the ambiance it created, the mojo that it delivered.
Tony Spring is widely credited with restoring Bloomingdale's success, serving as CEO from 2014 to 2023. He's now looking to bring that same feeling to Macy's.
The wonder of Bloomingdale's is that you kind of come in and a lot of eye candy. You see great brands. There's the real careful precision and the curation and the editing of what you see and how it all comes to life.
He did a great job as the CEO of Bloomingdale's. He's now got this enormous task of creating some form of magic that exists for real at Macy's.
It's a different customer, though, at Macy's than
It's a different customer, but it's the same challenge.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same challenge. You've got to be special.
So when the holiday lights come down, the Thanksgiving Day parade balloons go back into storage, and the New York rush resumes, Macy's is still faced with the reality of a shrinking middle class.
Who is the Macy's customer today?
So working woman, family, people who enjoy, I think, the nicer things in life, but also like value. And I think the balance of us as retailers not determining this is on sale or this is not on sale or that everything you buy is on sale or that everything you buy is at regular price. We like to have a menu. And I think it allows you to indulge in the people that you love. We have the capacity to show retail, to show the consumer Macy's at its best, as opposed to just trying to survive. And I think there's a fine line that you move from surviving to getting into the game, to playing to win, to making sure you're showing the customer the very best that you're capable of.
Up next, how much farther the AI rush has to go. The massive move in
there's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
Into AI, from chips to data centers to power. Where will it all end? Lisa Su of AMD has her own thoughts about how much farther we have to go and how it will pay for itself.
There's a lot of concern now about how far this can go, how fast it can go. What's your perspective on that?
You know, my perspective, I find it kind of interesting that you go from super excitement about a technology to, oh, wow, you know, big concern. Being a engineer and technologist for a long time, you know, you see technologies and you see those that are kind of fads, and then you see those that have extreme potential. And, you know, AI is in the realm of extreme potential.
But it has to pencil out at some point. When you put that much money to work, there's got to be a return on that investment. Can we get a return on that enormous investment without huge labor disruption?
Again, I believe we can. I think the it that we're looking for is productivity. Productivity isn't necessarily measured in, like I can tell you in our own case when we're talking about this at AMD, you know, we're not talking about how do we have fewer people. You know, frankly, we're talking about we're in a labor-constrained market for research and development. For us, what unlocks real value in the company is not, you know, can I save on customer service reps? I mean, obviously, customer service is an important thing, but that's not the big alpha in our business. The big alpha in our business is, can I build better products? Can I build products faster? Can I build products at higher quality? Can I build products at lower cost? And if I can do that with AI, it adds tremendous value. And that's one example. Like when I think about my peer CEOs, everyone's thinking about how do you use AI to add alpha to your business in terms of your real business model? The cost savings, the labor savings part, I think, is the smaller piece of it. The larger piece of it is how do you build whatever your service or business or products are, how do you do that better? And if you think about it, there will be winners and losers in that. I believe the winners are those who figure out how to use AI to accelerate their business model. You know, the ones who don't may be disrupted by AI. So that's the way I look at, you know, why this investment cycle is so unique.
Does the choice between open and proprietary exist in software, or does it have implications for hardware as well?
I think you can imagine the choice for you know, open versus closed at every level. David, maybe one of the best examples I can give you to, you know, kind of give you a framing is, you know, think about our, you know, mobile phone ecosystem today. You know, we have, you know, Apple, you know, great phone. Lots of people have, you know, sort of the Apple entire stack. You have the Apple phone. You live in the Apple iOS world, the Apple apps. But then you also have a very robust open ecosystem with Android apps that have lots of different hardware makers. You have lots of different you know, software applications, and it's just a different ecosystem between, you know, one that is, you know, let's call it very vertically integrated, and then one that has a lot of different choices.
When you make chips at AMD for artificial intelligence in particular, are there different chips for open versus proprietary?
No, actually, when we make chips, we actually think about, you know, how do we live within an open ecosystem. So, you know, one of the main mantras of AI that I think about is, you know, first of all, we're in the very, very early innings of AI. So we're really just learning what AI is capable of. And you need different types of chips. You need big chips, you need medium chips, you need small chips, you need those that go in these, you know, huge cloud data centers that people always talk about. But you also will have chips, you know, in your smartphones and in your PCs that are very, you know, local and very personal. And so for all of that, there are different types of hardware, but we would like to have the ecosystem be open on the software side so that when you're thinking as a developer, you don't have to really think about what's underneath.
Can it be too open? Can you have too many people dealing with too much, particularly as you get to very large language models? You have really huge models. Can it get to be too much?
There is a thought process that you need, you know, some things to be in a controlled environment. Certainly if you're talking about large language models and the model weights that are associated with it. When people think about these models, right, you sometimes take AI as gospel. It is not yet that. AI is not perfect. AI is good, and it's getting better every single day. But there are still times when your model will get it wrong. And one of the concerns that exists around sort of these models is ensuring that someone couldn't trick the model or do something that would cause the model to purposely give you biased results or results that are favoring something versus something else. So that's an example of with any system, any open system, any closed system, you want to make sure that there are enough checks and balances. Now, one of the advantages, David, of an open ecosystem is the reason technical people like it so much is you can actually check. You can actually check what people have put into it. And the entire ecosystem is extremely passionate about, when there's an open ecosystem, that there are checks and balances, and there isn't a way, sort of to game the system.
Talk about that balance, because on the one hand, if you open it up, it opens it up for the possibility of bad actors to do things that really would harm us all. On the other hand, you have more checks and balances. You at AMD have made a choice on that. How did you strike that balance?
I will say for sure in our experience that when you choose open as a philosophy, you are relying on the fact that the ecosystem will have a set of checks and balances. And frankly, in any ecosystem, you have to ensure that there's a set of checks and balances. And from our standpoint, it is better to have a standards-based system where again you can have different different experts in different areas really contribute versus having something that is a complete black box that you don't even know what's coming in and out of that system.
When we talk about open versus proprietary, those of us who don't understand it well enough think it's just all one, all the other. You mentioned weights, and as I understand, there's a difference between open code on the one hand and open weights on the other. I talked to Jeffrey Hinton, actually, who made this point, who said open code, absolutely. Open weights, that's a different matter.
That's right. I think the way to think about it is, why do we think that an open code environment is so valuable? I'll give you a couple of examples, right? Today, when people are writing their next big AI application, they're actually choosing to write at a higher level, using things like PyTorch and TensorFlow and JAX. These are sort of higher level open frameworks because what they allow you to do is really operate in such a way that whatever code you're writing, they can run on all different types of chips. And that's an advantage because you can move from place to place. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily that we're opening up every aspect of our chip, right? Cybersecurity is super important. We need to make sure that there isn't a way to infiltrate someone's data. And so yes, there are things that you will certainly protect, but then the majority of it is the opportunity for people to really collaborate in an open ecosystem and open environment.
How do you make money, to put it very crassly? I mean, if it's all open, other people can see it, they're not making money off of the basic system. So where do you make your money?
Great question. So we actually really make our money on the chips themselves. So the chips we build, they are highly proprietary. They have all of our secret sauce in them. But what runs on top of the chips is open. And the idea is, you should be able to move easily between all of these different, chip choices.
That does it for us here at Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston. See you next week for more stories of capitalism.
Essentially, the Japanese yen continuing to hold fairly steady around that 155 mark as we await, of course, Avril, that key BOJ decision later this week.
Yeah, Belle, to your point about the macro events this week, I think that is what played out on Wall Street overnight, where you saw traders perhaps choosing to book profits ahead of these data points, the BOJ even this week, in the last trading week that is a full one for the year. So we saw stocks, bonds, the dollar under pressure, tech extended the selling. We see this continue on, right? From last week, those concerns that surfaced following Broadcom, Oracle earnings. The question going into 2026 is going to be the extent in which investors are going to be okay with these valuations on tech names, Belle.
Yeah, and I guess what else plays into that is also the state of the U.S. economy. And to that point, we have the key U.S. jobs data that's coming up later Tuesday. So you've got non-farm payrolls. They're expected to have grown at 50,000 in the course of November. That's according to our medium survey. And then also the unemployment rate seen clocking in at 4.5%. So that would just be a continuation of what's really been a months-long upward trajectory. But it would be going back to the highest level we've seen since 2001, or 2021 rather. So it's certainly going to really set the scene for where we go with rates next year, even though it is important to note as well, this is not going to be a complete report, because you can take a look at this graphic as well that also just shows you certain data points are going to be missing from the figures, October data, of course, and that comes down to the impact still that we're continuing to see from the US government shutdown.
Yeah, I think those gaps in the data from the government shutdown are closing, but you still have some of these blanks, and that speaks to this division in the Federal Reserve, the FOMC. We've heard from some of these Fed speakers following on from the cut last week, hearing from the likes of Susan Collins, for example, saying, yeah, they supported that rate cut, or she supported it, but that going forward is going to be even trickier, the expectation of elevated inflation. And then you hear from the likes of John Williams as well that they are, because of the rate cut last week, well positioned for policy into next year. Now, on the issue of inflation, price pressures, certainly we also heard Stephen Myron weighing in. Take a listen.
There was a large bout of inflation that resulted in an increase in prices after the pandemic. While American families are still rightly distraught with that experience and unhappy with affordability, prices are now once again stable, albeit at higher levels. Policy should reflect that.
Let's get more markets perspective and bring in Rebecca Walser. She's CEO of Walser Wealth Management. So, Rebecca, thanks so much for your time this evening. And I think we can start there with the direction for the Fed, because I see in your notes that you're writing that Trump is going to be having his man next year. And we know that there's that expectation that we'll have essentially Trump appointing someone who's going to really back that case for further easing moving forward. But do you see any risks as well around Fed independence being tested, and that may be playing into some volatility?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that the independence of the Fed is definitely being tested during this administration. But I really think that we are seeing such a divided Fed. It's really unusual during a 6-week period between the October FOMC meeting and this last week's FOMC meeting that we saw a skew of only a 20% probability of a 25-bit cut all the way to a 90% probability in that 6-week period. That's letting us know that there's something going on fundamentally at the Fed. It's a very, very divided Fed, with the presidents being a lot more, they're calling them the silent dissenters, more wanting to stay the course and kind of maybe save up some dry powder and not be so aggressive in the cutting. So even with Trump getting his man in May of next year, unless he really skews the rest of the board to his position to be more dovish, then I think he's going to have some problems getting all of the policies and the accommodation that he's really looking for.
What do you think that the economic data is going to be telling you, though? Are there any signals you're going to be watching in particular that would corroborate the case or the need for further cuts?
I mean, I think to your point, us getting the big jobs numbers that we didn't get because of the shutdown for October and November tomorrow is really going to give us a clue. I really will note that Chairman Powell talked after the FOMC meeting last Wednesday about the fact that right now, since April, we're averaging about a net positive 20,000 jobs a month. He thinks that's overstated by 60,000. Net positive 40,000. He thinks that's overstated by 60,000, meaning that we're losing 20,000 jobs a month. If that's the case, that will show a lot more labor weakness than we've been pricing into the markets. And that would indicate again further that the Fed should be more accommodative and more dovish. We already have stopped what we call quantitative tightening, and we've already moved to a version of quantitative easing. And so, small caps, all of those things are really enjoying that. But the fact is that the Fed has really already turned accommodative beyond just the rate cuts.
So how are you positioning then in markets? How are you allocating?
Yeah, for right now, outside of Fed policy, we're really looking to make sure that our clients are participating. We've had some of the most largest, annual and 1 year period wins of different winners that have gone up, 20, 30, 40% this year alone, especially since April after the tariff, mishap. Everyone kind of over embellished the tariff impact and really the market took a dive since April. So we're kind of looking at numbers since April. We've had some really great winners. We love that for our clients. However, we still have to constantly educate that this is the beginning of the monetization phase. It's going to take a lot of time, and it's going to be what we would consider prickly. It's going to be 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. It's going to be painful for investors that think it's just going to be straight up and to the right on the markets. It's not going to happen. We're going to have some struggles and some volatility along the way. And as long as investors are participating on this new frontier of technology with that understanding, then hopefully they'll be able to stay the course. What you don't want to do is get investors to basically say, hey, like 2001, 2002, 3 years of S&P negative returns in a row, which had never happened before. People got out of the game and then missed all of the recovery of the dot-com monetization. We don't want that to happen, but we do have to pair that with hard assets and commodities specifically as we're making this currency transition to the blockchain.
Yeah, so maybe to your point about high risk, high reward, but what about the valuation risk? And does that maybe make investors take a second look at the smaller cap names in the market?
Yeah, I mean, I think small caps, they haven't done so great this year, but they certainly turned positive as the Fed went accommodative last week. So, obviously 2026, if we do have a very accommodative Fed, that could be a great year for small caps. However, we also are looking for AI to broaden out beyond just the hyperscalers. We saw a lot of deal making at the commercial, industrial level between hyperscalers, all of them kind of investing in each other, taking equity stakes in each other. That's all great, but we're really looking for that to broaden out and come down to a more retail level beyond just ChatGPT. So as long as we can see actual momentum of moving down to actual functional use beyond just a chatbot and, asking for medical diagnoses of your kids and not taking them to the pediatrician, as long as we can actually see beyond chatbot usage, we'll really feel good about the pace of the monetization. But certainly if we keep a accommodative Fed, small caps will have a good year in 2026.
All right, Rebecca, good to chat. Thanks very much. Rebecca Walser, CEO of Walser Wealth Management. We have more ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
There's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
AI is impacting every industry. Macau is providing this center point for this industry transformation. By hosting a conference like AIE, what they're doing is providing this foundation for everyone to align and get behind. If you've spent some time here, you'll suddenly realize how much energy is here, how much transformation, how much change. And being in a location that has those kind of dynamics is really powerful for any business.
I think we're closer now, and they will tell you that they're closer now. We had numerous conversations with President Putin of Russia. And I think we're closer now than we have been ever.
That was President Trump there on talks to end Russia's war in Ukraine, and U.S. negotiators have offered more security guarantees to Kyiv. This is part of Washington's push to end the war. Let's get more with Michael Heath joining us now. And more concessions, but it still seems like they're stuck on the issue around territory and is land going to be ceded or not, essentially.
Yeah, it's exactly right. I mean, what President Trump says there is right in a way. I mean, Ukraine really needs some sort of security guarantee, some sort of reassurance mainly from the US, which has the power to scare off anybody, which it's got now. You know, the reporting we have is that it's an Article 5-like guarantee, which, you know, is NATO's will support each other if anyone's attacked. But at the same time, they're still wanting Ukraine to give up land that Russian forces haven't managed to occupy in nearly 4 years. And not only do Ukrainians not want to do that, that's, you know, constitutionally they can't do that. You know, they'd have to have a referendum, all sorts of processes to do it. And Russia, meanwhile, is sticking to maximalist demands. So while Ukraine's probably come to the party and in a sense, you know, Washington and Kiev have bridged their gap, that takes the whole thing further away from what Russia wants. So, you know, as you get one part closer, it moves away from the other part, and vice versa. So, look, it's difficult to see that this will actually cause a breakthrough unless there's some dramatic change from Moscow. I mean, as the Europeans have said, you know, this is a pretty significant day in terms of the guarantee and the US providing it, but there's very little progress unless Russia buys in.
Mike, what are the prospects of potentially both Russia and Ukrainian leaders meeting? I mean, we've gotten the Berlin gathering, we've gotten the Moscow one, but the key players were just not at the table.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, that's exactly right, Avron. And what you're sort of seeing from Moscow, what their strategy is Russia doesn't sort of, the Russian leadership doesn't even consider Ukraine a country, so they don't want to elevate the status of Zelensky. They don't want to elevate, you know, any of this in a sense. What they do want to do is they want to keep the US at bay because they do know that Ukraine is under a lot of pressure. You know, it's got a lot fewer troops than Russia has, and obviously the US is now rationing any supplies it gives has to be bought. It's not given. Europe has to finance it. It's a lot more difficult for Ukraine to assert itself on the battlefield. So Russia just basically believes that the longer it can drag it out, the more it's going to win. And as long as it can keep President Trump on side, which they manage to do every time it looks like, you know, US and Ukraine are coming closer, you'll see a phone call from Kiev or negotiations or that sort of thing, and Trump changes his view as well. So Russia's, in a sense, is playing everybody along here. But what, you know, we'd have to see a change from Russia, and that would involve negotiations among the leaders. There's no question about that. But we're sort of not anywhere close, I'd say, to that yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to see how Russia hasn't strengthened its hand through this process. I mean, it's arguably, you know, revolutionised or at least upskilled its military. It's got better weaponry. It's now even got the prospect of land that it never even captured in the first place. So what does the negotiation dynamic look between the US and European leaders then on this?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, the difficulty is that Europe and Ukraine are fundamentally divided with the US on this, but the US is the decisive factor for them. I mean, it just has the money, it has the weaponry, it has everything that they need. And Trump's such a mercurial character, they've got to keep on his side. I mean, Ukraine's got nowhere to go. In a sense, it's fighting Russia on the battlefield and the US diplomatically, trying to, you know, keep the US engaged there on its side. So it's exceptionally difficult. And Europe knows that, you know, if it loses the US, it's in all sorts of trouble. And this has been a Putinist strategy for the past generation, basically, is to try to divide the US and Europe and then to try to fracture Europe as well. And their bet with the whole war with Ukraine is that the West can't go for the long haul, whereas in a dictatorship like Russia you can, you know, as long as the president's doing that. Let's not oversell Russia's gains. I mean, Ukraine is a small state with not much of a military. Russia inherited all of the Soviet Union's firepower, and they still haven't gotten very far in 4 years, so it's not great. But nonetheless, all the portents are that it'll be better for them, and things are improving and moving their way. You're right there.
Mike, always great to get your insights on this protracted conflict. Michael Heath, our Bloomberg editor there. In the meantime, the EU's top trade official says China has started granting longer-term licenses that allow European companies to access critical minerals needed for industries, including clean tech, automakers, defense contractors. Speaking exclusively to Bloomberg, Maros Šefčovič also discussed ongoing negotiations with the U.S. over steel and aluminium tariffs.
What unites us is that we really need to take care of overcapacities which are destroying, the steel production in U.S. but also in the EU. And I explain again that we adopted these very far-reaching safeguards if it comes to the imports of steel from the third countries to the EU, which are kind of very much reflecting the measures which U.S. has undertaken several months ago. And therefore, I suggested again, let's go back to the idea where we can kind of build this ring of friends, where we would trade on MFN, or zero levels, and we would have the same, let's say, measures to take on the global overcapacities. The situation as it stays right now is that I sent to Secretary Latnik the lists of the codes where we believe that we can definitely lower the tariffs. I understand there is some interest, especially from the machinery sector, but we didn't proceed or haven't proceeded yet to the very concrete negotiations on this type. So we're talking on the level of teams. We are almost, I would say, in permanent contact with my counterparts, and I think this would be good for both sides, because if America wants to reindustrialize, they need machines. We produce the machines. We are ready to send them the machines, but of course we need to find a solution on the derivatives.
And speaking of sort of rare earth minerals, this obviously has been thrust into the sort of the conversation in a very sort of obvious way now by the China. Are we getting closer? Is Europe getting closer to getting a general license from China as the United States has?
Yes, I think that there I can say that we are in very close contacts with Foreign Trade Minister Wang Wentao and also his team, so we are communicating on different levels. We had here the team from China specializing on export controls like a couple of weeks ago, and I think we are getting initial reports from our industry that they are getting these general licenses, but we need to have a little bit more granular information to evaluate the whole process. But the fact that this idea was favorably received, that it seems that we are getting first general licenses, and also that the Chinese side was receptive to our arguments that the process as it was set up in April required too much of I would say, very intrusive information, too many photographs, too much detail about the supply chains, and I think that the general licensing could be one of the solutions how to address this issue.
That was the European Commissioner for Trade speaking to Bloomberg's Oliver Crook. And some of the other top global headlines that we're tracking this morning. Well, the UK has finalised a free trade deal with South Korea that London says will boost exports to the Asian market. The agreement comes just weeks before an earlier deal was set to expire. The UK says the deal will grow its services exports by more than $500 million. That's as firms get improved access to Korea's financial market. President Trump says he feels bad about Jimmy Lai's conviction in a Hong Kong trial. He says he's reached out to his Chinese counterpart, Xi Jinping, to consider Lai's release. The former media mogul was found guilty on Monday in a landmark national security trial and could face life in prison for conspiring to collude with foreign forces. The Chinese ambassador to the UK has also lodged a protest. That's after the UK Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper called for Lai's immediate release. President Trump is classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction in his latest push to ramp up pressure on Latin America over drug trafficking. Trump allies say such a move can open up access to funds appropriated for detecting and eliminating weapons of mass destruction. The president says he's also considering an executive order for federal agencies to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug.
That's why today I'm taking one more step to protect Americans from the scourge of deadly fentanyl flooding into our country. With this historic executive order I will sign today, we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. which is what it is.
Is it accurate that you are considering an executive order to reclassify marijuana under the control?
We are considering that, yeah.
Are you planning?
Because a lot of people want to see it, the reclassification, because it leads to tremendous amounts of research that can't be done unless you reclassify. So we are looking at that very strongly.
We'll have more ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
There's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
Australia continues to grapple with the fallout from the deadly attack on Jews at Sydney's iconic Bondi Beach on Sunday. The attack sparked debate over immigration, gun laws and anti-Semitism in the country. Paul Allen joins us now for the latest. And I think, if anything, yes, we've got that debate around gun control laws, but people are also saying that even the focus on that is also shifting away from the government and perhaps that perceived lack of what it was doing around the rise of hate speech.
Yeah, perhaps the gun control laws are the easy part. Let's deal with that first. That has broad support from the federal government, from state leaders as well. There's a popular misconception around the world that it's illegal to own a firearm in Australia. That's not correct. You can, and in fact, the deceased gunman, Sajid Akram, owned 6, all 6 of which were recovered. He owned them legally. He had a license, but the feeling is perhaps these laws need to be reviewed. A limit to the number of guns you can own, and perhaps the license conditions should be reviewed as well, because circumstances change. And in the case of Sajid Akram, well, his son Nazim Akram, 24 years old, turns out he was known to ASIO, the spy agency, he was investigated for alleged links to Islamic State in 2019. So you'd think perhaps if that was known, maybe Sajid Akram would not have had a gun license anymore. To your second point about anti-Semitism, though, yeah, that is a fast-growing debate. Did the government do enough? Many Jewish communities say they have been warning about this. Nothing was done, and now we see the consequences.
So Albanese under a lot of pressure. What do we know about how he might be looking to contain or address the fallout?
Well, yesterday he attempted to contain it by acknowledging the hurt of the Jewish community, saying that the government stood with them, that anti-Semitism was a scourge, but today was the day for national unity. That debate's not going to go away, however. We heard from a broad variety of voices yesterday that saying Australia has not done enough to combat anti-Semitism, those voices coming from both within and externally from the country as well. And Jewish groups say, look, the problem had been building and nothing got done. There were frequent stories about arson attacks, vandalism attacks at synagogues in Sydney and Melbourne and other places that the Jewish community frequented. And the community feels that not enough was done to address that. That debate, once the initial shock has subsided, it's not going to go anywhere. It'll probably only get louder, April.
Yeah, certainly one that will continue well into next year, we're sure. All right, Bloomberg's Paul Allen there. We'll have much more ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg. We just got some breaking news this morning. Australia's December consumer confidence figures have been released, and we've seen a deterioration essentially from the month prior. So taking a look at the reading, it's a contraction of 9% rather. The prior reading had been for a gain of nearly 13%. But certainly consumer confidence has also been really reflecting or reacting to this new pivot from the RBA and this indication that maybe the brief easing cycle that we've seen has come to an end, and there's a potential to return to interest rate hikes even perhaps in early 2026. So yes, a contraction in terms of sentiment, and pessimists once again outweighing the optimists in this as well. But Avril, also taking a look at what's happening with Tesla and the rally we've seen in that stock as well.
Yeah, this is a stock that outperformed despite the declines in tech overnight, at one point jumping as much as 5%. So it hit a record, and this is for the first time since December last year. This is a stock that's had a really rough time in 2025, slightly because of these valuation concerns, but also that really public spat between Musk and Trump. But more recently, investors have been helping the stock to rebound given its robo-taxi strategy. They're taking a second look at Tesla. And we are watching, of course, whether this will boost some of these EV suppliers of Tesla in China and in Korea in the session as well. In the meantime, Ford will take $19.5 billion in charges tied to a sweeping overhaul of its EV business after struggling for years to make it profitable. Speaking with Bloomberg, CEO Jim Farley says the overhaul is about moving towards more profitable vehicles.
You know, we saw hybrids really take off the last couple of years, like, you know, last month we had a 30% increase in our hybrid sales. We're now number 3 in I think we're 80% hybrid market share in trucks. So we saw this happening. We also saw the more expensive EVs, you know, really suffer in the market, and the more affordable EVs to do better. And then the last couple months, it really was remarkable. The EV market in the U.S. went from 12% in the industry to only 5%. And that really, in the end, was the big decider for us. But look, we're going to 50% electric. It's going to be hybrids and E-revs and electric. It won't be just pure electrics.
So, you know, every good trader knows you got to cut your losses when you recognize there's an issue. You're doing that in this sense with the F-150 Lightning as we now know it, and the T3 project, the next generation truck that would have been built in Tennessee. But you're able to, I guess, salvage some assets, and as a result, you've raised your profitability forecast from $6 to $6.5 billion for this year in terms of EBIT to $7 billion. Where are you gaining an opportunity from this, Jim?
Well, great question. This year, in the short term, it's really our cost of our company. Our quality is getting better, and so our costs are much more competitive. In fact, the Novelis aluminum has cost us more like $2 billion, but we're still raising guidance. Look, for this announcement, Matt, it's really about moving to more profitable vehicles. You know, we're going to make in Tennessee now an affordable pickup truck. I think it's going to really surprise the market. These are customers we know. Not a lot of guesswork in terms of the revenue, the cost we need to get at, and a more affordable van in Ohio. So these are going to be better investments for the company profit. And all those hybrid sales, you know, those are really profitable vehicles for us as we basically deploy hybrid across our lineup. But we're also going into the energy storage business to 20 gigawatt hour. You know, that's a big move. We're going to convert our battery plants from automotive batteries to energy storage batteries using LFP. That's also a big pivot that is profit positive for the company.
That was the Ford CEO, Jim Farley, speaking with Bloomberg's Matt Miller there. And some of the stocks are going to be watching when we get the open in Korea and also Japan at the top of the next hour. But LG Energy Solution in Seoul is certainly one of them because it actually gets over 5% of its revenue from Ford. And it'll be interesting to watch, given, yes, you do have Ford deprioritizing their EV series and shifting instead toward gas and hybrid vehicles, but still looking into energy storage as well, Avril.
Yeah. Talking about these shifting priorities, Belle, it's also been quite interesting. We've seen firms turning more cost conscious, and that seems to have had ripple effects into even the likes of McKinsey consulting firm, right? Sources telling Bloomberg that against the backdrop of its revenue growth having flatlined the past couple of years, there is some sense that they could be cutting jobs by the tune of a few thousand, and that could be staggered over a period of 18 to 24 months. And what we know is how the leadership of McKinsey has been discussing cutting about 10% of headcount across some of these non-client facing departments. So certainly companies are pivoting amid a changing landscape, Belle.
Yeah, that's right. And I think to your point around headcount, we actually had seen it climbing for McKinsey over a period of several years. So in 2012, for instance, it was around 17,000. But then moving forward to 2022, it was as high as 45,000. Now you're around that 40,000 mark. But certainly there's a lot for the company to contend with. Not only has it had very close ties to opioid makers or to some of the world's biggest opioid makers, it's been forced to pay big fines from that. It's also had to really defend its engagement with governments in Saudi Arabia and also China to the US as well.
Yeah, Belle, speaking of China, let's turn to one property developer that has been in the spotlight there. Distressed developer China Vanke offered creditors better terms on its request to delay payment on a bond after creditors rejected its initial proposal. For more, let's bring in our China correspondent Mimin Loh in Hong Kong. So, Mimin, tell us more about the details of this proposal.
Yes, Vanke has told bondholders that it will pay the interest on a bond that is due on December 15, which is yesterday. It will pay that next Monday, December 22nd instead. And it's also calling for the 5 business day grace period to be extended to 30 trading days. The principal will still be paid 1 year later. Now, Vanke is going to hold a bondholders meeting on Thursday to discuss this revised plan. And this comes after its initial plan to delay the bond payment by a year had been rejected. It didn't get the required 90% support from bondholders. The initial plan didn't have any upfront payment or installments, but this time Vanke is saying they will provide some credit enhancement without elaborating on what that is. So from now until next Monday, it will have to make the payments if no other agreement is made. Otherwise, bondholders can call default, which is quite an unthinkable situation for a company that was once the largest developer in China by sales.
How's that going to have then a bearing on the broader housing market in China, especially when you stack it up against the property data we got yesterday?
That's right. Certainly is very concerning because I think investors will be concerned about the upcoming bond payments as well, because it has 13 billion yuan of bonds that are due by June next year. It has $1.3 billion of offshore bonds as well that are due. But more broadly, if Vanke defaults on this bond, it really could pummel confidence in the state-owned companies, because so far the property crisis had been restricted largely to the private companies, which saw about 29% decline in sales this year, but state-owned companies only saw about 9% decline in sales. So what does this mean then for consumer confidence, right? Will home buyers still be willing to buy from state-owned companies, whether it's centrally government-owned or local government-owned? So that is the big question here. And for a long time, Vanke has been protected by this perception that the state-owned investor, Shenzhen Metro, would come in to bail it out. But Shenzhen Vanke has provided about 30 billion yuan in shareholders' loan to prevent a default so far. But lately, the company has been tightening borrowing terms, and that really rang alarm bells among investors as to whether or not the government is now shifting its stance, and it seems like Vanke is being left on its own to clean up this mess.
That was our Bloomberg China correspondent Mimin Loh there, and quick check rather on markets, because we're half an hour into the session so far for the ASX 200. But taking a look what's happening in FX markets this morning as well, we're not really seeing too much movement. The dollar generally has been just declining into the delayed payrolls figures, but certainly that's going to be the key one to watch in terms of what does the Fed do going into 2026. The Japanese yen there, you can see around that 155 mark, but it has been outperforming peers against the greenback in the group of G10, but markets are certainly pricing in that likelihood we see the BOJ hiking rates later this week. We'll have more ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
There's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
Well, the Netflix co-CEOs Greg Peters and Ted Sarandos are trying to reassure employees' concerns about the company's bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. They've been reiterating that there's no business overlap and therefore there won't be any studio closures. Let's get more with our Bloomberg Media entertainment editor, Chris Palmieri, who joins us from LA. And Chris, just break it down for us. What are the concerns that we're getting from Netflix employees and what's been the response then from management?
A couple of things. What the co-CEOs said today was, one, they're going to continue to release Warner Brothers films in theaters. That's a big concern for Hollywood, particularly movie theater owners, because Netflix model historically has been to put the films in theaters just for a short period of time, just to qualify for awards, and then release them simultaneously on their streaming service. That's number one. The other big issue they really looked at was the future of the Warner Brothers studio, the physical lot, and all the employees that work there. And their point was that we don't already have a lot like Paramount, say, would. And so we're not going to be firing legions of people when we do a deal like this. We're going to build on the employees and the physical assets that are there.
Where are we on the regulatory scrutiny for each bidder?
Well, regulatory scrutiny at this point is just a lot of speculation because we don't have a winner for sure. But right now, Warner Brothers had 10 days as of last Monday to respond to Paramount's latest offer. And we're expecting that to come this week, probably Wednesday. It's likely Warner Brothers is going to say, no, we're sticking with Netflix, in which case the ball's back in Paramount's camp. Everyone expects Paramount to raise their offer price a little bit more.
Another big story last week in terms of Hollywood entertainment business was also this OpenAI licensing Disney characters. But we're getting more details now on the terms of the deal. What exactly can you tell us?
So we were the first to report today that under their agreement, Disney isn't getting paid for the licensing of their characters. The announcement last week was that some 200 characters were going to be available for people to use in AI video creations. And instead, Disney's getting paid in stock in OpenAI. That's the terms of the deal.
Chris, thanks so much. Media and entertainment coverage editor Chris Palmieri for us. Speaking of deals, Bloomberg has learned Mitsubishi UFJ is nearing a deal to buy a minority stake in India's Shriram Finance. That would make it the latest foreign bank seeking to build a presence in the world's most populous country. Our Asia Investing and Finance editor Russell Ward joins us now. So Russell, talk to us about the deal. What is MUFG likely going to get if this goes through?
Morning, Avril. Yes, so Shriram Finance is one of India's biggest non-bank lenders. They have a pretty big presence in areas like financing for motor vehicles, for homes, even financing for gold and small business lending as well. So they have a market cap of about $18 billion. And what we're hearing from people familiar with the matter is that MUFG is looking to get a 20% stake that would be worth more than $3 billion. So it would be a pretty big deal for MUFG, and it could be clinched or announced as soon as this week, according to the people familiar.
What's the rationale for entering or targeting the Indian market? Because we've seen a number of Japanese lenders doing this.
Absolutely. So Japanese banks have been expanding abroad for many years now. They were targeting Southeast Asia and really having made a lot of deals in that region. They've sort of moved on and now are looking into India. So MUFG is just the latest. We've had Sumitomo Mitsui being pretty active in this space earlier this year, clinching a stake in Yes Bank. SMFG had also bought a stake in Fullerton, which is a consumer finance company. laid out about $5 billion in investment in India in recent years. And then you've got Mizuho, which is looking at more expanding in the corporate investment banking space. It's been in talks to buy a local investment bank called Avendus. The CEO was on Bloomberg TV last week, actually, of Mizuho, saying that, that they're hoping to have some positive news on that front in the coming weeks. So MUFG is really the latest in a long line. The three mega banks have also been big lenders in foreign currency lending in India and facing pretty stiff competition in that space, so they really want to hold on to their presence there.
Russell, thanks so much. A lot of deal-making activity coming out of Japan, our Asia Investing and Finance editor Russell Ward in Tokyo. Now, also in Japan is, of course, BOJ week. We have the finance chief, Katayama, talking about how the government and the BOJ share a view on the state of the economy. So it looks like all systems go for the hike this week. But where do we go from here? Taking a look at dollar yen, it's hovering steady around the 155 handle. Let's bring in Bloomberg MLive strategist Mark Cranfield. So, Mark, last BOJ meeting for the year, and it looks like all systems go, finally.
I can't believe you're not going to be around to
cover that.
It's an almost impossible job for Governor Ueda to thread the needle here. He's got to try and convince investors in Japanese bonds that raising the target rate to 0.75 when core inflation is running at 3%. And he's going to have the data just a few hours before the Bank of Japan give their decision. There's going to be a fresh national CPI report number. It's likely to show that inflation hasn't really changed very much. It's still very sticky, and yet their target rate is miles away from where the inflation level is. Now, in most parts of the world, that negative real rate picture plays out in a weaker currency. It doesn't help the long end of the yield curve as well. Plus, this particular hike has been so well telegraphed, unusually far in advance for the Bank of Japan's point of view. Everybody's expecting it to come, but they've seen the timetable of the previous hikes under Governor Ueda, well spaced out, several months between hikes. This will be the second one this year. The last one was in January. So nobody is expecting that the next one, which is certainly due based on the inflation data, will come until maybe the middle of next year. All of that is going to play into a market which already thinks that JGB yields are not fully reflective of the situation in Japan. Very tough job for him. We'll probably see JGBs decline a little bit more and the yen under pressure, even if the hike comes as fully expected.
So does that mean we're going to have to wait quite a long while for any breakout in dollar yen?
Dollar yen is going to what's happening there is more on the cross rates. People are using the yen as a funding currency. Against the dollar, it might get a little bit of reprieve simply because the Federal Reserve has started mini QE there, which is going to undermine the US dollar. Look at the yuan, it's powering ahead. The euro is picking up steam as well. The dollar is generally under pressure, but the yen is the next weakest one. It will probably lose against the euro, against the pound, against the Aussie. Most of those traders will be looking to use it as a cross-rate play, and the yen will probably stay relatively weak. It might go down a bit against the US dollar, but it will lose out against the other major currencies.
What about what we're hearing on the yuan in particular, given that you've also seen that record move essentially against the Japanese yen, but just reading about this rising number of Chinese economists, former central bankers as well, that are arguing the case for a stronger currency. Is that what's needed here, do you think, and is that what's likely?
The central bank, the PBOC, has made it pretty clear that for now they're very supportive of a gradual appreciation of the currency. They use their daily fixing as the signal to the market. That's how traders understand where the central bank thinking is. And it's been pretty consistent over the past few months. They've gradually been lowering down that target rate. It tells people in the market they're very comfortable with dollar yuan moving lower. Interestingly, if you look at it on a basket basis, the yuan is actually relatively weak against a whole number of currencies, but it's doing pretty well against the US dollar. They're happy to continue that to be the case. China doesn't want their currency to be too strong overall. They obviously need exports to Europe and the rest of the world. Asia as well. You can see that it's lagging to some extent around there. But against competitors such as Korea and Japan, it's holding up pretty well on that space. Overall, the currency is in a pretty medium kind of a place. So it's not too hot, not too cold. But the highlight will be against the US dollar. We're probably going to go below 7 to the dollar. As long as the euro continues on its path, the yuan won't be too far behind, unless China ever needs to use it as a trade war weapon. That's not the case right now, but they always keep it in their back pocket. Anytime friction happens on the trade front, they can always suddenly start to weaken the yuan. That's not what they're doing right now.
Yeah, and as you say, maybe going below that 7 handle, I guess it also comes down to the direction of the greenback, which is already weakening ahead of the US jobs data that's out later. So what are you expecting there? And as well, how does that set the trading direction?
There's a lot of data to absorb. People have already made up their mind to some extent that from the jobs point of view, it signals the fact that the Federal Reserve were justified in lowering interest rates. They may be able to do so again. But there's a pretty long way to go before that January meeting. There's plenty of time for Federal Reserve speakers to come in and give their views. And you can tell it's a very mixed Federal Reserve, which is making it more difficult for investors to decide who's going for the rate cuts and who wants to stay on hold. This data, in a way, is not going to help very much. It's going to muddy the picture because so much of it is out of date. It's not very well collected. The quality of the data will be under suspicion. So it's very tricky for investors to get through it today. They'll probably just be relieved it's out of the way. We can look ahead, hopefully, to a clean slate in 2026. By the time we start the new year, the data should be up to date, and by then traders can make a more informed decision. Right now, they can't really.
Yeah, hopefully all this is behind us by then. Mark, always great to get your analysis. Thank you so much. A Bloomberg and Life strategist, Mark Cranfield. We have more ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
Latest on the corporate front this morning, and Reuters is reporting that NASDAQ is planning to submit paperwork with the U.S. Securities Commission to roll out round-the-clock trading of stocks. NASDAQ plans to expand trading hours for stocks and exchange-traded products from 16 hours to 23 hours, 5 days a week. Under the new plan, the trading week will start on Sunday at 9 p.m. and end on Friday at 8 p.m. PayPal's applied to become a bank in the U.S., looking to take advantage of the Trump administration's openness to fintech companies entering the banking system. The payments firm says that if approved, a PayPal bank would help strengthen its small business lending capabilities. JP Morgan and the U.S. government are backing Korea Zinc's planned smelter in Tennessee, which will supply critical minerals essential for chip making, defense, and aerospace. Construction is expected to begin next year, with commercial operations starting in 2029. We'll have the market opens in Seoul and Tokyo next. This is Bloomberg.
There's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
This is the Asia trade. We're counting down to Asia's major market opens, and we're expecting to see the tech sector coming under further pressure in this part of the world, following on from what we got in U.S. session. Trading was quite tepid in terms of that selling continued on the tech sector, although the likes of Tesla did outperform. We are also seeing the dollar coming under pressure still. Bonds also maybe in the week with all these macro events, not just the U.S. data. You have Fed speak, you have the BOJ as well. All that is in play. So investors seem to be booking profits, taking money off the table for the moment ahead of these macro events that could shape as well what we get in the first half of next year. In the early goings, you are seeing the Japanese benchmark looking a bit softer. It's extension of the declines from a day ago. Dollar yen, I mean, we've been talking about how the government's emphasis on BOJ independence is really unlocking stock, this idea that the central bank can go about with its hikes and normalization of policy. But to what extent is that going to allow dollar yen to break below what we're seeing today? 155 is where we are steadying on. We are still seeing the upward climb in yields in Japan. Take a look at Korea, where I think the tech team has been playing out this week. It's also an extension from what we saw last week. For the moment, you're seeing a bit of a rebound on the Kospi, Kosdaq, not seeing much direction. Dollar Korea won also looking flat. That brings us to what we're seeing in treasuries. We are seeing that expectation of a continued steepening, perhaps. Maybe you see more of that demand on the short end. Again, looking at the dollar coming in quite soft. It is a big week when it comes to data out of the U.S. You've got the payrolls for November along with the jobless rate. And then we also have some CPI numbers. Let's bring in Isaac Poole, CIO at Ascalon Capital, for an analysis and the outlook for what's to come in 2026. But Isaac, always good to see you. Talk to us about what you are positioning for this week and the extent in which you're putting weight on the data.
I think that the data is still very important, albeit a bit stale in some senses, but we will start to get an idea of just how quickly the US labour market is slowing. I think the trend there is very clear. It's showing up in the private sector data, and to the extent that it surprises to the downside, I think there's a real risk there that equities, which have really been banking on a big re-acceleration in earnings and growth, could just be wrong-sided and wrong-footed by the data this week.
Yeah, I remember when we spoke to you, I think this was sometime in September, you flagged, you underweight equities. It was about the valuation risk. We've kind of seen how it's panned out as we approach the end of the year. What is that, assessment to you as an investor? Is this time to pick up a bit more tactically, or are you staying away?
I really think it's not time to chase the dips or buy the dips at the moment. I would approach the end of the year and early next year with an abundance of caution because the valuations are so stretched relative to history. There really will need to be not just good earnings growth next year, but re-acceleration in earnings growth to justify the valuations that we're seeing at the moment. And as we've come through, particularly the second half of this year and into 2026, there are just no clear signs that we're going to see that re-acceleration, whether it's in economic growth or in earnings growth. So as we're looking at equities, we look across the US, but also other major developed markets, and think that this is a time to be a little underweight equity risk, either in absolute terms or by taking lower beta exposures, just to try and provide a little bit of resilience given the eye-watering valuations that we see at the moment.
Which are the other DM equity markets that you're underweight a bit on?
Yeah, we're a little underweight the Europe, and we're underweight Australia. We've been quite diversified across our global developed market holdings and been very careful about really targeting quality and value within the equity sleeves. But overall, as we've seen this year, that diversification has really been a benefit to portfolios. But we still think that the valuations are just not compelling enough and the outlook is just not solid enough to move back towards a neutral stance just yet.
What is the strategy for you in fixed income?
I think fixed income has been so important this year, and it's shaping up to be even more important next year as the Fed looks somewhat less certain on its policy outlook. In Australia, the RBA looks a little less certain, same with the ECB. We've really preferred to move up quality in fixed income, so that means selecting investment-grade credit and specifically short spread duration over high yield. There's been very good absolute yields on offer there and a little bit more downside protection compared to high yield. And then in the govies space, we've really wanted to be short of duration There's still a lot of risk as you move out the curve from sticky inflation, from the less certain pathway from the Fed, from fiscal uncertainty in the US. All of this suggests that the curve could bear steepen, and we really want to be a little bit short on the duration side there.
Isaac, I want to ask you about New Zealand as well, but hold that thought because we have some Treasury Department economic projections from New Zealand, and it's telling us that it sees slower economic growth this year and then a rebound following on from that. And the government also expects to see a later return to a budget surplus. So it's this idea that maybe the long end could continue coming under pressure globally as well. We are seeing the Kiwi against the greenback maybe firming up a little. Isaac, I wonder if you could, react. How are you expecting perhaps global debt as well, as we see a sort of hawkish turn among some of these developed market central banks?
This is a challenge because inflation really did not get under control globally, whether you're talking about Oceania with Australia and New Zealand or the US, and that's wrong-footed central banks a little bit at the moment. They've wanted to cut rates. They want to cut rates to protect the economy, but that sticky inflation is making it challenging. And then you throw into the cauldron there the fact that governments continue to spend. There's not a real clear signal anywhere, I think, in the developed markets that governments want to get their debt levels under control or their deficits under control. And that does just continue to put that upside pressure on global longer-dated yields. And we've seen that in the volatility that we've had this year. We've seen that in the sell-offs we've seen over the last couple of months. And I think that's going to be something that will persist through 2026 and make that fixed income selection within portfolios really critical in a way that it probably hasn't been over the last 12 months.
Isaac, what about the moves in the dollar and gold this year? Do you also see a similar theme persisting?
I think that gold is really a risky position at the moment. We've seen non-traditional buyers really come into the gold market, and by that I mean retail buyers. Last year, or the last 18 months, as gold pushed higher, there was a lot of central bank demand. There was a lot of traditional demand in the consumer sector. But at these prices, that's starting to dissipate. And the people who are coming in to buy it are the ETFs and the mums and dads in the retail market. And we know when we look back over the last 20 or so years that gold has a habit of turning lower. And when it turns lower, it does so quickly and it does deeply. 40% falls are not at all uncommon. And I think that right now at these levels, you want to be extremely cautious with gold. There's an analog there with the US dollar. All the negative sentiment around the US dollar at the start of this year has given way to a pretty tight range for the USD. And I suspect as the Fed becomes a little less certain, there is real scope for the US dollar to strengthen up a little bit, not just at the back end of this year, but probably through the first half of next year.
Isaac, we'll leave it there for today and I guess this year. See you in 2026. Really good to get insights from you. Thank you for your time. Isaac Poole is CIO at Escalon Capital. Now, also in the session today, let's take a look at some of the movers among the stocks that we are watching, including Korea Zinc. And this is after a $7.4 billion plan unveiled for a Tennessee smelter. And we are seeing the stock coming under pressure for the moment. We are also tracking the forward suppliers, including LG Energy. Of course, this is after we got the reinvigoration or the change in plans for Ford in terms of whether it's still going to be making these big bets on electric vehicles. LG Energy is responsible for about 5.75% of the Ford business, and it's the fourth largest customer next to the likes of GM, Tesla, Volkswagen. So we are seeing a bit of pressure coming on LG Energy as well. We have more ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
there's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
We don't see the robots taking over the jobs from humans. We try to make the job of the humans easier and to have more technical people that are really controlling the robots and especially improving the quality by utilizing those technologies. We have already deployed a first phase of robotics through Boston Dynamics, and we are working on the next phase on how can we facilitate the job of the workers.
I think we're closer now, and they will tell you that they're closer now. We had numerous conversations with President Putin of Russia, and I think we're closer now than we have been ever.
President Trump there on talks to end Russia's war in Ukraine. And as we speak of this potential end to a protracted conflict, there's been some sense in commodities markets of an erosion of the risk premium. So we're looking at the lowest since May on WTI, thereabouts. Brent crude futures also hovering at the lowest since May this year. U.S. negotiators have offered more security guarantees to Kyiv as part of Washington's push to end the war. Bloomberg's Michael Heath joins us now. Mike, talk to us about the backdrop now. What's at stake for Ukraine, the extent in which it could get these security guarantees, and whether there is any way that it could shift its red line, territorial concessions.
Yeah, Avril. I mean, it is significant what's happened because what our understanding is the US has offered Ukraine a version of Article 5 guarantees, which is what NATO has. An attack on one is an attack on all, which is what Ukraine has sort of been seeking. If it can't be in NATO, it needs that sort of US guarantee because the US is still the superpower, and if you've got that, then nobody's going to attack you. So it is a significant step forward, and Germany's Chancellor actually said as much in that sense. The question, exactly as you say, is about whether Ukraine is willing to give up territory that it still controls, that Russia is, and that Russia's army hasn't managed to take, but the Kremlin says is insisting on in order to have a ceasefire. Now, Ukraine is sort of constitutionally, it can't do this, but there has been talk that perhaps there could be a referendum, where these questions are put on it, and that might be a way through. They're sort of trying to find fudges there, but underlying it all, it just seems very, very unlikely that Ukrainians would be willing to give that up. I mean, they've sacrificed so much to hold the line here, and Russia, after 4 years and throwing so much, all that old Soviet power against Ukraine, still hasn't managed to get it. So it'd be a really tough decision. All that said, when you're making peace, you're obviously dealing with with your enemy, someone you hate, and you've got to make compromises. So this is the real, as you called it, the red line, and that's going to be the tough one for Ukraine to get around. The other side of it, of course, though, is that as the US sort of does these things with Ukraine, US and Europe, it often ends up dragging their position further away from what Russia might find acceptable. That said, if there is a solution to these territorial demands, you'd imagine they could wrap the rest of it up. But that is the big question.
How significant is it, Zelensky talking about how there's some agreement with the US on future security votes in Congress?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's very, very hard to sort of understand how all that will work. I mean, to some extent, you'd imagine that if the administration has got an agreement here, that Congress is going to be reasonably pliant. I mean, a lot of people do support Ukraine there. It's mainly President Trump and the whole MAGA idea that or really President Trump, let's be honest about it, that is inclined more towards Russia. I mean, the traditional US position would be that they support a European democratic state that's been, a sovereign state that's been attacked by an aggressor for no reason whatsoever. And the attacker is a dictatorship as well and a historical enemy too. So it's President Trump who sort of turned that. You'd imagine that Congress and US lawmakers would get behind any agreement that gave Ukraine some security assurances there. But again, there is still lots to play out, and we sort of seem to be getting down to the nitty-gritty. But as the Europeans also said, the decision on this is going to come from Russia. I mean, they sort of feel like they're getting close to a real position where they can put forward, or a proposal they can put forward. It's whether Russia's prepared to bring an end to this.
Mike, thank you so much. As always, Michael Heath with the latest on this. Now, as maybe some investors bet of a prospect of an end to the Ukraine-Russia conflict, what's also been interesting is defense stocks and how their perhaps demand for them has been eroded a little. We are seeing the likes of Hanwha Aerospace down in South Korea. We have more ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
There's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
Our ultimate goal was to turn the fridge from a storage box to a smart kitchen manager that helps the users.
That comes down to finding the optimal location for our camera.
I am most proud of our image matching algorithm. The entire user experience has to be fast and seamless. When it worked like we expected, it was really a breakthrough.
Take a look at where Bitcoin is trading following its drop below the $86,000 handle for the first time in 2 weeks. We are seeing a bit of a bounce for the moment, and investor sentiment has been weakening as the cryptocurrency slips deeper into bear market territory. Garfield Reynolds, who leads our MLive Asia coverage, joins us now. So Garf, we've been seeing, maybe as the risk rebound comes through, that Bitcoin for a while now hasn't come back along with that. Has that relationship just broken down?
Well, I think to some extent that's true. There are also sort of various idiosyncrasies about the crypto space that are carrying more and more weight. And a poster chart for what's going on is what's been happening with Strategy, which was the sort of groundbreaking digital treasury asset company. The idea being that it just raised cash via share sales to buy Bitcoin, and somehow that ended up giving it a valuation that was above what would have been indicated by its underlying Bitcoin holdings. That premium has just about vanished, and now we have news that they just bought a bunch of Bitcoin over the last week or so, and they bought all of that at the price of 90,000 or so, it would look like, just based on looking at where Bitcoin was trading over that period from December 8 to December 14. So if they did buy it then that particular bet is underwater, with it down at 86,000 or so. And Bitcoin and the rest of the space just seems to have lost what used to be its seeming inevitable capacity to suddenly jump and reward people who had been holding it, waiting for that sort of jump. Right now, there's more of a grind lower and much less of those breakouts to the top, which had helped to keep retail traders very much engaged with crypto as something that would pay off big time sooner or later.
Yeah. What does this mean for some of the other smaller cryptos, such as Ether?
Well, you mean they're in the same basket with it. Ether, for example, isn't the subject of Strategy, but there are, I think, other digital asset treasuries that do hold some Ether, but then once you get to smaller ones, not so much. But having the big boys, as it were, lose their mojo is not much of a help. There's also the overall concern for crypto that we have moved from a global regime where developed markets were expecting rate cuts, even if a slower pace of rate cuts going forward. And just over the past few weeks, we've shifted so that rates traders are now betting that the average cash rate across developed markets is going to be higher in a year's time than it is now. So if you've got a tighter policy regime, you've got, at the very least, no more lowering in borrowing costs, and in fact, the potential that borrowing costs are going to go up. If we do get some serious tightening cycles breaking out elsewhere than Japan, we could get some quite extensive increases in borrowing costs. That is going to weigh on risk assets in general and on crypto in particular, because crypto famously does not offer interest, well, mostly does not offer interest payments that can protect you against an increase in broader borrowing costs.
Garth, thank you so much. Garfield Reynolds, who leads MLive's Asia coverage. Now on to some top global headlines we're following. The UK has finalized a free trade deal with South Korea that London says will boost exports to the Asian market. The agreement comes just weeks before an earlier deal was set to expire. The UK says the deal will grow its services exports by more than $500 million as firms get improved access to Korea's financial market. President Trump says he feels bad about Jimmy Lai's conviction in a Hong Kong trial. He says he's reached out to his Chinese counterpart, Xi Jinping, to consider Lai's release. The former media mogul was found guilty on Monday in a landmark national security trial and could face life in prison for conspiring to collude with foreign forces. The Chinese ambassador to the UK has also lodged a protest after UK Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper called for Lai's immediate release. President Trump is classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction in his latest push to ramp up pressure on Latin America over drug trafficking. Trump allies say such a move can open up access to funds appropriated for detecting and eliminating weapons of mass destruction. The president says he's also considering an executive order for federal agencies to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug.
That's why today I'm taking one more step to protect Americans from the scourge of deadly fentanyl flooding into our country. With this historic executive order I will sign today, we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, which is what it is.
Is it accurate that you are considering an executive order to reclassify marijuana under the control?
We are considering that, yeah.
Are you planning?
Because a lot of people want to see it, the reclassification, because it leads to tremendous amounts of research that can't be done unless you reclassify. So we are looking at that very strongly.
Meantime, we're also hearing that President Trump has sued the BBC for $5 billion over a misleading edit in a documentary last year that gave the impression that he'd made a direct call for violence in a speech. And this was, of course, leading up to a 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol by his supporters. Now, let's take a look at how U.S. assets are faring across the board. We, of course, saw Wall Street coming under pressure. Tech was what led the selling as we brace for data out this week, waiting out for November payrolls, the jobless number. Later in the week, we also get retail sales, the CPI print, but questions linger about the quality of this data and the extent in which that's going to be, of course, influencing a very divided Federal Reserve. For the moment, you are seeing a bit of gains on the U.S. 10-year dollar still coming under that bit of pressure. And this is also against the backdrop of the gains that we've been seeing on the Japanese yen. We have more ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
There's a very big difference between AI-enabled content and AI-originated content. Those are two completely different things.
We have breaking data crossing the terminal out of Japan for the month of December, and we are seeing a bit of improvement when it comes to manufacturing for S&P Global Japan PMIs. 49.7 is the number, so an improvement from 48.7, which was the prior reading, but this is still stuck in contraction. And in terms of services, 52.5 expansion, but it is at a slower pace than the prior reading. Overall, though, we have been seeing the business conditions, the confidence, especially in manufacturing, following on from that trade truce that's helped to increasingly support the view of a BOJ that can continue its normalization of monetary policy. Now, staying on Japan, Bloomberg has learned that Mitsubishi UFJ is nearing a deal to buy a minority stake in India Shriram Finance, and that would make it the latest foreign bank seeking to build a presence in the world's most populous country. Our Asia Investing and Finance editor Russell Ward joins us now. So, Russell, talk to us about what we know about the terms of this deal.
Morning, Avril. So MUFG, what we're hearing is that MUFG is in advanced talks to buy about a 20% stake in Shriram Financial. This is one of India's biggest non-bank lenders, lends for everything ranging from motor vehicles to homes to even gold and small business financing as well. So MUFG in advanced talks to get a 20% stake. That would be about more than $3 billion worth. So it would be a big deal for MUFG. And really, as you said earlier, the latest Japanese bank to be investing in a big way in India.
Yeah, what is the opportunity that these Japanese lenders see in the world's most populous country? Why are they targeting this market?
Yeah, well, I mean, the Japanese banks have been expanding overseas for more than a decade now, really to chase opportunities in faster growing markets than Japan. And so they initially targeted Southeast Asia. They've been buying stakes in banks in Indonesia and Thailand and other places in that region. And now they're turning their attention to India. And one of the biggest players among the Japanese banks expanding in that country has been Sumitomo Mitsui. That bank has invested more than $5 billion in the past few years, bought a stake in a consumer finance company a couple of years ago. Earlier this year, bought a stake in Yes Bank. That's the bank that got a state bailout a few years ago and has turned itself around. Mizuho, the other of the three mega banks, is looking more expanding on the corporate and investment banking side. That bank is, we've heard and have reported that it's in talks to buy Indian investment bank Aventist. And the CEO came on to Bloomberg TV last week, actually, to say that they're hoping to announce some good news on that front early in the new year. So we'll be watching that space as well. But for now, we're also watching MUFG to see whether that deal that we've reported overnight will be announced in the coming days.
Amid this deal-making activity among the Japanese lenders, Russell, I wonder if you could also weigh in on the prospects for these mega banks in Japan as we watch for this BOJ hike this week. What is 2026 going to look like for them?
I mean, it's looking pretty good. Last year was around a record profits for those three banks, and now they've just raised their profit forecast to fresh records in the last round of earnings. And really, that's on the back of the higher lending income that they've been enjoying because of the Bank of Japan's rate hikes. And of course, with the Bank of Japan set to raise interest rates again to 0.75%, that hasn't been seen for many, many years here in Japan. That's also another tailwind for the banks going forward. And, you know, corporate activity here in Japan is really helping them out as well. There's a lot more deals to be done. Companies are looking to sort of revamp their operations, and banks, as well as the investment banks, the securities firms, finding themselves with key roles on those deals. So there are a lot of good prospects here in Japan, and you know, I think the outlook is looking pretty good.
Russell, always good to get insights from you. Thank you. Our Asia Investing and Finance editor, Russell Ward in Tokyo. Turning to China now, developer China Vanke is said to be offering its creditors better terms on its request to delay payment on a bond that was due on Monday. Creditors earlier rejected its initial proposal, setting the stage for a potential